Hmm. I kind of like just turning the screen on when there's music playing in the background. It makes me feel like makes me feel like I'm in a band again. Oh god. Boomer. Okay. Whew. How's everyone doing? The fuck? I think we're gonna have a few interesting jobs today. I think we're gonna be doing a lot of... Not right away. I'm probably gonna be compiling some of my data on cast lead and march of return. Actually getting stats, percentages, the like. I'm probably gonna be finishing that report because there's not much of it left, and I can probably go through it with you guys. And I'm probably gonna be, if he's here, I think this will be a chance for Sundowner to earn his microphone. I think we might do... wow. Don't mind the F's in the chat. Fuck. What happened there? Oh well. Just a small blip. You guys still here? Yeah, you're still here. Woo! Small F in the chat. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. We're still here. Hmm. Okay. Okay. What has Vouch been talking about lately? Not all that much. Okay. Could you do more research on peace process? Yeah. Thoughts on the lack of aid via Rafa? Who is to blame? I don't even fucking know at this point. I mean, it sounds like Egypt are to blame, but also I don't know why Israel just took over that side of the border without getting some assurance from Egypt, first of all, or if they even tried to. Voss is traveling Barcelona. Oh, cool. It keeps cutting off audio. Wait, why? Everything's fine on my end now. Everything... Oh! What's happening? This hasn't happened in a while, but it's only very brief. I wonder why. I know the US aid bridge is open. The aid is arriving just today. It's finally done. That little thing of the pier in sort of middle northwest Gaza. What's going on? Tucker face. I see President Sunday has managed to get some mileage out of me. Look at this. I didn't actually watch this. I just skipped through it, so I don't... I watched the start. I watched the start of this. It's got some mileage. Oh fuck. 2 videos in 2 days. Bro. The start of this was kind of funny actually. I think we can end our President Sunday relationship on this note. On the first couple of seconds of this.
Okay, so I think we're
Sunday, I sent you an unrolled version of Loner's thread. Ah, beautiful. Okay. The cookie files. The recent guy. I can't do a Loner Box voice. The re. The recent guy. How do you do a Loner Box voice? I need to put like a stent in my nose or something. The recent Gauze and Cookie debate is a perfect example.
He just gave up. Ha! It seems your efforts to reciprocate my methods of interlocution via imitation of one's opponent has failed tragically, Mr. Sunday. I suppose this is what separates the men from the boys. Okay, fuck me. That was it. He gave it a pop and then he gave up. He tried to copy my debate tactic. That fucker. Anyway. Ugh. As a Canadian, you don't claim Sunday. Yeah, but Canadians have to say that about so many Canadians. You had to say that about Jordan Peterson, about Lauren Southern, about Lauren Chen, about Steven Crowder, Brian Adams. Remember Brian Adams? At some point, you have to take responsibility. Justin Bieber. To be fair, Justin Bieber was cringe, but his anti-fans made him like okay. The reaction from Justin Bieber's anti-fans just made me think like, okay, he's not that bad. Fucking hell. You stream anywhere else? YouTube chat interface sucks. I'll be back on Twitch soon. I just need to. We got Neil Young. Yeah, Neil Young's all right. I just need to reconfigure my restream. That's what I need to do. I got a new mouse. Look at it. Look at it. It's so cool. Wow. High tech. Exactly the same as the old one, only without a fucked scroller. Oh my god! Did I just knock my camera cable? Bro. I nudged my camera cable by doing that. Fuck's sake, man. This is so scuffed. This is why you guys watch me, right? It's just part of the experience, I suppose. Okay. Huge rip. I will be taking all recommendations for streaming laptops in the next 24 hours. So send that away if you want. Because I need to buy one soon. Fuck me, man. I need to... Okay, 1 second. I know what I need to do. I need to tape the cable down to the tripod because it's just very long and I think the weight of it is pulling it down out of the slot. I think that's what's happening. Anyway, hang on 1 second. God damn it. One more pop. Where are you going to use the laptop? In the United States. And now, I think we're... Ask Dan, he knows the best on laptops. Does he? I don't know Dan. I don't talk to him. Oh. I'm just waiting for something bad to happen. Am I gonna get fucking drone striked next in my garden? And bits of window are gonna fly off my face. Fuck this fucking stand, man. Okay. What accent is that? Aberdonian. I noticed as I was walking for a walk yesterday that there's a student encampment at my old university. They have an encampment set up with tents and shit, and a little notice board. They pinned a little fucking statement onto a tree. So I had a little read of it. I was like, oh shit, they're doing the thing. They're all like, stop genocide, boycott Starbucks, Barclays, and some other shit. They had their tents. They had pictures, loads of pictures of mostly kids who had died in the war, which is pretty powerful. They had like flags. They had their little banners. It was quite late though, so I didn't bother them. It looked like most of them were sleeping when I went past. But I was thinking maybe over the weekend, I might go and say hello. Because what I want to do is, I just want to know what they think. I just want to know what the average person's opinion is there. And I don't trust social media to tell me. I don't think Columbia University is like the best representation of the average university student's opinion on Israel-Palestine. I know it seems very much like they've taken inspiration from Columbia and UCLA and all. It's like quite similar aesthetics and similar messaging and similar demands. But I just want to know. I just want to know what the average person who's joined in is actually thinking, like why they're there, what their political goals are, how long they've been interested in the topic, what the lecturers are thinking about what they're doing, or what if they've given any opinions themselves. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to know all this stuff. I'm not what they want the final settlement, not solution. Whoa, almost got me. Yeah, I just want to know. Just want to know what's going on. How much they actually know. I mean, I'm not gonna like quiz them on fucking trivia, but like, yeah, it wouldn't be. I guess I could. I don't want to be combative or anything. I just want to go there to learn. I want to know. Like, I'm going there for my own interest in what they think. So we'll find a time to do that on the weekend. I don't know if I'll. Like, I don't have time to get a whole camera recording set up for it. I don't have time to do that. But I do have time to maybe just record a couple of conversations on my phone if anyone wants to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to ask them which river or sea they're referring to. Jesus. Like, there's a way to get kicked out of protests, and going there to troll with shit like that is the way you get kicked out. I'm not going to do a change my mind. No. If anyone wants to argue, I'll do it, but like, fuck. Ask them if body count matters. Can you still see donos that have expired in YouTube chat? Yeah. If they're from yesterday, do you mean? Or do you mean like today? Because today I've only had one so far. Not only as in like, woe is me, just one as in, there's only one to look at right now. Yeah, I usually do donos in like a sequence. I take a minute to read the donos that I've had since the last time I read them, yeah. Ask them about the natural gas off Gaza. Oh, you guys are... I feel like I've trained you guys to be professional fucking trolls. Oh, God. The UN Security Council discussed the hostage crisis for the first time since the beginning of the war. I think Israel was... Do you think they'll blackball you for your association with Destiny? If they do, then... I don't think they will. That's very dumb. Ask them if they prefer Coke or Pepsi. Scottish people are a bit more normal than Americans. I feel like most of them will be a bit more relaxed. Who knows? It would be, I want to, like, one thing I want to know is where are you getting information from? Are you watching, is there particular news that you're watching? Are there particular social media content you're watching? Yeah, like which platforms? That's what I want to know as well. That's a big one I want to know. I want to know if they feel like the rest of the country is on their side or not. I want to know if they feel like most of the country's Arabs or Jews are on their side. I want to know shit like that. Yeah, I just want to know, yeah. Are you going to watch the Israel ICJ response? I mean, I watched a few minutes of the, about half an hour of the South African one, so maybe we can do half an hour of the Israel one. It's going to be the same shit though, right? It's going to be human shields. It's going to be October 7th. It's going to be we made a safe zone. It's going to be it's going to be all that shit, right? Hostages. Israel provides evidence. Is that really what they're... This is not like... It's not like a merits thing. I thought this was a call for more provisional measures. Is this them talking? Apparently this guy's Lebanese, isn't he? The new president of the ICJ is Lebanese, isn't he? Did you let the Discord know? Of course not. Me? On the game, on the ball. Not on the game. That's prostitution. Okay. Okay. I thought Moroccan. Wait, let me see. No, he's from Lebanon. Or he represents I don't know. Hang on. Nawaf Salam. Salam. A Lebanese diplomat. 27th president. He's from Harvard. Educated at Harvard. Background. Prominent family in Beirut. His cousin was prime minister. 2014-16. Harvard Law School. Ambassador of Lebanon to the United Nations. Okay. Books. Articles on political and constitutional reform, electoral law reform, overcoming sectarianism, bro. Imagine being a Lebanese having to write about overcoming sectarianism. The Sisyphean task, God. Question of citizenship and civil society in the Arab world. Okay. Interesting. I guess what everyone needs to know is he is he a Maronite? Or is he a Muslim? Cousin of streamer Lonerbot, that's true. Doesn't actually say if he's Christian or Muslim, does it? Unless they talk about his family. Oh, this guy was a deputy from Beirut to the Ottoman ambassador. Whoa. Christian. Yeah, he's a Christian. Which might make him the most impartial of all because he hates both sides equally. Okay. I'm joking. Obviously, I have no idea what he believes because he is a court guy.
Mr. President, members of the court, it is an honor to appear before you once again on behalf of the State of Israel.
Oh, yeah.
This case, even by its very name, the application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, suggests an inversion of reality.
Ooh.
It has given rise to South Africa's egregious and repeated efforts to bring Israel before this court through the obscene exploitation of the most sacred convention. South Africa presents the court yet again, for the fourth time within the scope of less than 5 months, with a picture that is completely divorced from the facts and circumstances. Israel is engaged in a difficult and tragic armed conflict. South Africa ignores this factual context, which is essential in order to comprehend the situation.
Oh, this is just the screen as it is, right? It's not like... Why is it doing that? Okay.
And also ignores the applicable legal framework of international humanitarian law. It makes a mockery of the heinous charge of genocide. As Israel has previously stated before this court, when dealing with the law, facts matter. Truth should matter. Words must retain their meaning. Calling something a genocide again and again does not make it genocide.
Wow.
Repeating a lie.
Starting with the strongest point. I don't. Oh, God.
Does not make it true. Here in the Peace Palace, it cannot be otherwise. Mr. President, Israel received notification of this hearing on Monday, less than 4 days ago, while it was observing a particularly painful National Remembrance Day. This notification came as a great surprise because the court had already invited Israel to submit its observations on South Africa's request in writing by Wednesday of this week. Israel was preparing its written observations when the court suddenly announced.
I'm actually interested to see if anyone has a... I want to see what even this fairly pro-Israel seeming guy has to say about the tank rolling over the art sign in Gaza. I feel like no one defends this, right? Like, let's see.
Did an IDF Merkava tank run over an art installation at the Rafah border crossing? Yes. Okay, end of video. It's Miller time. Or I guess maybe Michelob Ultra time. It is 2100 and the night does belong to Michelob. Okay, I'm just kidding. Look, there's more to it than that, and some of it may involve the LOAC or Law of Armed Conflict.
Oh,
so first I'm going to show you the video.
Do people call it LOAC? The LOAC? I mean, the funny thing, I don't know. Again, I feel like no one defends this, right? Like, surely. But you had people on, and I'm not going to let these guys poison me, okay? But you did have people being like, still don't think it's a genocide? I'm like, bro, it's a fucking... Anyway.
Okay, end of video. It's Miller time. Or I guess maybe Michelob Ultra time. It is 2100 and the night does belong to Michelob. Okay, I'm just kidding. Look, there's more to it than that, and some of it may involve the LOAC or Law of Armed Conflict.
True.
So first I'm going to show you the video, and then I'm going to explain how the simple act of running over a sign might actually violate the LOAC. Quick note, if you're watching this on Substack, you're going to hear sound. If you're watching this on YouTube, the video won't have sound. And the reason why sound is important will be made clear in a few minutes. If you want to check out the video with sound, go to ryanmcbeth.substack.com. It's free. Although, if you want to toss me $5 to support my work, I'm not going to say no. If you are a NATO or allied military and you want a copy of this video to use as a training tool, send me an email. I will get you a copy as a download. Here's the video.
I thought there was audio. Like, there's no military advantage anticipated from... It's not like if they went the long way. It just seems like there's nothing going on, and the guy's just right on it. Yeah, okay. Oh, he said there'd be no audio. Ah, is it because of copyright or some shit? Okay.
Okay, this was taken right
Whoa.
here. Note the fountain, note the walkway, and this concrete pad is the welcome sign.
Oh my god, he's so good at his job. I can never match this shit. It freaks me the fuck out.
This art installation. Rafah is the only border crossing between Egypt and Gaza. A lot of aid comes through this point. The Palestinian city of Rafah is basically the last stronghold of militant forces. There might be maybe 4 to 5 battalions remaining, so if you take Rafah, you finish the fight. And Israel...
How many in a battalion? 2 to 5,000, 2 to 500. So if Israel says they've dismantled 20 battalions, that obviously doesn't mean you've killed every troop in the battalion. Like, what does it take to dismantle a battalion? Is it just you get rid of all their infrastructure? Is it you kill like 500 of them? Is it you kill like is it 1,000 of them? I'm pretty sure it's not like if you get rid of half a battalion, you get rid of half of their capacity, right? I think the way I understand is that if you get rid of half a battalion, you've actually destroyed like 90% of their capacity, right? Because I feel like there's a whole, like a battalion is, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Like they're like it's like like in Game of Thrones where he's like 5 armies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. And the point is that the fist is more scary than the open hand of 5 yeah. Yeah, anyway.
5 battalions remaining, so if you take Rafah, finish the fight. And Israel instructed the citizens of Rafah to move southeast to this part of the map right here, or north to some farmland that's west of Khan Yunis. So once enough people leave, Israel's probably going to push into the town from the south and west. Also note, you don't necessarily want to surround the town. If you surround the town, people might fight to the death. You don't necessarily want that. You want squirters to get out of that town and head north because they are of intelligence value.
Did he call them squirters? People who might talk if you capture them. Is that what he's... Okay. Jesus.
They're going to move toward tunnels and safe houses and ammunition caches that are south of Khan Yunis. So it's just
Okay, so the squirmers, okay.
another chance to get more intel on where the militants are going because you're watching them do this, or they're using signals intelligence saying, hey, open up the door, I'm outside. Now, the person who posted this video is
Why would you call them that? If they can be called stragglers or runners or squeezers, movers, shakers. I don't know anything but fucking squirter. Why? Why?
Itay Blumenthal. He works for Israel's KN11 News. Now, in the post, Mr. Blumenthal said, documentation, the tanks of the 401st Brigade took over the Rafah crossing. Now, here's why this is bad. Not just a bad look, but bad. We've all heard of the Geneva Conventions, and that is the minimum standard of human behavior during wartime. The LOAC, or Law of Armed Conflict, overlays the Geneva Convention with rules of proportionality and military necessity. I'll have a link to the LOAC below. And that's kind of why I'm talking about this. Was there a military necessity to run over this art installation? Was the art piece taking direct part in hostilities? Was destroying the art piece a military objective? And that's kind of why I'm talking about this. Was there a military necessity to run over this art installation? Was the art piece taking direct part in hostilities? Was destroying the art piece a major military objective? Once in a while you hear Israelis say, why are we held to such a high standard? Well, because it's in the freaking book. The thing we all kind of agreed upon as civilized nations to follow in the event of war. Without rules, you're just a mob of rampaging Vikings, but with tanks and JDAMs. And you don't just have to crack the book. Your soldiers have to understand it. And your non-commissioned officers, your sergeants, they have to enforce it. And for a moment, let's just forget about the LOAC. If I were a bad guy and I notice how Israel likes to tear up art installations and monuments like the MV Mavi Mamara monument, that's where I'm putting IEDs, or improvised explosive devices. So if you don't want to listen to the LOAC, listen to me. Iraq was full of improvised explosive devices. They cast them in...
Do you know one of Israel's plans to assassinate Saddam Hussein in the 90s was to booby trap a statue in Iraq? I need to... Fuck, I wish I'd... Operation Bramblebush. Because there would be these memorial ceremonies, and he would go and stand next to a statue, and they wanted to booby trap. They wanted to booby trap it. It's on the wiki, isn't it? Yeah, creating a straw company to sell him a modern television studio from which he could broadcast his speeches and blowing it up as he broadcast. Detonating a booby trap monument as he stood before it at a memorial ceremony. I remember, I think I actually downloaded this book because I looked through this. There was also the accident, wasn't it? They called this off because they were doing a dress rehearsal of an anticipated attack of one of their plans, and they ended up killing a bunch of their own guys. What was it? They fired 2 missiles at their fellow soldiers that were simulating Saddam and his convoy. 5 killed and 6 wounded. Bro. Not good. Fucked. Saddam got away with it. He almost got away with it.
And concrete. They put
this is weeks old. Fuck off then. You know what else is old? The Lord of the Rings. You can still watch it. Jesus.
Bags on the side of the road. It's all fun and games running over art pieces until one blows up in your face, and now you have to tell your driver's mom that he died because you were stupid. Who wants to be the last Israeli soldier to die in this operation? Because this is sure as heck of a way of becoming that guy. Now, the only thing here that would make any sense in running over that sign would be if the vehicle were under fire in combat. If that's the case, all bets are off. Yeah, roll over that sign. If you have to get out of the kill zone, if you have to move to a more advantageous position, yeah, screw that sign. Go.
Wait, what's it? How does he describe a kill zone there? What is actually...
Who wants to be the last Israeli soldier to die in this operation? Because this is sure as heck of a way of becoming that guy. Now, the only thing here that would make any sense in running over that sign would be if the vehicle were under fire in combat. If that's the case, all bets are off. Yeah, roll over that sign. If you have to get out of the kill zone, if you have to move to a more advantageous position, yeah.
A kill zone is the opposite of a safe zone. Thank you, Shmuel. I can see so clearly now.
Screw that sign. Go. And that's why if you watch this on Substack, this video is a little different. You can actually hear firing in the audio, although I don't know who is doing the firing, but that particular unit might be in active combat or close to active combat. I couldn't show the sound on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like the sound of machine guns sometimes, so watch it on Substack. So the driver in this case might be trying to move, but he also might not be too surgical about where he's going. But I'm telling you, if you do this for fun, it's going to cost you. You know, one of the reasons I do this channel is that I want younger NCOs to learn from me. I did this stuff for...
Wait. Coming back to that Israeli article about kill zones. Is it fair to say, I don't know shit about, is it fair to say that a kill zone is called a kill zone because it goes in both directions? It becomes a kill zone because it's a fighting zone, meaning that you're in a kill zone as well. Like, you're fighting an enemy, so they're shooting at you and you're shooting at them. Is that like a kill zone? No? Okay. Yes. Oh, fuck. Okay.
20 freaking years. So I made this video Creative Commons. Feel free to download it and translate it to whatever language you want and show it to your soldiers. If you're an NCO, you owe it to your soldiers to keep them safe. That doesn't just include bringing them home. It includes making sure that your soldiers return home with honor.
Chat summary. Auto-generated experiment quality may vary. People are discussing the term squirmers. Some people think it's an unfortunate name, while others think it's a technical term. Some people are also discussing the Geneva checklist and war perverts. I mean, it's not bad. Not bad at all. I'll get more audience members in.
To hold an oral hearing instead. In seeking to accommodate the court's decision, Israel immediately reached out to its legal team so as to guarantee that it could properly be represented by counsel. That proved impossible. As Israel's lead counsel is shipborn this week, and other counsel were likewise unable to come to The Hague on such short notice. For this reason, Israel wrote to the court in good faith, asking that the hearing be rescheduled to next week. It explained that the dates fixed by the court significantly impacted Israel's ability to be sufficiently well represented and the fundamental principle of equality of arms. Israel's request was rejected. The date of this hearing remained that which South Africa had expressly requested. The regrettable result is that Israel is not represented today by its chosen team of counsel and advocates. The equality of the parties and the administration of justice have been severely undermined. Out of respect for this court, the same respect that Israel has shown through all these past several months, Israel's
Doesn't go both ways because you can be in a kill zone and not know. Yeah, okay, cool.
agents have nonetheless traveled to appear at this hearing. South Africa's complaint yesterday that Israel has failed to respond to its current request is therefore wholly unfounded. Israel expects that the court will appreciate the predicament that Israel has been placed in. This is all the more so given that South Africa yesterday quite radically changed the terms of its requested provisional measures, which Israel has been given less than 24 hours to respond to.
Uh-oh.
Mr. President, members of the court, bearing all that in mind, allow me to recall 4 basic
Did you
facts
cover the Golan stuff yet? What about Fatastan and Hamastan? Yeah, we did. We did cover that. Yeah.
that South Africa continues to conceal. It is highly regrettable, to say the least, that these basic facts must once again be stated in this great hall. First, Israel is engaged in a war it did not want and did not start. It is under attack and fighting to defend itself and its citizens. Since the horrific onslaught that began on 7 October 2023, which saw thousands of Israeli citizens brutally slaughtered, mutilated, raped, and injured, and 254 women, men, and children taken hostage into Gaza, Hamas and other terrorist organizations in Gaza continue to attack Israel, including by indiscriminate rocket fire into Israeli cities and towns.
Yeah, the bodies of three hostages were found. Was one of them Shani? One of them was her, wasn't it? Because they already found the skull fragment. They found her body, eh? Amit Buskila. It's a Kilanter. In a tunnel. They were murdered at the Nova Festival. So they just took their bodies back and just kept them. God damn. Which one was she? What, Shani was the one who was taken in the back of that truck. She was in the back of that truck and they were spitting on her corpse in the fucking sea. Yeah. Remember when the critical thinker said she was alive because her mother was coping? Yep. Wouldn't a dead body still be useful as a bargaining chip? Well, when they said we're going to give back 33 hostages, dead or alive, I guess they were keeping the bodies oh, fucking hell, I don't fucking know. I mean, I know families want their bodies back. Like, that was part of even the Hamas deal, was that, like, that they would exchange bodies. Lornabox cheerleading Israel, taking every Israeli statement for reality. Which statement did I just take for reality that was fake? What? Am I cheerleading for Hamas when I think the overall body count from the health ministry is correct, like the 30,000 dead or whatever? Am I cheerleading Hamas when I do that, even though it's them that runs the health ministry that gives the numbers? What do you think, MB?
They have vowed to try and repeat the atrocities of 7 October many times over. Since the beginning of the hostilities, More than 10,000 rockets have been fired from the Gaza Strip towards Israel, with the aim of killing as many Israelis as possible. The last 2 weeks alone saw 278 rockets launched. Damage of an unprecedented scale has been caused to Israeli civilian homes and infrastructure, with entire communities destroyed. Approximately 60,000 residents of towns in southern Israel remain displaced from their homes 7 months on. It may be years before they are able to return to their homes and rebuild their communities. Sirens continue to go off across the country as rockets, missiles, and drones are launched against Israel from several fronts. Rafah, in particular, is a focal point for ongoing terrorist activity. It is a stronghold for Hamas's operatives, with several battalions belonging to the Rafah brigades entrenched in the area. Also present in Rafah is an intricate underground tunnel infrastructure that runs underneath the city and provides ample space for operatives, command and control rooms, and military equipment. Nearly 700 tunnel shafts have been identified in Rafah, from which approximately 50 tunnels cross into Egypt. These tunnels are used by Hamas to supply itself with weapons and ammunition. It could potentially be used to smuggle out of Gaza hostages or Hamas senior operatives. Since the start of the present hostilities, more than 1,400 rockets were fired from Rafah alone.
You know what? I'm never gonna. I've spoken about this before, but it still fucks with my head. That. Remember when people kept saying, "Where's the crazy fucking command and control center underneath Al Shifa? Where is it? Where's the Bond villain fucking bat cave?" Even though all the IDF showed you was this. Remember this fucking video? It's just some tunnels, and then you've got a room with 4 laptops in it. And a flag. They have a flag. And a carpet. And people were like... But the way people spoke about it, it's like people just forgot that video existed. And I think when they say command center, the way people talk about that video is it sounds like they're describing... It sounds like they're describing this kind of shit, you know? It sounds like they're describing this. And I feel like it's just... like the simulacra of a fucking command center. But I'm pretty sure the IDF did actually give us a video of one of the tunnels that they found under Al Shifa. I don't think they found as many as were in that video. But they did do this, didn't they? Is this just mute? Yeah, the shaft and then the little camera going down it. Little crotch shot of the IDF soldier. Love that. A fucking Dota LAN party. Like, they found this stuff, didn't they? What the fuck? And I think it goes for quite a while. This tunnel seemed pretty long. The tunnel was done by Israel, so the tunnel that they found here was not done by Israel, you fucking moron. I'm sorry, why are you still holding on to fucking ancient misinformation? Israel never built tunnels under Al Shifa. They built a bunker underneath the hospital, within the hospital, as a kind of like basement storage facility. There was a whole fact check on this, like, And they're not to mention that the tunnel that Israel references from the 80s is in a different location in the complex. Like, there's a whole like fucking fact check on this as well. I don't know why. That's what they showed us. This is not a storage facility, you fucking moron. Look at it.
Having a LAN party?
Look at it. Also just happens to look like every other Hamas tunnel with the fucking arch and the cabling and everything. You think Israel built this? This is what Israel built for storage space? Just coming out of the dirt? Hang on, where's this fucking video? Is it really just sticking me onto an advert? No, wait, stop. Come on. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there was an entire fact check on this.
Well, good evening to you, Catalina. In this edition, allegations that the tunnel...
How do we know it's under the hospital? And there's the goalpost. Well, because you just said it was built by Israel, you moron. Now you're trying to move the goalpost to say, how do we even know it was there at all?
It's discovered by Israel military under the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City were in fact built by Israel. Tell us more, truth or fake?
I love this. Truth or fake is really good because they show you the evidence as well. Like,
review these allegations, as many on social media are saying that the tunnels that the Israel Defense Forces discovered under the Al-Shifa hospital last week, they're saying that these tunnels were actually built by Israel and not Hamas. So let's take a look. Let's take a look from the beginning. On November 21st, the Israel Defense Forces posted these images of this armored door that they opened, located in tunnels underneath the Al-Shifa hospital. Then on November 22nd, the Israel Defense Forces posted this 9-minute long video on X where they broadcast images of what lays behind these armored...
Where's the 3-level tunnel? So you have gone from Israel built the tunnel, that's why they knew where to find it, to how do we even know this tunnel was in Al-Shifa, to why are there only 1 level, not 3? Why? Pick a fucking argument.
Doors.
That was by the way, when the Washington Post said that Israel didn't actually find as much as they said they would find, that's what they referred to. They referred to the animation showing you more tunnels than was actually displayed in the video. That's it.
Actually found sinks, bathrooms, and they...
Not that it didn't exist. Not that Hamas was never using Al-Shifa Hospital. Of course they were. Not that there were no tunnels that were built by Hamas. Of course they were.
Actually also found rooms with beds in them, infrastructure that Israel says proves the operational center that belongs to the Islamist group located under the Al-Shifa hospital. So in the same week, on November 21st, Ehud Barak, a former Israeli prime minister, was interviewed on CNN by Christiane Amanpour, where he stated that it's already been known for years that some of these bunkers under the Al-Shifa hospital were built by Israel. These statements largely fueled claims on social media that the tunnels that Israel discovered and broadcast last week were actually built by Israel itself back in the 1980s. The question remains, were these tunnels built by Israel or not?
Ehud Barak seems to say they were, which kind of seems conclusive, but navigate through what you found about these tunnels, Catalina.
Well, Mark, based on facts, we found that these tunnels that the IDF published on X since November 17th are more likely to be Hamas tunnels than those built by Israel. We're actually talking of 2 different tunnels here. We'll explain. We'll start by stating that the existence of Israel-built tunnels is actually nothing new. As mentioned by Ehud Barak, it's known knowledge that Israel refurbished a complex in the Al-Shifa hospital in the 1980s. And even in 2009, Haaretz addressed these Israel-built tunnels, stating that Hamas leaders were actually hiding in the basement of these tunnels since they knew it wasn't a target because of patients on the upper floor. Czech News also investigated this topic where they did this map where you could see the buildings that belong to the Al-Shifa hospital. They explain that the building that we can see here in green is nicknamed the Qatari building since it was financed by Doha and built after Israel's departure of the Gazan enclave in 2005. The tunnels that the IDF discovered last week are actually located under this building complex in green. And here in red, this is the hospital complex that was built by Israel in the 1980s. That is so largely mentioned in the claims, under which there are also tunnels that might be occupied by Hamas or not. However, two different tunnels. Mark.
So, how do you tell the difference between a Hamas tunnel and an Israeli tunnel? I mean, clearly Echo Barak being very clear, the one under Al-Shifa built by Israel. The question was, what was Hamas using them for? But what's the difference between the two types of tunnels? Give us more on that.
Well, Mark, to our knowledge, it's been difficult to obtain the plans for the underground infrastructure that was built by Israel back in the 1980s. However, YNET, as they say, offer us a rare glimpse into the Israeli architecture design for the hospital in this article that they published from 2014, where they published this photo of what the cellars look like in the Israeli-built complex under the Al-Shifa hospital complex, which appears to have no relation to those images that were recently published by the IDF. Images that experts do confirm have every characteristic.
Is this actually? I don't remember. Is this the Shifa cellars?
Belonging to Hamas tunnels, including Daphne Richmond Barak, who was interviewed by Sky News. She actually visited these tunnels.
So the room in the video is the command center or 3 level. No, you've almost I like it, MB, that in your fucking desperate attempt to squirm away from fucking making 3 incorrect arguments in a row, you are just about arrived at my position, just so you know. Because my position was that Israel exaggerated the complexity and the size of the tunnel network that they were going to find in Al-Shifa. They didn't find as much as they said they would find, but they did find something. They found that Hamas had a presence there. They found that Hamas had built tunnels under there. They confirmed that what most of us already knew, that Hamas uses hospitals, including Al-Shifa. They just didn't show that it was as elaborate as they made it out to be. That's it. Not that they envisioned some fucking Bond villain command center Batcave that didn't turn out to be real. They never said it would be a Batcave. You can give commands from 1 laptop. You don't even need fucking 3. But yes, well done. You have somehow walked across a fucking minefield, rocketed 400 feet into the air, and what's left of you has landed at my position. Well done.
Tunnels between Israel and Gaza, and she says that they have that they are consistent with Hamas tunnels. Hence, 2 tunnels that are different.
And now you're just a fucking stump. You're just a torso with 1 arm, using the other one to fucking bounce up and down, going, well, where's the 3-level tunnel owner block? I'm just sitting there like, bro, you could have just listened to me in the fucking first place.
One that belongs to the Israeli part of the Al-Shifa hospital, and the other that belongs to the so-called Qatari-built complex of the hospital, which corresponds to the images that the IDF published last week. Mark.
Indeed. The Israeli-built tunnels were wonders how much they spent on that, how long it took, who was the architect. Hamas perhaps copying the same kind of structure. But it's certainly a fact that the tunnels are there and they were used, it seems, according to the IDF anyway, the Israeli military, for Hamas to launch all their project. Catalina, thank you very much indeed for Truth or Fake. Karis of the Business, thank you very much indeed too. And thanks to you all for watching wherever you are in the world. Stay with us, more to come live from Paris.
They do this stuff all the time, France 24, with the little... I feel like she knows her audience. She knows the kind of autism that she's appealing to with this touchscreen fucking animation shit. Anyway.
Including more than 120 in the last 2 weeks. Approximately 600 launch sites were identified in the Rafah area, many of which hidden within or in close proximity to civilian infrastructure. Information regarding rocket launches from Rafah during the current conflict can be found in tab 1 of your judges folder. Israeli hostages are also being held in Rafah by their captors. In fact, Israeli forces managed to rescue 2 Israeli hostages from Rafah on 11 February 2024.
I remember this story. Didn't they kill like 20 people to do this? Hang on, wait, hang on. 11th February hostage rescue operation. I remember that because Noah Samson used this in his ground news advert. He mentioned all the people who died, but even though he was saying, here's what the left said, here's what the center said, here's what the right said, he didn't actually mention at all that it was a hostage rescue operation, which is interesting. But I think they killed a lot of people to save these hostages, maybe more. Hang on. I don't know because they were striking Rafah anyway. So I don't know how many people died in the actual operation. But I'm pretty sure as they were striking, like around the same period, I think like 100 people died. Obviously, they don't tell you how many of them were militants or not, but... And apparently the hostages were in good condition this time. "94 people. Oh no, airstrikes, they were coordinated with the raid. Where's the discrepancy? Hang on. IDF told reporters that the complex rescue operation was conducted after receiving highly sensitive and valuable intelligence involving Shin Bet Police Force's IDF Tank Brigade. They were found on the second floor. They entered a building where the hostages were held in the hands of Hamas terrorists. Hamas militants were stationed in adjacent buildings. Ground forces encountered resistance through the operation. Once the hostages were recovered, they were protectively hugged by members of the police special forces. Encouraged, escorted out under fire from Hamas, taken to a safe place. Rafah, medical attention. Significant loss of life was reported inside Gaza as a result of the IAF providing aerial cover for the ground operation, as they do. This is a very, I noticed from reading the Hamas website that apparently and basically an overwhelming majority of the people who died in the Cas thing that I was reading about, even on the ground, were killed by airstrikes. And it's always like there's a common thread of them complaining about how they were saying that this person stood to fight the IDF head on, but those cowardly Zionists just launched an airstrike and killed him as he was ready to approach the front line and shit like that. That happens like quite a lot. Can I identify the number? A video obtained from by CNN, from social media groups used by local journalists. A young boy hangs lifelessly from the side of the structure as several men try to bring his body down. Yeah, they killed where are they saying they can't verify the numbers because there's a dispute though? Where do they say that? Oh, Red Crescent said 100 people were killed, more than 100 killed. Health Ministry said 94. Neither specified. Militants cannot verify. Oh, it's not even a dispute. It's just like, okay. Both groups said the figure is likely to rise. Yeah, okay. Why do people laugh at the idea of using special forces? Because Jenks said that what Israel should do is send in special forces to take out Hamas. Oh, I have a critic. Let's go! Hello.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, sorry, that was way too long to read while I was streaming, but it seems like you have contentions, so... And I feel like talking to someone today. How are you?
I never thought you'd actually see this, but it's like thanks for agreeing to talk to me.
Do you want to or not? You're live, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just like I'm just like nervous because like sorry, I'm just nervous.
Okay. Do you want to?
Okay, so
okay.
Oh, sorry. I was just say like before I start, I should say like I do appreciate like the content you've done, just because for like just a little backstory. My I just graduated college, and one of my roommates from last year, he's like very pro-Israel, and I think arguments I learned from like watching your streams and videos that did help me have conversations with him, like especially when he would like post something that was like very like iffy. I don't know if you've seen that. I don't know if you've seen the one graphic where it's like Palestinians in Gaza in 1948 and in Israel, and how it shows like how the population has increased, and then it shows like the Jewish people in like Arab countries or in other like Middle Eastern, North African countries,
Mhm.
and how it's like gone down.
Yeah.
And so I want to say that like he posted something like that, and so I think like, and I like had a conversation with him. I want to say that like it was like the knowledge I had that I gained from your streams was very helpful in terms of like when he talked to me, he wasn't like, oh, you're insane. He was like, oh, he's like, you're actually someone who's level-headed.
Oh, that's cool. It's not always easy to get that, but yeah. What was the argument over? It
And
was
so,
over. It was over what? People going from the population exchange argument, basically. The Jews going from the Middle East into Israel, and then the Arabs going from within Palestine towards West Bank, Gaza, Lebanon, Jordan, etc.
although I took a screenshot of it. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Just because like my friends there's like a whole bunch of things. So I sent let me see if I can post it on Discord. Hang on one sec.
Hmm?
Yeah, I posted in the Israel Palestine thing. Or in the Israel Palestine server.
Oh, okay.
Hold up. Just one sec. I'm scrolling through my camera roll. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, I think this was this was a post made by like pro Israel account after October not after AOC had like talked with Mehdi Hasan and said like, oh, I think there's a genocide going on.
Oh, this is because I know why people do this. Yeah, this is to say that like
Yeah.
because it's just a way of saying like people playing fast and loose with chopping between whether you call them Palestinians or Arabs, because like you call them Arabs when you want to say that they weren't actually kicked out because the Arab population increased in XYZ areas where but then obviously if you think about the Palestinian population in Israel's borders from 48 to say the 50s, it obviously went down because a bunch of them were moved out. Okay.
Right. Yeah, because I think like the graphic isn't wrong in the sense of like the Mizrahis like I understand. I don't know like the specific like every country, but like from what I understand, almost after after 48, a lot of the Middle Eastern and North African countries were like, "Now get the fuck out," and so they would do like pogroms and stuff. Am I right about that?
Something like some of the pogroms happened before 48, like in the early 40s or late 30s. And it wasn't exactly like get the fuck out, but they were very much pushed out by hate crimes and by government persecution, people like closing their bank accounts and people sometimes losing their properties and things. Yeah, so it's more like they were pushed out. And obviously the pull factor was that, oh, there's a Jewish state now that maybe we can go there and not have to deal with any of this anymore. So that they went there. Yeah. They wasn't the same as 48.
So I guess,
it wasn't like there was a military fucking unit approaching their village and they just had to run, or they arrive and then they just like fire gunshots over their head and tell them to leave. It wasn't exactly like that, but it would still say they were pushed out. Yeah. Just not expelled. Yeah.
right. Or it's like I think like you could like because I think like you can make the like both things can be true at the same time, right? So the Palestinians were expelled from Israel proper into like from is like throughout like the current like diaspora. Also, like the Mizrahi Jews were like expelled into, where, or they I was like for just to, like say colloquially, they were expelled into Israel. Like makes any sense? Or they were made refugees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so sorry. It's like
So I'm guessing, yeah.
said
So
no,
obviously, yeah,
uh,
you agree with me on some things. It seems like the critiques. I see a lot of mention of Sean's video here, and something about me
okay, so
being like a what is it?
I guess like
Right.
okay, so I guess like the first thing I want to know is how oh, so do you remember like the flower massacre that happened like recently?
Yep.
Okay, so I maybe I should ask first because I think I watch your streams like when all this is going on, like I was still in college. It was a little difficult to like catch some of your streams just of like I'm in America. Like, I would have class or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, how did you view the Flock Massacres? I should like ask that first.
I remember trying to figure out what happened on the day, and then just being a little bit lost. And then I remember looking back. As far as I know, I don't think there's ever been like a definitive judgment on what exactly happened, but it seems to be so. From where I last was, an aid convoy went into North Gaza where there was a lack of aid for a long time, and they were being escorted by Israeli military, and people were rushing towards the aid convoy. I think there was maybe some impression that there were militants there, or there were warning shots fired to try and disperse the crowd or to try and keep them from rushing the convoy because there was like a fear of people getting overwhelmed or people being attacked. And there was a panic. And because the gunshots were fired, people started, I think the aid convoy started fleeing. And then a bunch of people got shot. And at the same time, the vehicle ran over a bunch of people trying to escape. I think that's the last place I got to. But I don't know if anything's changed since then, but yeah.
People.
Hmm?
Because like the way I understood it, because I think like I read an article from AP and they cited the IDF account, and I was like, because I don't like I should also add I'm not like one of those like lefties who is like there's a genocide going on.
Okay.
Like I just don't see like the like I don't want to say like the logic there, but I don't think it's appropriate term to use. And the way like the IDF account, it made sense to me, where what they said happened was they were because like there were so many people like surrounding them, like you're scared of like people being like trampled over, and like crowds like essentially like moving towards you and having like so many people move, right? And so I think one of the IDF soldiers like they fired the one shots. I think one of the soldiers like accidentally shot someone and then it, like turned into a bloodbath. Like obviously that's like very simplified, but like that's kind of how I remember it. Obviously like I didn't have as much detail as like you had, but I guess the contingent I had was that I didn't see you cover it.
I did cover it on stream. I didn't
And,
put out a VOD, I remember, because, well, two reasons. One, because I don't really, like, my editor's been on and off for a little while. But second, because I just don't know. From every time I've tried to check, it just seems like there's this irreconcilable position where some people, I guess, like the Steelman Palestinian argument is that the IDF basically took a bunch of aid trucks into a place that was starved of aid for a really long time and then somehow were surprised when people ran towards the trucks. So they just opened fire on people who might have just been desperate for food. The IDF position is that there was a lot of ambiguity over whether or not there were militants in the area, and that when they tried to stop the crowd from potentially attacking the aid truck, and then there was just like the truck had to flee, and there was a stampede, and then some people got shot and some people got trampled. So either way, it's a chaotic situation that doesn't make the IDF look good at all. But like I guess one just makes them look a lot more malicious than the other. And then obviously what I hear from streamers is like they used the aid to like lure people in so they could just gun them all down. I was like, yeah, fuck.
Okay, yeah, I think that's stupid. Like I personally, like the way I saw it was like the Steelman version of the Palace, like of like what you said the Steelman Palestinian argument was, where I'm like, okay, what did you expect? Like these people are starving, and it's like obviously they know food is coming, they're going to like try and like gather around, and so I'm like, I don't believe that like the IDF was like out there trying to get killed, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. At least I've not seen evidence of that, but it does seem like there was. I don't know because I don't even know how many trucks were because they said it was 30 trucks going into North Gaza, and then yeah, a huge crowd comes. But yeah, I just I don't know enough about what exactly happened. Like the whole sequence of events about what happened with like what were these warning shots or what crowd control was attempted to be used or what reason did the IDF have to think that there were that the crowd was being kind of like utilized by militants as a kind of way to sneak forwards, and like how actually real was the threat of people attacking the truck? Like I don't know any of that, and I don't actually know if there's been any strong evidence on that in either way. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Because I think like it was like okay. I'm like I really like the IDF's like version of events in terms of like what happened. Mine is like I don't know about the militants part because from what I read in the AP article, it's like the IDF didn't say anything about like Hamas militants being in the or like Hamas like militants or anything like being in the area or like firing.
Mm-hmm.
Where like it just seemed like these were starving people. They were going towards the aid. They were going towards like the trucks for aid, and like like a lot of people moving towards you. You're like you don't know what's going on, and so you get a little frightened, and then you fire, and you really can't go backwards.
I mean, to me, and I think I maybe should have done this at the time, is that there is a more clear systemic criticism, which is that the IDF is the occupier of North Gaza, meaning that under international law, it is their obligation to make sure that aid is allowed to move as smoothly as possible through the area. And it doesn't seem like, and even I think even this came up with the Golan argument, it doesn't seem like they've been doing that. It seems like they've been securing certain areas and then just abandoning them to rest their troops or to go further south, and then they basically just leave certain pockets of especially the north in a state of total lawlessness, and then once they decide to actually start to address the situation, it's already too late, and any attempt to bring aid into the area is going to be dangerous regardless of how you do it. I think that's probably the more correct, at least based on my just like rough reading of the situation. It seems to be that that's like the more clear, because that's like got legal precedent. It's got like it seems to be quite demonstrable. It seems to be that even people within the Israeli war cabinet think the same thing to some degree. That's kind of where I would stand on it right now.
I think okay. I don't think we disagree on like that. Sorry, let me. I'm trying to find where I posted it. Did you? Oh, okay. So I guess like you want to talk about like the student protests?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so for context, like I go to a school that's like I don't want to like dox myself, but I went to a university that like had these protests going on, and it wasn't like Columbia or anything. It wasn't like any of the big name universities. Like it, like people were worried about like how contentious it would be, just because what's it called? There are a lot of like Arabic and like Muslim students in conjunction with a lot of like Jewish students in our schools, so people were worried about like fights breaking out and shit. And so I'm not going to disagree that like some people who have like been some of the student protesters are fucking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that like are you that like 90%. I want to say 90%, just of like people I talk to. Like 90% of the people who I've seen like go to the encampments or protests at my school, they were like, "Hey, like we just want a ceasefire." Like that's a. I think like it is fair to criticize the organizations, like SJP. SJP is like the big one. But I guess I felt that when I watched you like cover the student protest, it seemed like you were like over analyzing or hyperfixating on like the couple of like leaders or dipshits who were like, yeah, you know, like we should kill all Zionists, or it's like, how dare you criticize like the resist? How dare like or post October 7th, where they're like, how dare you criticize the resistance?
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm like, I don't like. I think there's a sizable minority who like do believe that, but I'm like, I don't think that most of the people at these like protests at universities have that view.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. I think I even said that for the majority of people who are there are just, yeah, they're just seeing a lot of people dying and they wanted to stop. I think that's probably what's motivating most people to go there. The problem is that like the point in me going after the leadership is that these are the people who are like in charge of these protest groups, and they're the ones who are dictating like the slogans and who are dictating like a certain measure of conduct as well, right? And I think the problem is that when you have a movement like that is built has drawn so many red lines around criticism that not only are they pushing themselves into just like unconscionable territory, but they're also hurting their own cause, because the university is far less likely to concede anything to people who are saying what the leaders of SJP are saying. That's been the case in BDS movements in universities for at least even since I was a student, was that if you make your protest intimidating to people who disagree with you, and intimidating to even pro-Palestinian people who disagree with you, and especially intimidating to Jewish students, then why the fuck would the university concede to you? That would be a horrible display of weakness and disregard for other students there. I don't know if this is like, I'm pretty sure Columbia is quite exceptional just because of the kind of like lecturers that they have there and the people that they look up to. UCLA similar, but like also Ivy League is different. But I don't know. That's why I want to find out. I want to find out what just like the average university is doing instead, because the problem is that now even universities that might have less of the extremism still seem to be taking marching orders or taking inspiration from UCLA, and I think that's Columbia, and I think that's a problem. I think some of the message, like, because they're just going down this very maximalist road of demands, and the problem is that it's just actually making them less likely to achieve anything.
I think that's a fair point. I would say the protests at like my school, obviously like one case doesn't like prove the rule or whatever, but they were like a list of 10 demands.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the university stopped. The university like met with the leaders and was willing to meet 8 of those demands. I think the 2 demands that people were like most upset about was the university has a partnership with Tel Aviv University.
Okay.
And like the SJP and a bunch of other people wanted that to end. And the second one was for like divestment.
Yeah, I think that's.
Like,
oh, sorry, go on. Also, oh wait, are you far away from your mic? Because it keeps cutting out.
Oh, apologies. Sorry, I move around a lot, and so I'm like connected to my laptop, and so I'm just like walking around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might want to lean forward and stay still, because it keeps cutting out whenever you get too far away. Or if you know how to, you can quickly take off your whatever, your fucking voice activity thing. But either way.
Apologies. So I guess like our perspective, like, was people were definitely insane. I'm not gonna deny that, because one of my friends who's a Palestinian, he was talking about like the optics of it. And he was like, it's just such a pain in the ass when like someone says like something like insane, and then like someone gets a video of it, and that goes online,
Hmm.
and that gets painted for the whole like all the student protesters.
Yeah, which is unfair. But it's obviously easier to divert that criticism if you're calling that stuff out, right? Like, for example,
That's fair.
I'm sure there are people at SJP who actually believe in a two-state solution along the lines of the Clinton parameters, right? I'm sure they exist, but we don't hear about them because they are sufficiently policed by the movement to stop, because that is more hell-bent on like river to the sea, right? So, and I think anyone who gets clipped saying that we're actually just more into like a peaceful coexistence, two states along the Clinton parameters, whatever, 6-7 borders, whatever, compromise on refugees, then they might get clipped. But everyone knows that that's not the bulk of the movement because of what we've seen from the majority of them. I think that's more. So it does matter, and I think there is maybe a kind of problem where. I think based on what I've seen from these student protesters, that they all seem to think that they're beyond critique and or beyond like reflection. So I don't know if that's the case. That's why I even wanted to check out the protests at my own town at some point, just to know if that's the case for more standard universities. But yeah, I think it was worth focusing on that because obviously they were the ones that put themselves in the spotlight, right? And it seems to be that they wanted to. Like, you don't occupy a building and barricade yourself inside if you don't want the press to talk about you. So.
Oh yeah, for like Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I will say like because I do remember the SJP at my school like right after October 7th on their Instagram, they had like posted they had like posted something being like, oh, we stand with the resistance, yada yada. But then like days later they deleted it because I'm assuming like right after they saw, I don't even know if there's backlash to like, or there was backlash to what they said, but I don't think that's why they did it. I just think they thought about it optically. But also I would just say like it's like it's a little bit hard for like protests to like have to like it's a little hard to like collapse a slogan into like two-state solution, Clinton parameters. We'll talk about refugees later.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That doesn't like fit concisely onto a sign onto a sign. And that doesn't mean I agree with like just saying like river to the sea or whatever.
No, but I
It's like
like
it's very like
it's because yeah, I think I said that as well. Like it seems to be the problem is that there is no like activist repertoire for a more reasonable position on Israel and Palestine, is there? There's not really like it's not like there are no slogans for peace process that I know of that are really captivating, or there's nothing like for example, if the demands were something like ceasefire and attempt to and actually open the Israeli government up to negotiations, right? Because that is a huge problem right now. The problem right now is even if we accept that Israel finishing the job with Hamas is at the point of no return, which I think it is. I don't think there's any going back. They're gonna keep going until Hamas is gone. But they still have a government that does not want a peace process afterwards. We have a government that even said that giving it to the PA would be turning it into Fetistan, which is like instead of Hamastan. I don't know, and I just wish there would be some kind of like movement that was to do with that instead. Is that like, okay, you guys have kind of like you've done this part of it. That doesn't seem to be going back, but like, we can't have an ally in Israel that just doesn't want to, that just wants to just keep on kicking the Palestinian can down the road, right? Because we're just going to get this again and again and again. Like I don't know, or like instead of like fucking Palestine, like Palestine flags, I just wish there could be a protest camp where it's okay to have both Israeli and Palestinian flags like on the site, right? Or even like that fucking peace process sign of the two. You know the fucking Israel Palestine flags shaking hands or some shit. Like I don't know, like but yeah, that just it's like pissing against the wind to try and get that right now, because even though I think it's a far more reasonable demand, even the White House have been like, for the first time ever, flirting with the idea, at least of recognizing a Palestinian state. They're probably not going to do it, but the fact that they've opened the door to that thought is a big thing, I think. But I feel like no one's really capitalizing on those changes in the political class.
I think that's fair, but I think uh I think I don't think that issue is like specific to like Israel Palestine. I feel like that issue is like specific to like activism, just like in general. You know what I mean? Where it's like most like people who are activists, I'd say like majority of people who like consider themselves activists of the issue they're talking about, they don't they don't have knowledge of like the intricacies or nuance necessary for doing what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, like I understand the issue because like I've had the issue too, right? Where I'll talk I'll talk to people on my campus and like I'll ask them about the issue and they have these like very simplified like narratives of like like in 48 like nothing happened before 48 but after 48 like they were just kicked out like they was kicked out for no reason and now they're just like refugees. They live in apartheid and it's like an open air prison. Where I guess like but I guess like the point I want to make is even though those narratives are like incredibly simplified, I don't think that should like delegitimize like what they're pushing for.
But what are they pushing for?
So at least on my campus, it was just I think it was just divestment from. So I guess like they would divest from companies that have, the company I think it's like companies that do business in Israel. I believe that's what it was, but I don't know if they have like nuance in terms of like fine with Israel proper, but not like we just want to divest from like companies that have stuff going on in the West Bank.
Yeah, I mean, in my old university, they were talking about Starbucks, Barclays, and like HP or some shit, like pretty big companies that are.
Oh god.
Yeah, and I'm just like, good luck, you know. I in a sense,
Yeah.
I probably still think it's better than them not doing it because if they're decent enough, if they're not causing like fear and intimidation and conflict on campus, then they might actually get like a concession on something smaller. Like maybe the university says, well, we did have like ties with this university that's in the settlements in the West Bank. We can cut from them, and then they get that. That would be amazing, right? Because they're not going to get what they're asking for totally. But if they get a small concession, even though they have no fucking idea what they're doing, like that might be like, why not? But here's my opinion when it comes to like activism. It seems like activist heroes of that we tend to celebrate are often ones who they had a very clear demand that was very easy to stand on. Like when the civil rights movement, when they were going into the South, it was pretty radical what they were doing in terms of action, like going into segregated areas in the South, risking getting beaten up, risking getting like maybe even killed by cops or by Klan members and all that, and doing it basically whilst keeping a non-violent like ethos. They were able to do that, but at the end of the day, what they were asking for was something that already existed at the federal level. Desegregation was already a thing in the same country. They were just basically calling for people in the South to fall into line with like a higher law of the land or a higher standard of the land. So they were built on something that already had approval from like the Supreme Courts and from a lot of like people in government. So they were writing something that was already kind of on that trajectory anyway, that just needed that push, I think. Same with like when it came to apartheid, the boycotts and sanctions on apartheid were there because everyone knew what came next. You would negotiate with the ANC, and the ANC are very clearly saying voting rights, peace, reconciliation, nation building. Like they were up for that. Whereas when you're divesting in Israel, it's like the idea is to force them to negotiate, right? But negotiate with who and for what? And I think people just don't actually know that, and that's a big problem. That's like I think that's where the gap is.
That's fair. I think if I could like steelman the people who like from my university who want to divest, I think like I think the argument they would make is we want to divest until Israel is like a blockade on Gaza and or either demolish settlements. I don't want to say demolish settlements because like there's a significant number of the settlers there, but either like demolish settlements or settlements operate in a way where I don't know, like I don't know, where like for me, like it kind of is apartheid, where like if you have to have like certain ID cards and it's like there's colors like indicating like what race you are and you can't go to certain places.
For the West Bank, you mean?
Yeah, the West Bank, like
Yeah, of course,
not Israel
yeah.
proper. I'm not one of those like I'm not one of those retards who is like, oh, like Israel's an apartheid state.
Yeah, maybe not, but what they're doing in the West Bank is definitely akin to apartheid.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably no problem saying that. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's probably all I want to get out of the way on like the student protests.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so I guess like the last part in general is the last like disagreement I've had in general is it seems that Israel makes these like claims. The immediate one that comes to mind is like the command center under Al Shifa.
Mm-hmm.
And then like there will be evidence that like militants have been there, right? Like that was the evidence they showed with like the rifles and stuff. But like presence of like militants and a command center are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you're going over the Strong video, obviously because you're going over him, you're trying to critique him like from the left, make his argument better. But the way it came across, and I have my own issue with the Strong video. Like when he started out by saying that the reason he became pro-Palestine is like he saw that like one video of like the Israelis like looking over when the as like the bombs dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that made me realize it was horrible. I'm like, you could do that like for the other, you could do that for the other side and like multiple times over.
Yeah, like I was pro-Palestine until I saw
like,
people celebrating Shani Luke's fucking dead body being dragged through Gaza City. Yeah, silly. Yeah.
Is that the woman who was like spit on? Like,
Yeah,
she was
yeah.
like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, right, yeah, right. It's like it's stuff like that, right? Where I'm like, that's just like that's just like bad. I'm like, obviously he's trying to come at it from his perspective. But I thought at least the command center point, it just seemed frustrating because it seemed like you're trying to be like, okay, like you're like, yeah, there was no command center, but like there were guns there, and it's like, sure, there were guns there, but like that's what like I'm a STEM person. I'm not like a huge like I'm not like I'm not like I don't like understand law that well, but like from the law I understand there are ways a civilian infrastructure can lose their like status in terms like you should not attack this.
Mm-hmm.
And there has to be like a reasonable what's the word, proportionally it has to like make sense, right? Where it's like there's only a few militants in like that massive hospital, you can't just like bomb the whole hospital.
Yeah.
Whereas like if it's a command center, it's like, okay, that's not really a hospital at that point, it's more like this is like hiding this like massive this is hiding something way like larger and more like nefarious.
Yeah, well, you still wouldn't.
I guess it just
In either case, you would still have to, because I think even with Al Shifa, although their claims seem to have been somewhat exaggerated, they still went in very, very slowly, whilst also like bringing fuel in and supplying whatever like boxes of aid and medical stuff as they were doing the raid on the hospital. That's why it took so long to go in there, right? So like you couldn't, yeah, even with like the huge claims of command center, if there are patients in there, it still has like the level of protection, yeah. What was the okay? So command center thing. How does Hamas give commands? How do Hamas militants how do their commanders actually do? What does a Hamas command center actually look like?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Like
do they use laptops? Do they use like fucking headsets? Do they use radio? Do they use walkie-talkie? I don't know. Which is why.
Did you see the graphic I don't know if it was like the idea for like Israel put out where they're like this is like beneath Al Shifa.
Yeah.
Like
the thing that they use for a command center in the graphic is let me find it. Graphic. it's a picture of a room with like 4 laptops in it, right?
I don't remember.
This
I just remember it was
was
just
the
like
problem I
this
had was because
crazy thing. Like,
it felt like, yeah, that's what I mean, because I feel like you've envisioned something different when you say that, right? Because when Sean was saying they didn't find this Bond villain Batcave command center or whatever, it's like they didn't actually show you anything all that intricate. They show you they show you like definitely more tunnels than were shown in that video. They show you one room that's got like some ammunition in it. They show you a room that's got, I guess, like barrels of fuck knows what, like supplies, I guess. And then the last room that they zoom in on is just, it's a room with 4 chairs, a flag, a table, and 4 laptops. And it's like, but I think everyone's just forgotten that. And when they say, where's the command center? It sounds like they're expecting to see some like fucking sci-fi, like enterprise. Yeah.
I mean, like, oh well, I mean, obviously, like that's like an exaggerated version, but like, wouldn't that be? I don't want to say that's more akin, but like, wouldn't a command center be like more towards that than like, I guess like what you described of like what they currently found?
I don't know, because it seems like what they found had not been used for some time, which means that as Israel was coming into the north, it seems like Hamas evacuated most of their stuff towards the south. I feel like that's the claim. And they had time to do that, obviously, because Israel gave people time to evacuate. And if you give civilians time to evacuate, you're giving Hamas time to evacuate as well. So I don't know what they had in Al Shifa before. It's not controversial that Al Shifa was used for military purposes before. We like Amnesty said that in 2014 they were using it to torture people, like to torture dissidents. But and I think they recently arrested like a few hundred people in Al Shifa after like a second fight in there. But yeah, I don't know. That's the point. I don't actually know how Hamas gives commands. So maybe all they need is laptops. Maybe they need a bit more. But yeah.
I would just think like if you're like a militant group that, well, I guess used to be 40,000 like strong. Like obviously I sound like stupid saying this, right? But it's like it would be some, or like the way I imagine like a command center, or the way like that it looked in like the graphic like they showed before they went in, right? I don't know if you've
Yeah.
ever seen Demon Slayer, but it's like
Okay.
or if your audience has seen it, like if you look up the Infinity Castle, like that's more or less what I imagine it being, minus like the Japanese minus like the Japanese like room styles. Where I'm like, oh, it's just like massive fucking thing.
Yeah, but the video's on my screen right now.
I'm not looking at your.
I can send you a
screen.
screenshot,
Maybe.
or I can just send you the video because it doesn't have
Yeah.
audio, so you can just watch it on a separate screen if you want to. But
Right.
yeah, I'll just send it to you, that picture. I'll just send you the fucking video. Hang on. Yeah. There you go. And the last room that they zoom in on, which seems to be the only thing that looks like a possible command center, is this. It feels like the graphic that they gave you. I think the criticism of the graphic is that they just showed more layers of tunnel than actually existed. But these tunnels look pretty bare. Like, again, they look fairly similar to the tunnels that they found. They've got the little archway. They've got the cables running to them. They seem to come in from shafts from above. There are some rooms with weapons. There are some. Yeah, it's like it doesn't seem all that interesting, really. Just a bit more tunnel than they said there was. Oh, there's this one room that they kind of zoom past at like 7 seconds that looks like it's got some communications apparatus, but they don't even spend that much attention on that one.
Okay. I guess okay. I see what you're saying. I guess like from when I originally saw this, it looked like this massive thing, and so from my perspective, I was like, oh, I'm like we should be seeing like if you got a command center under a hospital, right? Like, or if you got something like this, I won't say command center, but like if you got something like this in your like underneath a hospital, bro, like there's gotta be like tons of evidence.
Do you know what simulacra is, or simulacrum?
Oh god, that sounds. I feel like I'm having flashbacks, but remind me.
It's the idea that like there's like a thing, and then there's the way someone refers to a thing, And then there's the way someone refers to that, and then someone else refers to that, and then it's the way that like a kind of like a representation of something or an imitation can basically become so far removed from the actual thing that it just becomes its own thing completely. And I feel like what happened is that the IDF showed people this video of this room with 4 laptops in it, and they said the words command center, and then some other people read command center and just let their imaginations run riot with it, and then someone else said command center, and then they ran riot with it as well. And then you eventually got to a point where, although this video exists, people aren't actually referring to this video at all. They're referring to the simulacra of a fucking highly sophisticated, almost like sci-fi level command center that and I feel like that's what people were talking about when they say, where's the command center? They're referring to a caricature rather than this, because a room like this could have easily been in Al-Shifa, although it wasn't there when the IDF were there taking their videos. And they found less tunnel than they said was in these videos. But I don't think the level of exaggeration was quite what was being made out. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, no, that's fair. Looking back, maybe I should I should concede on that point. Maybe like my idea, like when I kept like hearing, I gotta stop getting like, I gotta stop like looking at like the videos on like Instagram, 'cause that's or like the infographics, because like that shit just made me think like, oh, like it made me think like, oh yeah, there was this like massive thing.
Yeah, it's
But
like,
that's
but
fair.
but I think what the IDF did do, and I think Washington Post were the ones who pointed out, or was it New York Times? I think it's New Washington Post, that what the IDF showed us was not quite what they said was really there. They said that there was going to be this like complex layer of tunnels with all these separate rooms for different purposes, and it seems to be that they found one tunnel shaft that led through a fairly long tunnel, but all they could find was like some bathrooms, like some beds, and then mostly I think it was like empty rooms. So they didn't find exactly what they said they were going to find. I thought they expected to find a lot more. So it seems like what really happened was Hamas had evacuated most of what they might have had in Al-Shifa, and the IDF just acted as if they hadn't, or they didn't know that they had. And that's a big fucking error, because it might have been the case that there was no reason to attack Al-Shifa. It might have been that the threat had been completely subsided, which is really, really fucked, because that attack was brutal. So I think that's the more correct position on what happened there. But yeah.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate you correcting me on that. I'm trying to think what else. I think that's probably, at least like from what I can think of, like that's all the disagreements I had.
Okay. If you ever
But I
think of anything else, you're
before I go,
oh, yeah. Go on.
I think before I go, I like two like smaller questions. So I'd say like, because I want to read. I'm currently reading was it Prophets Without Honor?
Okay.
The Lomo Ben-Ami guy.
Right.
I was gonna ask like what like, because I know you're not like a huge fan of the new historians, at least concerning like Pape. And like
Mhm.
from what I've seen, he seems to be kind of like, he seems to be like pretty like iffy in terms of like historical accuracy. So I was gonna ask like, what books would you recommend in terms of
like the more left leaning, the more far left new historians,
I'd
right?
say like pro Palestine, but like correct, if that makes sense.
I think Avi Schleim is quite good. His history work is anyway. I think he's gone a bit more weird in the kind of like when talking about the mid 2000s onwards, but I think his history work, especially when he talks about like the Iron Wall and his general analysis, I think is pretty, yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. It's like pretty good perspective. As for people who are actually Palestinian, I still think the Rashid Khalidi book, The 100 Years' War, is decent. I don't agree with all of it. I think there are some iffy parts, but it definitely does give you like an interesting, like, it's a decent analysis as well from him. Yeah.
So I guess it's like, have you ever heard of Mark Lamont Hill?
Yep.
Okay, so it's like, what do you think of like, or it's like, what do you think like the books he's written on Palestine and his like stance?
I didn't know he'd written books.
Because then, like, depending on
and I
like
don't
where you
actually know
catch
that.
him,
Yeah, I didn't know he'd written books. I don't actually know that much about his stance. So Whoops.
Oh, okay. I think he did a debate with Destiny recently, which I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, I remember everyone kept
yeah,
saying that it
he
was
has.
like the best pro-Palestine discussion on that channel, but I can't even, I feel like I watched it, but I just can't remember it. Maybe I should watch it back. Who knows?
I think he wrote a book called it's something. Was it? It's like progressive. It's like progressive except for Palestine. Something. Um.
Okay.
Books. But I was gonna ask, do you know Nora Erica?
Yeah, but I don't think I've read anything of her. Is she an author?
She's a international. I think she's like a professor, but also like an international like human rights lawyer.
Okay.
She focuses on like Palestine because she's Palestinian.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, so the book.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so the book from Mark Lamont Hill is except for Palestine, the limits of progressive politics.
Okay.
All right, so because I was gonna ask one of the things Mark Lamont Hill has like mentioned, I just like from what I've seen like the Clinton, there's like disagreement about the Clinton Accords and whether or not it was legitimate.
Okay.
And the term like Bantustan from like South Africa gets like thrown around in terms of like, oh, like it wouldn't have been an actual state, yada yada. I think apparently her book talks about it. I haven't read it, so I was wondering like if you had read it and like / like what you think.
I don't know that, but I know the general argument. The argument is that it would have been de jure recognized as a state, but it wouldn't have had a lot of the hallmarks of a state. Like it wouldn't have had sufficient control over borders, sufficient control over internal, like some internal resources, and no military. It would be demilitarized. I think that's more or less where it's at. But I think that's still better than what they've had for the last 20 years. And I feel like over time, it could have been worked with. But yeah, they're right. It would have been less than a sovereign state. Yes. I think even Rabin said that. One of the last speeches he gave in the Knesset was that it would have been less than a state.
Okay, so I guess like final question. I know like obviously released like some book recently, because he's like he's Mizrahi, and apparently like I've been like hearing this that like the Iraqi Jews only like left let me think of how it's like phrased. Essentially people say that like the IDF like did bombings at synagogues in Iraq, and that was why the Iraqi Jews like left.
Yeah, I think that so it wasn't the
I think like
there was one synagogue.
Like,
I think there was one synagogue. Yeah. I think there was one synagogue or maybe two that had like a couple of grenades thrown into it. But I don't think it's ever been confirmed who did it. Some people said it was the Mossad. I don't think the Mossad have ever had any kind of like tendency to do that ever since. I don't think they've ever been in the business of throwing grenades into synagogues. But I feel like Iraqi Jews were more or less on their way out anyway, because what's going to push them more, like the Farhud, or them getting their bank accounts frozen, or them facing hate crimes in the streets, or them having the governments like making really like vicious statements against them, or because one synagogue got attacked. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because like I remember Hasan had I've like stopped watching Hasan after like the Israel Palestine stuff, just because like he's been very like propagandistic by his own admission. But like there was a guy he had on, Zach Foster, who's like his whole thing is like he's an anti-Zionist Jew. I think like he got his PhD in history.
Yeah.
And like that was like a claim he made, and I feel like that's like overstated. That like one synagogue, or that like one or even a couple synagogues, that A, the Mossad bombed them, but then B, that like I don't know, it seemed like a denial of like anti-Semitism in like the Arab world.
Yeah, it's just a diversion. It's just like if you can find one, because as far as I know, I don't think it's ever been proven who did the bombings that are mentioned. I don't even know, because I know there were attacks in 1950-51 in Iraq, but I think the one with the synagogue, was it really one synagogue, or was there more than one synagogue? I think it was one synagogue that was damaged. That like a grenade was thrown into it, and I think 3 or 4 people were killed. Is that it? And no one knows who did it? That can't be all that they're referring to, is it?
I mean, or at least when I've heard like people talk about it, that seems to be like what they talk about. Baghdad bombings.
Like there were other attacks, but I think this is the one that is usually attributed to the Mossad.
Mm-hmm.
But unless something's changed, I think it might. Is it still just a rumor, or has anything changed?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just looked it on Wikipedia, and it's just saying the issue. There's a controversy among the true identity and objective, and the issue remains unresolved.
Okay. I think it is true that there are some archives relevant to it that are still classified, so there might be something in there. But in any case, to act as if this was the only, if that's the case, if all it takes is one bombing of a grenade getting thrown into a synagogue to make them leave, then obviously the anti-Semitism has more of a role, because it was more than 4 people that were killed during the Farhud. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
strange.
all. That's all I had to ask. I appreciate the conversation.
Okay. All right. Take care, man. If you have anything else, you can always come back in. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What does Morte want to say? Hello, Morte.
Hello. How are
Hello.
you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, well, doing fine. Bit stressed with uni, but oh well, normal life, I guess. Yeah, you just I was just listening in, and you said you don't really know how like they set up communications, right?
Yeah. What does Hamas? What does a Hamas command center look like?
Okay, there's 2 ways of thinking about this. It's a bit like Schrödinger's command center. So there's one line of thinking where, because Hamas is in its core still like a resistance movement, and it hasn't like a coherent formed like army, but it's more like a resistance movement. There is no such thing as like the command center. It's not like something that we've seen in like Desert Storm or something, where they have like a big central command center with like screens everywhere and laptops and stuff like that. It doesn't really exist. That's one way of thinking. So it's more like it could be like separate how would you call it, like just workstations. It could be literally just a dude sitting on his laptop, getting information and having like images of like preformed cards, and just saying, okay, this is this position, and we have movements coming from there to there. And he draws like arrows on it and says, okay, now we have to do this or this. And he goes on his like on his low frequency radar, or no, not radar, sorry, radio, and just starts like what's the English word for it? Like, do you know from like kindergarten when you played like telephone, where you one starts to say a word into someone else's ear, and then it goes on.
Yeah.
That something like that could start. That it is like a chain. So he's like the head of a certain region or a certain city block or something, and then it goes all the way down. It's like, hey, I call this person, and then this person calls like 3 other persons, and it goes down to like the ground troops. So it's like a pyramid scheme. one guy says something on top, and then it's like, okay, we split it. This guy tells one guy, that guy tells two guys, those guys tell three guys, and so it spreads. So it's not like a central communications that once you've somehow hacked into it or whatever, or gained access, that you know everything from everyone. That's also something that would explain why they couldn't produce like the, what was it, 30 something hostages, which would support a theory, because if they had like a central communications hub or something like that, they could just say, hey, these people, and these people get the hostages to this place, and we all meet up at this point in time, something like that. But it doesn't seem to happen like that. It seems like it's more individual groups that all have like this one plan, and they get like updates on maybe a weekly basis or something like that, and just here's like 3 plans. If condition A, B, or C is met, then something happens. It's probably going to be something like that. So it could really be just 2 guys with laptops saying, okay, we are planning this for our little part of what's the most recent, like Rafah. Let's say Rafah has like, you have the central, then you have the north, the east, the west, and the south. So you have like 5 areas, and you have like one commander for each area, and that commander has like a battalion that he can order around. And then it's like, okay, even if they get like one of us, there's like still 4 others. So it's like dispersion. So you don't want to have one central thing. You just want to be independent, which of course would mean that you can't communicate in like grand planning, but it makes you a lot less vulnerable to like hacking or just surveillance, because there is no communications hotspot where you could theoretically, I think, it's Israel, so they definitely know like, okay, this cell tower has like a lot of action and frequencies in this and this time, and we see movement just after that, so we can assume that something happened there, or that it's somewhere in this grid box. And because that doesn't happen, it is a lot harder just to find who's communicating. So that's the option where you say, hey, there is no such thing as like the command center. It's more like everyone is more or less independent from each other. They also don't really know what the other guys are exactly planning, but they have like a prepared rule set, and it's like, oh, okay, looks like this is happening, so we are doing this.
Right.
Yeah, it's the most likely explanation.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Thanks.
Yep. No problem.
Take care, man.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Fuck knows, man. Let's watch this video about the Jewish community in Baghdad, 1950.
Okay, the situation
It's fucking Benny Morris.
in Iraq of Iraqi Jewry, and this isn't the field in which I'm completely expert, but I know the general outlines. The situation of the Jewish community in Iraq, which had prospered in the previous decades under essentially British rule, was complex. The war itself generated popular anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist passions, and the government, either driven by these popular passions, the street, or out of its own convictions, essentially wanted the Jewish community of Iraq to emigrate, but no order of expulsion was ever issued by the government.
I shouldn't draw attention to it, should I?
So we have to be clear on this. They did not expel.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Donos, it's been a while now. Okay. Fuck! Is it I or IL? Who knows? With the £5, you said Al Mawasi hasn't been bombed. Fuck. Alright. I made a post in the subreddit about reports to the contrary. Curious if you've seen those articles. Much love. I saw the Reddit post. We'll look over it. I could have been wrong. Oh god, okay. Because I don't think there's any excuse for any strikes on Al Mawasi, even if you think there's a Hamas dude there and you drop a little fucking tiny drone strike. I don't think you should do that. Stupid fucking shit. Anyway, James Crawford, thanks for the £10. 4 laptops. Were they having a LAN party? Good one. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. One of the countless Scottish Lebanese Ohioan streamers. You're my favorite. Oh, out of. Sorry. Thanks very much. Wow, that's so kind of you. Even though that's up against a lot of strong competition. Pope John Balls, thanks for the $6.99. Thoughts on Son of Hamas? Seems like a dude who's lost his mind. You know, I've never actually watched any of his things. I've never actually watched Son of Hamas. I just hear about him. I imagine a crazy person based on what I've heard, but okay.
The Jews in the formal sense of issuing an order leave. But what they did do, as I mentioned before, was a series of measures involving massive discrimination, punishment of the community, incarceration, and so on, causing the Jews a sense of intimidation and of not being wanted any longer in Iraq. And the 1941 pogrom.
Eitan, thanks for the $5. Did you hear Fatah's Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade admitted they took part on October 7th? I thought that was already known. I thought everyone knew that. I thought they attacked some military bases. People keep... Oh, God. It's actually not even people. It's one person. I'm not even a fucking name. Just hinges on this idea that Fatah recognized Israel and wants a peace process. It's like, bro, they're a pretty broad church, that party. Not to mention there's differences between them and the West Bank and them in the Gaza Strip. But yeah, I thought one of the guys who was killed at the buffer zone of the fence and one of the guys I found, at least, apparently there were more, one of the guys I found who was killed in the buffer zone near the fence at the Great March of Return was claimed by the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. Not by Fatah, but by the brigade, by the militant group, yeah.
Which occurred when the British troops were approaching Iraq, which was run by a pro-Axis government in April 1941, led to a massacre of Jews. Somewhere between 100 and 300 Jews were massacred in Baghdad. And this also left a sort of a cloud over the existence of Jews in Iraq. So you had the massacre, the pogrom of 41, the events in Palestine, and a massive popular reaction against what had happened. In fact, the Jewish victory and Palestinian defeat and displacement translated into hostility towards the Jews by the government and the public by 1950. All sides were interested in the Jews leaving, and Israel was interested in the Jews arriving and increasing Jewish numbers in Palestine, in Israel itself. So there was also a pull mechanism at work here. A number of bombs exploded in Jewish sites in Baghdad in 1950, the most famous being the explosion of a bomb in a synagogue, something Shem Tov synagogue, that was the name of the synagogue, this left sort of a question mark during the following decades, who had been responsible. Arabs and pro-Arab writers charged that Israel, using Mossad agents in Baghdad, had instigated the bombing. A Mossad agent had thrown the grenade or 2 grenades into the synagogue in order to increase fear among Iraqi Jews and push them into immigrating to Israel. That was an Arab accusation. Iraqi Jews, most of them, if you talk to Iraqi Jews or their descendants today in Israel, believed that that was what happened, that Israel had engineered the bombing in order to get them to leave Iraq and move to Israel to increase Israel's Jewish population. I found about 15 years ago a document in the archive which was the report of a committee of investigation appointed by the Prime Minister of Israel in 1960. The bombing was 1950. 10 years later, Israel appointed a secret commission of inquiry headed by a Mossad senior executive, a Shin Bet internal security executive, and another official, three-man committee, which looked into the charge of Israel having, or the Mossad having engineered this bombing in order to increase Zionism, if you like, among Iraqi Jews. Why it happened in 1960? Because one of the chief agents of the Mossad had been arrested in 1950 by the Iraqis and kept in jail until 1960. So they waited until he was released from jail, came to Israel, and could give evidence before they initiated this investigation. A man called Tajjar. The commission found that despite the fact that Iraqi Jews who had immigrated to Israel continued to believe that Israel had engineered the bombing, the committee found that there was no evidence pointing to the Mossad agents having been ordered in Iraq or actually carrying out the bombing. I don't know whether this is conclusive, because it was an internal investigation, a secret investigation, and carried out, in fact, partly by the bodies which were charged with committing the act. But it seems to me, on the basis of this inquiry and on the basis of logic and my knowledge of the praxis of the Israeli institutions, that it wasn't carried out by Israel or its agents, certainly not by order of Jerusalem. Maybe somebody acted alone, it's also unlikely. Israelis do not throw bombs into synagogues. This has never happened anywhere. Nobody has ever said it's happened anywhere, except in this specific case, it's extremely unlikely. More likely is that communists in Iraq at the time who were bombing various sites probably also threw this grenade into the synagogue in order to stir up all sorts of problems between the Iraqi regime and its Jews, Iraq and the West, and so on. Sort of a provocation by Iraqi communists who were carrying out a bombing campaign at the time in against various institutions in Iraq. That's the most likely explanation.
There's also an article about it. Apparently, Tom Segev is... I don't even know how much about him. I know he's a historian, but I don't really know what his thing is. This is from, again, pinch of salt. It's from the Jewish Chronicle. Probably one-sided, but let's see. Why is Avi Schleim recycling the Baghdad bombings theory? Avi Schleim, a professor of history at Oxford, has been no stranger to controversy, attracting criticism from his fellow academics. Benny Morris has called Schleim sloppy and slammed his work for one-sidedness and plain unfairness. Now in retirement, Schleim has just published 3 Worlds, Memoir of an Arab Jew. This is a personal account of his childhood and teenage years straddling 3 worlds: Iraq, where he was born, Israel, where his family resettled, and the UK, where he has lived since 1996. Why do you not use an ad block? Because ad block blocks fucking everything. Blocks like half the websites I use. So unless you have a better ad block, fuck off. Age 5, this was a brutal uprooting from a comfortable Baghdad mansion with servants. At a time of rising anti-Semitism during the 48 war with Israel, his family fled Iraq to begin new lives in Israel. His father, a prosperous importer of building materials with influential Muslim friends, was completely undone by the move, and his much younger wife, once a society hostess, was forced to work as a telephonist. I've heard that word before, so I was prepared to pronounce it correctly. Get fucked. The marriage broke down. Young Avi brought his emotional baggage to his Jewish school in London, where a friend testifies to the fact that he smuggled in non-kosher burgers despite the head... why do I care about this? Despite the headmaster. Okay. I want to know about the grenades, motherfucker. Anti-Israel, settler colonial state. Arab Jew. The thesis in question is that the Zionists planted bombs in Baghdad to help eradicate the presence of Jews in Iraq. The shocking truth about the Baghdad bombings of 1950 to 51 blares the title of a review by Justin Marozzi in The Spectator. Don't know who that is. Okay. But Schleim's theory is far from conclusive. The only fatal bombing that took place in January 1951, 6 weeks before the deadline for legal Jewish emigration from Iraq was due to expire, in the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, then being used by the Zionists as a registration center for departing Jews. 3 of the 5 bombs were planted 3 months after the emigration deadline had passed and caused no casualties. It is a mystery why the Zionists might have thought it necessary to bomb the synagogue when, by late 1950, a backlog of 80,000 Jews who had already registered to leave for Israel were stranded in Iraq. Indeed, the Iraqi government toyed with the idea of dumping these Jews on Israel's border with Jordan or in the Kuwait desert because Israel was not shipping them out fast enough. Okay. All the evidence for the bombings points to the nationalist Istiklal Party as the culprit. An Istiklal member confessed to an Iraqi historian, Shamel Abdul Qadir, that he planted the first bomb in April 1950. The new Israeli historian, Tom Segev, produced evidence blaming the synagogue bombing on Iraqi nationalists. Iraqi Jews already had reason enough to seek a haven in Israel, rising pro-Nazi sentiment, the memory of a vicious Baghdad pogrom in 1941, the execution of the wealthy non-Zionist Shafiq Adez in 1948, arrests, extortion, racist laws persecuting and dispossessing them. A vibrant community of 150,000 is now reduced to 3 Jews. That literally a small number. But Schleim claims there was no anti-Semitism in Iraq until the Iraqis turned on the Jews for their alleged complicity with the British invasion of 1941 and the foundation of Israel. It is a travesty that Schleim should not only fail to blame Arab regimes for the mass ethnic cleansing of their Jewish citizens, but his reputation as an Oxford academic should lend exceptional authority and respectability to these highly controversial claims. What lies behind Schleim's anti-Zionism? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, and this is just a character thing about Schleim. Okay. It appears that Schleim's memoir holds the answer Israel is responsible for his... I don't fucking care. Okay. Yeah, it seems like that claim is weak, I suppose. All right. Ansgar. What are you doing in the waiting room? Aren't you like a troublesome person? You're in the restricted channel of the Discord. Hello? Why are you not talking? The fuck? Oh well. AFK. He says, wait. Okay. If he asks for parole, the answer is no. Okay. I'm waiting. I'm here. He said wait, so he is here. They are here. I don't know whether... Yeah, he. Okay. He, him pronouns. Okay. Fuck. Senior official in Israeli truce negotiating team expanding Rafah will put hostages at risk. Really? Yeah, they don't give a fuck about hostages. I thought that was given. Maybe getting the bodies back, but they care more about defeating Hamas. That's yeah. Let me get a better one. Am I getting trolled? What's this? Notice how the author used the phrase rescue the bodies, but the Reuters editors who control the headline decided to go with seized bodies. Recovered, seized, suggests they had to fight for it. The connotation of seized implies it did not initially belong to the party obtained. I don't care, whatever. Are people going to read that and be like, poor Hamas being deprived of their hostage bodies? What? I don't mind that. That's a silly thing to get hung up on, I think. What is this? Oh no. It's footage of Diddy beating his girlfriend in a hotel hallway. Has this been known? I'm going to put you back, Ansgar. DM me when you're ready. Is Diddy P. Diddy? Is that who he is? Because there's that joke. I heard that Puff Daddy had a child. And I said, did he? Okay, that's all I got. It's fuck off. That's funny. Oh god, he is actually. Yeah, this guy. Fuck me. He's a bad person. He's a very bad person. The fuck. He's just running around the hotel in his fucking towel. I'm not even showing that. Fuck that. Yeah, he's assaulting the shit out of that girl. Yeah, okay, not good. Bad man. Very bad man. Are you Scottish? Salt or sauce Scottish? What do you mean salt or sauce? It's salt and sauce. That's an Edinburgh thing, though. Tell me how I did on my Hasan convo 5 months ago. You spoke to Hasan.
I hear you. See, you did it.
Ah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh,
Who's this guy? Is this you?
Okay. Noble Beauchamp.
Yes, that's me.
Welcome to the broadcast. You had some takes. You had some takes that you disagree with on me, and then some takes that you agree with. So let's talk about your
son loves debating. What the fuck is he doing? Okay.
journey. What happened? What that has pulled me away from the left. Wait, I do have a worrying bias that has pulled me away from the left. You said that was the last thing you said before we pulled you into the conversation. What do you mean by a worrying bias? What does that mean?
So, I have a worrying bias. I guess I'll just say it frank. With the Islamic world kind of in their anti-gay stance, and it coming down to refugees and in Sweden and all that. And I want to be a good leftist, and I want to say we need to take on, especially we still always need to take on.
You don't live in Sweden, by the way, right? Like you're just saying you.
No. I'm in Texas. I like immigrants from Latin America. Well, like immigrants are our nation.
Chat is so fucking funny. Chat, sell down. The convo just started.
We literally are all immigrants, you know, and but it's also we need to, as a nation, integrate with each other and and that's what worries me is that America makes no attempt to integrate other peoples. And
I feel like America is probably the best country for integrating immigrants. What the fuck? Like, I'm pretty sure the American Muslim community is like more pro-gay than the American fucking like evangelical community, right? Is that not a thing? Or I feel like in Europe we have issues where people don't really get, well, it's like a combination of like, I guess it goes both ways. It's a combination of like unwillingness to integrate, but probably more so. The unwillingness to integrate probably comes because of people just being racist, I'd imagine. For some reason, and then within Europe, there are differences as well. Like London is a lot more of a melting pot than fucking like Paris, because Paris just fucks them all off into the outside, right? The outer circles. But anyway.
good to take on all these refugees, war-torn countries. That's really good. But I just worry that with public education kind of going down the drain and this rise of private education by these these dumb Republicans, it's going to lead to like a cultural
I feel like
divestment
every
of
Texan
like
is like this.
we're already culturally divested, and that's fine. But like
The way that they
all
talk.
uniting us all was this idea of we're all in it together. I worry about this kind of that town in Michigan.
What, Dearborn?
Fuck, no, not Dearborn. It's the All Muslim City Council. And around Pride, they banned the Pride flag from being displayed on public property, which
Yeah,
included
that's
schools.
Dearborn.
Oh, it is Dearborn.
I think you're talking
okay.
about Dearborn. I'm pretty sure, right?
Um,
Or wait, someone is saying Hamtramck?
Hamtramck. Yeah, Hamtramck.
So let me ask you a question really quick before we even move on to anything else. So
Sure.
you're worried about like Muslims not integrating correctly into American society and like not upholding liberal values, especially as it pertains to gay people, right? That's what you're saying?
It's
Did I
the same
understand that
as like
correctly?
the same as I worry about when Orthodox Jews do it in New York. I really think
Okay.
like them having their own
Do
police
you-
force is really that's crazy. That's wrong. Like this is
Okay.
America.
We're gonna hear about Christians.
Okay,
Is he gonna
okay,
do the
so-
Is he gonna do the Christian thing, or I don't even know what the argument is. I feel like it's such an easy thing for people to. If he has data on American Christian evangelicals being worse than like fucking for gay rights than American Muslims, he's done. Like, come on, Hasan. I didn't say Hamas. I said Hasan.
So here's one thing I will tell you that I hope will maybe soothe your perspective a little bit.
Hey,
As far as like being anti-LGBT goes, it is really interesting to me whenever like if it's like a Muslim population, like a densely populated area full of Muslims that do something like this, that it becomes a matter of national news when obviously you and I both know, if you've been in this community for a very long time, it's predominantly the act of far-right Christians that actually engage in this sort of thing all around the country. Now that's number one. Number two is, as a matter of fact, if you look at the Pew Study research that is conducted on like the opinions of Muslims and homosexuality,
That's his
U.S.
thing,
Muslims
yeah.
are significantly more accepting of homosexuality than white evangelicals. This is a fact that I've used quite a bit. As a matter of fact, this is back from like 2017. I don't know what the latest numbers look like, but American Muslims, which are not exactly a very big...
damn, he knows. Listen, look at this. I pre-watched it. I'm learning from Hasan now. Because I pre-watched it, even though it got linked to me, and I never knew this existed. Okay. Was it from Pew? Yeah, it was. 52% Muslims said homosexuality should be accepted by society, increased 25% since 2007. God. Only 34 of... But now, the counter-argument that Mr. Texan can say is, yeah, but rightfully, when we get those attitudes from Christians... we call it out and we berate them for it and we're really fucking mean, etc. Whereas for Muslims, you can't just deflect every criticism of the Muslim community as, well, Christians are worse. You have to still acknowledge that. Okay, is that what you do? Is that the idea? That's the argument Mr. Texas can use right now? Because honestly, 34% approval of homosexuality is pretty shit. 52 ain't much better. Especially if you're progressive. That's what he could say. He knows a lot of things, you just don't watch him a lot or only when he says something controversial. No, Celia, I've watched full Hasan streams before to investigate into his claims. I did that for the Ukraine thing. I've done it for the Israel-Palestine stuff. I've watched full streams before, at least like full segments of a few hours long. You're just... He does say the fact, even if it wasn't the case, the fact that some of it only comes out in clips, some of which are like a minute or two long, Hasan still says a lot of dumb shit. Sorry, this just in one of them.
Political constituency.
I've never said Hasan's wrong about fucking everything. Like, what the fuck?
To begin with, not exactly movers and shakers, if you will.
I just want him to do better. You know, I just want my guy to do better.
in comparison to like the white evangelical Protestant base of support for the Republican Party, are significantly.
The argument can be, why are you more focused on Muslims and not the top of the list Christians? It would depend if he is. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just bringing this up because it's a point of contention. Because if I was in Hasan's community, I don't need to explain to anyone there the problem with Christians and homophobia. I don't need to do that. There probably is a deficit, though, when it comes to critiquing Muslims or maybe even Orthodox Jews for homophobia. That's what you would say. And yeah, you could get an interesting back and forth there about how do you actually address bigotry that comes from the otherwise disadvantaged community, right? Because how do you criticize Islam without feeding bigots? How do you criticize Islam without doing Islamophobia? And that's actually a pretty difficult line to walk, because it's not difficult to give a critique of Islam or Islamic communities without suddenly becoming fucking best friend number one of all the Islamophobes. You have to tread that line. You have to assess that situation. And that's why it's more scary to address issues with the Islamic community, because if you criticize evangelicals, you're not going to have your community fill up with fucking people who want to beat up Christians, generally speaking. They're fairly protected from hate crimes and all that shit in the Western world. Muslims are not protected from hate crimes as much. They're actually quite high recipients of hate crimes. But then the texting guy would say, doesn't exempt them from criticism. You can't deflect every criticism of Islamic homophobia, social conservatism by talking about Christians, because then the only people who are going to speak up to it are the right-wingers, and they will monopolize that space. So you need to find a way to do it. You need to. Like, you can't just ditch it, right? We good? And then that's when the conversation ends and Hasan cries. And yeah.
More pro-gay than white evangelical Protestants are in general. So having said that, does that change your opinion at all?
Yeah, it actually helps soothe it a little bit. Definitely, like I still worry about
which religion does not have a problem with homosexuals. None of them, MB. But the problem is we do know which religion is exempt from criticism by progressives. Only one. Only one. Although they all have their issues with homophobia, only one of them is protected from getting criticized by progressives, and that's the Islamic community. So
the adding to the problem, but yeah, that kind of like my worry was mislaid, because it's definitely, you're right, it's definitely, the Republicans who are the main
Republicans
people pushing that agenda. So I guess I can make sense to that, but as when it comes to Gaza, I'm really worried. So I just, what can they do? Can they tear down the walls and let Gazans in? Like, but how many like gay Jews would have to? It's like, I don't know the answer to that.
I'm gonna get into that. Hold on, I'm gonna get into that.
Oh God.
So first of all, almost everything you've heard, I think, about how life and operations in Gaza are conducted, or how Hamas is a little bit misguided. Remember how you had this bias about Muslims in general, where you were like, oh, well, these guys wanted to ban the pride flag. Like, a lot of this is actually just media narratives that you hear. Are some of the Muslims in Gaza homophobic? Certainly, of course, absolutely. There are plenty of homophobes in Israel as well, as a matter of fact. Now, this does not change, first and foremost, it does not change the reality of whether or not they are...
Wait. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Salia, you're here. You're the Hasan defender. Come on, defend this. You know the response to this. I'm waiting. I will wait. Anticipate my incredibly bad faith criticism of that line of argumentation. Let's we'll do the Hamas Fatah split later. 1 second. Watching. Watching Hasan debate one of my viewers. Okay. Where is it? Have you seen President Sunday video? Unfortunately, I have watched a President Sunday video in the past. Yes. Why is this fucking poll not... Bro. Global divide on homosexuality. Yeah, this doesn't even have... Does this have Middle East polling? Fuck. I'm pretty sure you can... Like, even Palestine has polls on homosexuality. Israel's not great, though. 2020. Acceptance should be accepted by society. It's a pretty clear one. Israel say 47% say should, 45 say should not. Lebanon 85-13. God damn it. Lebanon. Where's Palestine? Sometimes the Palestinian territories do get these polls done. Does PSR poll Palestinians on fucking homosexuality? The really bad faith defense. Oh. Pew. Hey, this is the full... Hey, Israel. This is an older one, isn't it? 2013. Okay, so Israel's moved. They used to be that more Israelis were against homosexuality than for. That's moved since 2013. But let's have a look at that. Lebanon, 80-18. Turkey, 78-9. Palestinian territories, 93-4. Egypt, 95-3. It's kind of impressive that Palestinian territories are more accepting of homosexuality than Egypt and Jordan. Check Discord pings, ya Allah. Hang on. Fuck me. What about changes between 2010 and 2020? Okay. Peru, Mozambique, Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Palestine each had very little change in acceptance between 2010 and 2020. Do they have Palestinian here? How reliable are they, though? I don't know. 130th in the world. Where's Israel? 44th. Really, the gap is remarkable. It's quite big. Okay. There is a funny talking point that people can bring up, even though it doesn't really, it's not even like logical. It's just like a silly debate bro gotcha. Is that the laws that they use to suppress homosexuality in Gaza are basically, they're enforcing like British mandate law. It traces back to British mandate law, but you know, obviously that's their choice to enforce that. So, yeah.
It is appropriate to engage in a relentless bombing campaign in an open air prison, right? Do you get that? So it's not this. Our allegiance with other people around the world should not be on the conditions that they agree and see the world from our lens, from our perspective. There's also a shit ton of gay Muslims. This is something that Americans talked about with ISIS quite a bit back in the day. They were like, ISIS, they're throwing gays off the roofs. And I would always ask them, who are the gays that they're throwing off the roofs? Like, do you think that those gay people are not Arab? They are. They're killing other gay Arabs.
Right. What's the fucking point though, in that argument? Yeah, of course some Arabs are gay. The problem is the question is whether or not the countries and the culture is accepting of homosexuality. What the fuck? Got him. Imagine saying this. You know, the evangelical Christians who hate the fucking medieval Christians who hated gays and would kill them. Those the people they killed were medieval Christians as well. Okay. Medieval Christian gays. All right.
So, in many instances, this kind of homophobic, anti-LGBT violence is a direct consequence of the material conditions being awful. That we, our Christian fascists, would probably throw gays off the roofs too if America's material conditions resembled.
This is so fucking this. How do you not get bored of this analysis? How do you not get what if they were a larger empire, or if they had more fucking GDP per capita, if they had higher average income, they'd become less homophobic? I'm sorry, is homophobia much less of a problem in Qatar or Saudi than it is in Gaza? What the fuck? What about Iran? They got a lot of influence in the region. I wonder, where is Saudi? Maybe they are a bit better because of their whatnot. How are the Saudi gays doing? Saudi. Also, it wouldn't explain why Palestine performs better than Egypt and Jordan, albeit by 1 percentage point. Somehow. Saudi Arabia is number 108. Qatar 111. But what's this material conditions argument? Are the material conditions in fucking Libya better than Saudi Arabia? I wonder if there actually is. Is there a broad correlation between material conditions and acceptance of homosexuality if you go down the lower country? It's probably the top, yeah. Where's China? 100. We go right at the bottom. Zimbabwe is very fucked. Ethiopia. Mauritania is basically like a fucking slave economy. I feel like people in Jordan have relatively decent lives. Compared to fucking Zimbabwe, anyway. And Liberia? Are people in Jordan more well off than people in Liberia? I would imagine so. Ghana is very poor. Yeah, and the material condition, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Fuck me, man.
Right.
Syria or Afghanistan or Iraq. That's the major difference here. Our Christian fundamentalists just go and, calm themselves down over some bottomless margaritas and $5 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's.
Right.
Their fucking Muslim fundamentalists don't have that same stability, and they live in an economically volatile environment. So that is the reason why they do way more acts of gross violence in abundance.
To support your point, I do hear that, especially around the youth, the young people in all these developing Arabian nations. I don't know if that's the wrong movie. I don't know, but are really pro. Like they're pretty liberal.
Never mind. I just got completely destroyed. If you look at acceptance of homosexuality, Iceland number 1. Yeah. Let's look at list of countries by average wage. You would wonder why the United States is so heckin' homophobic, though, if they're third. I don't. Oh, shit. Where's the United States on here? 23. Bro, they're worse than fucking Nepal. What's bottom of this list? You'd expect Tajikistan, Zimbabwe, Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's quite low. Oh, this is only 46 countries. Oh. Where's the full list, dick? I don't know. Fucking. This is development. Oh, this is the gross. This is movement, isn't it? Because Iceland's on the rise. So we're going here. Israel, 17. Reasonably well off, but also actually quite low compared to Cuba, Colombia, Slovenia. It's so. How do people eat this shit up? It's so stupid.
Democracy. The one point I will disagree with you on, though, will be the our condition of supporting allies not thinking like us. I think historically that has been what the U.S. has done, and I think that's been a mistake. I think we should be supporting kind of I won't say like a liberal world.
Is he here? Are you here now? Did you find your mic?
Sorry?
What? What's up? I heard you. Ugh. Oh, fuck. I tried to move him. I just ended up moving the entire waiting room. Okay.
There would be
no,
weapon to use against Israel. So that's number one.
Did I
Number
advance by
two-
mistake?
Nations are generally
I'll just
good
look up.
policy-wise.
I'll just look up material conditions to find out where my place was. I just lost my place. There we go.
Christian fascists would probably throw jalapeno poppers at Apple.
especially around the youth, the young people, and all these developing Arabian nations. I don't know if that's wrong, Marie. I don't know, but are really pro. Like they're pretty liberal in democracy. The one point I will disagree with you on, though, will be the our condition of supporting allies not thinking like us. I think historically that has been what the U.S. has done, and I think that's been a mistake. I think we should be supporting kind of I won't say like a liberal world order, but we should definitely be like, hey, like are you a democracy? Are you open to like discussing ideas or whatever? And if they're not, kind of like edging their government to do that, you know? Like I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think America should use this weight to supporting.
You said you were not a fan of identity politics in 2021 when you were talking about this because you had recognized that identity politics was simply a selling point for a lot of the atrocities that America engages in. I don't know what has shifted in your perspective, but that still very much is the same. This is precisely the reason why we never talk about Saudi Arabia's fucking human rights violations.
Right.
And not we don't even look at, for example, here, I support Ukraine. I support Ukraine, and yet Ukraine is not exactly a pro-LGBT safe haven, right?
No,
and
you're right
that's
about
not,
that.
And whereas Cuba, on the other hand, is. And yet...
Maybe. Ukraine is 142. Where's Cuba? 41. Does it say it's a wait, okay. How is Cuba a safe haven, but with Israel it's there are lots of homophobes in Israel. Well, hey. They're pretty close to each other on the index.
Despite the fact that their constitution was ratified recently with like overwhelming majority support to defend LGBT rights in Cuba, America still has Cuba under the trade embargo, and yet America considers Saudi Arabia, a country that is incredibly restrictive towards gay existence and LGBT people, as a incredibly.
God, he's so good at just turning any conversation into whatever the fuck he wants to talk about, isn't he? I thought the question was about there are problems in the Islamic world when it comes to homophobia, and now we're talking about the Cuban embargo. Okay.
Important foreign ally in the region. America does not give a shit about whether a country is pro-gay or anti-gay. America itself has historically been very anti-gay and still is kind of trying to go back to being as anti-gay as possible. All of this stuff is just seasoning to make it seem like what we are doing is actually advancing a cause. You mentioned the liberal world order, right? You said that's good.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the liberal world order has been laughable when you look at Israel. What good is the liberal world order if America allows its allies, like Israel, to commit atrocious acts and war crimes every single fucking day? What good is that world order in that situation? If we are throwing Serbian leaders into prison, but when it comes to Israel, we turn a blind eye to the atrocities and, as a matter of fact, give fucking weapons so that they can continue mercilessly bombing a Palestinian.
As opposed to, do you know who else is a large trading partner with Israel? Is China. But it's also, as far as the Serbia comparison, I feel like America isn't doing the same thing to Israel because America doesn't think Israel's committing genocide in the same way that they thought the Serbs had and were going to, potentially with Kosovo. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. Right.
In population that it is a belligerent occupier over, then there is no liberal world order. It's just a lie that we've made up to try to sell this concept.
Okay, so
Learnerbox Live, I feel like you and Bonercello are in constant competition for who can make the most sleeper content imaginable. And you are still here. What the fuck? Thank you very much for the extra view. You're here all the time. Well, you keep coming back. What the fuck? You love my content. You could be doing anything else with your day, and you're watching my content.
I can say we can still have a liberal world order and do, like, wrong things to people. I think that's mutually exclusive. But to move on, that's not really a main point. I just want to say that. But the world order, liberal world order, right now is tiny. It's Europe and us and Canada, right? Like Mexico, and
I don't know what you mean by this, by the way. Like
liberal world order. I mean, it's people who promote democracy, people who accept LGBT, people who will accept
LGBTZ,
differing ideologies in the country. He'll accept refugees from war-torn races. Whenever you think of liberal will do. It will adopt some kid from some country because it looks good. That's the liberal world order. That's what they do. But it's only Europe and the West, and we project power across the world. And you're right. We work with allies who don't think like that, and cultures.
I think you just mean. I think you're talking about the Western world. I don't think you're talking about a liberal world order. And even then, it's still
kind
not
of both the same.
I think you just mean like a liberal democracy, like capitalist liberal democracy, which is
right. Well, not capitalism. That is a tool of control that we use. Yes, but and it's really the least capitalism is work.
LGBT freedoms is not like a real metric by any means to look at, like, the overarching
it's really
harm.
important. It's one that's important to me.
It's a reasonably good metric. it's one start. It's a start. It's one of the metrics. Yeah, it's a liberal value, isn't it? Ugh. What else? Freedom of speech. As far as like supporting genocidal regimes, isn't China like one of the closest oil fucking importers of Sudan? Wait, was it exporter or importer? Hang on. China oil import Sudan. Yeah, Sudan was China's one of China's largest oil sources around the same time as the fucking Darfur genocide. But and Myanmar.
And not because I'm LGBT or anything. I feel for people who are misaligned, maligned, and that's one of the like LGBT crosses nation boundaries. You know, there's LGBT people in every nation, and so a nation that will to me that supports LGBTQ rights is a nation that is looking to be I don't know I want to say in my opinion good, like just like a good nation that's looking to improve that citizenry to the point that they'll even accept something that religious people might think is weird, you know. And I think that those nations are generally doing good policy wise. They could be doing better always, but they're very small. It's only us in the West.
It's illegal, right? Like gay marriage is illegal in Israel.
Like,
they have to go to Cyprus and stuff. So
yeah, they have to go to a different country to get married, and then they get it accepted if they come back. Like it'll get their marriage, I think, will be recognized in Israel, but they can't get married in Israel. But again, then why is Cuba a safe haven when it ranks around the same index as Israel? Yeah.
Does that cloud your perspective at all, or I mean, I don't know.
I think Israel is an evil state. I think what they turned into is where they keep people open air prison. They took over all the water things, and I think the last one was in 2000. Whatever. They took over everything.
Is illegal too. Yeah. Sorry.
Interfaith marriage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Israel is bad. Under the conservative government, they've been terrible. They're terrible to the Palestinians. I understand the Palestinians. I understand why they would join Hamas and be angry at Jews. I understand that. I really do. And I also understand the Jews why they would be scared that they live these people who are angry at them and hate them to death.
Okay.
Right there. And might do October 7th again.
Okay, I have a question for you. So, so why do you think a queer Palestinian, for example, would be in support of Hamas's form of resistance, in your mind, or do you think that they're all unconditionally anti-Hamas?
Well, no. I don't think they're all unconditionally anti-Hamas. I'm sure there might be a gay Palestinian who's like closeted.
I think there was that. Wasn't there a gay Hamas fighter? Wasn't there a whole thing about that? It does exist. I've heard of, actually, like, I'm not even too many degrees of separation from an actual gay Hamas supporter who lived in Gaza. Maybe did live in Gaza. But yeah, it's but that we're not talking about that though. We're talking about the general like social zeitgeist. Yeah. They killed him. Okay.
Whatever and join Hamas and wants to defeat
and
Israel
they would be in the
over
closet,
wanting to express his
mostly
sexual freedom. I can see that. Yeah, sure. That's
so
they killed the gay. Wait, I mean, did Hamas kill the gay commander, or did? How are you missing his point? Chatter was having trouble rooting for Palestine because of LGBT issues, and Hasan's broader point is that it shouldn't matter how conservative they are. They still do. Salia, you are the most fucking copium-riddled fucking vessel I've ever come across. Every argument Hasan has given has been nothing to that point. Every argument Hasan has given was, first of all, it was like, oh yeah, well, you know, Israel's quite homophobic. I'm sure there are some homophobes in Gaza, as if to suggest that the levels of homophobia there are anywhere comparable. We've got, on the other hand, Cuba is a safe haven for gays, even though they rank around the same place as Israel does on public views on homosexuality. And then saying that material conditions are the reason that we have homophobia in the Arab and Muslim world, even though you have countries all over the Arab and Muslim world with radically different levels of wealth and income and economic control and even like international power. Like bad point after bad point after bad point, and you just go, no, he's just saying that they deserve freedom even if they're homophobic. No one disagrees with that, you fucking retard. That you just, why are you doing Mott and Bailey on the behalf of someone else? Why the fuck would you do that? You think he spent 13 minutes saying that, oh yeah, they have homophobia issues, but that doesn't mean they don't deserve freedom. No one on earth disagrees with that. Apart from fucking the Likud. And they're not here right now. So, and even then, even no one in the Likud says that people in Palestine don't deserve freedom because of homophobia. Like, that's not their reason for it. Like,
You know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like this is something that I've talked about quite
This guy was talking about breaking down the Gazan wall and letting the population into Israel. That's what he was talking about.
Bit with respect to Turkey, but with respect to Iran, with respect to Afghanistan, many other places that America has played a role in destabilizing. In a lot of these countries,
he's even in chat to confirm right of return scenario. All right.
These countries, okay, when your first and foremost goal is to ensure that a belligerent occupier is bombing you and that bombing campaign stops, obviously there's different degrees of this in all of these other countries that I mentioned, but if specifically in Gaza, if your goal first and foremost is
the timing of bringing it up is suspicious. I hate that argument. That's the kind of thing that you say if you're, unless there's like a very, very good reason to invoke it, which this I don't think it is. That is a propaganda mindset. That's how a propagandist thinks. Because if you're a propagandist, there is not truths and untruths. That's not actually how they categorize the world. There are things that serve your cause and things that don't serve your cause. That's how things are primarily viewed and categorized. And it's silly.
For the Israeli occupation to stop killing your family members, you do not have time to conduct civil affairs. There's no moment to go, yeah, I'm going to fucking fight for gay rights now internally. Why is there no moment? Because everyone is united under the same umbrella. And that umbrella is to end the...
I've never criticized Hasan for getting one guide. I think it's funny when he gets one guide. So, no. I just don't understand why you're making so many excuses for bad argument after bad argument after bad argument, and then just putting in your own fictional depiction of the debate, even though it's not there. The person who's talking right now is even saying, he's talking about the concept of letting like 2 million Gazans into Israel 5 months ago. That's what he's debating. It seems like they're talking about like right of return and full state solution and full one state solution. That's why they're talking about the cultural differences and the cultural differences when it comes to Islam and and I guess what he considers to be liberal society. Ugh. Weird. Who else? Did someone else say something dumb? Is this the time to talk about gays in Gaza while people are starving?
The occupation. Now, it all comes down to this. Do you believe that the Israeli occupation is just or morally permissible, or do you not? I don't. I don't believe that the Israeli apartheid should exist. I think that the Israeli apartheid should end. It is a gross crime for it to exist for as long as it did, and every day that it continues to exist only compounds upon the evil. And I think that resisting against that occupation is both moral and right, and also legally permissible. Now, in that resistance, there are many different forms that
only work. Again, that means that you think Israel is occupied because Hamas attacked Israel. Or I guess the more charitable idea is that Hamas attacked Israel to try and stop the blockade or whatever. Like, which is probably not the best strategy. We'll probably, after this, we'll look into the Hamas-Fatah exchange of letters to see why Hamas feels like October 7th was a success. Yeah.
That resistance can take. Obviously, October 7th was an offensive operation into Israel proper, and the Palestinian militancy, united on everything beyond ideological boundaries with a singular focus, went into Israel and killed a shit ton of civilians. That, in my opinion, fits the boundaries of terror. That, in my opinion, is unjustifiable. What the Palestinian militancy did on October 7th is demonstrably an act of terror. It is an act of collective punishment. Okay, this is something that even like leadership within the Palestinian movement recognizes and has talked about as well. Now, having said that, however, this does not justify Israel's reaction to October 7th by any means, because, like I said, Israel does not have the right to defend itself against a nation or against the people that it has been a belligerent occupier to. Okay? This is why I make the argument that Hamas in this circumstance is still the lesser evil in comparison to Israel, both by totality and both by the per capita deaths or the percentage of deaths that it dealt and all of the destruction that it dealt to a population that it occupies, a population that it has the population registry to.
Oh, he makes the population registry point. Hey, let's go.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I disagree with
no right to self-defense at all. No, I don't. No, because I think even here's the problem that I wish someone would take Hasan down this line of questioning, because I don't think he'd ever answer it. Does that mean that Israel can't hit like a Hamas target ever? Because there is no way, even when they used to do like only targeting the very, very obvious targets and very, very concentrated targets, there's no way to hit Hamas targets without killing civilians. You can't do it. We don't have the technology. Like we can't do that. So even if you're like Cenk and you say special forces or whatever, if you talk about limited action to just take out the bulk of their offensive, to incapacitate their military capabilities or whatever, you're going to kill civilians. And I don't think anyone like Hasan would ever say that they're willing to accept any kind of action that kills Palestinian civilians. So their position is more or less that Israel just needs to like take the attacks, secure the border, which is code for blockade, but and just try to negotiate your way out of getting rid of Hamas, or try to politic your way of getting rid of Hamas. Anyway,
some of what you're saying.
What do you disagree with?
Well, I disagree with Hamas being better than.
I didn't say better.
Israel or okay, no,
lesser of two evils.
I said lesser evil.
Justified. Lesser evil. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I just agree with Hamas being the lesser evil.
Well, I think comparing their evils is a moot point, anyways. But I just think that
you said both sides are bad originally, no? So that's why I'm saying like one
side
is objectively, demonstrably worse than the other one.
Yeah, you can say. I say at times one side can be worse than the other. It depends on the moment. It depends what's going on. It depends on and who's in charge of the Israeli government, even, or
I think that is
the Israeli government is.
Well, I think the Israeli government is objectively and demonstrably worse than any kind of Palestinian resistance in any form, due to the sheer amount of terror caused by the daily maintenance of the apartheid regime.
Wow.
This is why, when all is said and done, Yanis Varoufakis and many others have said, when we look back at the South African apartheid, we do not talk about the ANC.
I'm gonna get triggered. I'm gonna get so fucked. No, we're not doing it. We're not comparing the ANC to Hamas. No, it's not happening. It can't happen. It's not allowed to happen. Done. I saw that Varoufakis clip. I know exactly which one he's talking about. It is the dumbest, most fucking masturbatory, pseudo-intellectual fucking nonsense. But he sounds extra cool when he says it. He sounds extra slick when he says it. Thanks for the $5, Dylan Levitt. Check this when you get a chance. No rush. Unpacking Israeli history, the Nazi-fueled pogrom in Iraq that led to the Jews leaving the country. Interesting. Might do. Thank you very much. Pope John Balls, thanks for the $6.99. It seems Israelis have a long track record of investigating themselves and concluding they're not guilty of anything. That is a very systemic problem in the IDF, is they don't feel like they they don't want to punish their own guys for excesses. I know there's a steel man for why they do it, but it's not really a good excuse. It's really dumb. The steel man of why they do it is that they know that people are in difficult circumstances because of how intertwined Hamas are with the civilian population. Now, and they don't want people to hesitate when they have to make hard decisions. That's why they don't come down too hard on people who kill Palestinians. But the problem with that is like there are too many instances where we see IDF soldiers just not making a hard decision. They're just murdering people, or like that guy. To the fact that we can see a fucking video of an IDF guy walking towards a suspect who is literally on the ground, limp, not moving a muscle, and surrounded by troops, and just walk up to him and shoot him in the face, and that person doesn't get charged of murder. Like, yeah, fuck, it's insane. There's no excuse. West Bank when they escort settlers, or like that unit that was so bad in the West Bank that they had to get moved up to fucking Golan. Yeah. You're being hyperbolic. Absolutely not. You can see the video, dick. Why is everyone laughing at Celia's comments? I mean, you make excuses for Destiny's horrible arguments all the time by saying he's just being silly. What, the one where I spent a fucking day laughing at him for the fucking cookies argument and actually being the only one who dug into it properly? What? Hasan is a much better person and deserves more charitability. You are so Celia, you are adorable, okay? Yes, you're a simp. It's very sweet. Very, very sweet. Thanks for watching. That's all right. Night night. Oh. Your admirable charitability is wasted on Celia. It might be. It might be. There's a video. Yeah, which means I'm not being hyperbolic, you dumb cunt. Fucking hell. As in the video shows exactly what I described. It's not hyperbolic. Yes. It's a singular event. Of course you can use a fucking video. What else am I going to do? This picture is horrible. So wait, what's the sequence of events? Hamas makes a press statement against Mahmoud Abbas, something that he said at the Arab summit regarding the Al-Aqsa flood operation. What did Abbas say? I thought this Hamas response was, 16th of May. Okay, I think Abbas said something on the 17th, didn't he? Hang on. News. That was the 17th. Oh, it was 17th of March. Ah, I see the order now. Okay, 17th of March, 17th of May, 16th of May. It's a month later. Okay, okay. Okay, and where is the Al-Aqsa martyrs taking credit for? Credit, October 7th. 33rd Arab Summit. Damn, you know. Send me a link, Sulfur. And also, someone send me a link for the Al-Aqsa martyrs taking credit for their participation on October 7th, because I have not seen that. Sorry. Ooh! Can't find it on Google either. Uh-oh. Anyway, be right back. Bathroom. Okay. Okay. Put it in stream chat. Hey, nice one. Oh, Sundowner, thank you very much. Okay. Statement by their spokesperson on Telegram. PFLP involvement. Okay. Whew. Wait, what? Fuck me. Why can I never get... Do I have to download Telegram? Or I thought you could look at it in browser. Why can't I look at it in browser? Which of these... Sorry. Which of these buttons do I press? The download button. Wow, thank you, Pedro. Jesus. Ugh. Let's do it then. Let's get Telegram. How come chat never demands streamer play games? You sent a vid. Oh! Yeah, but it's a Telegram link. So I need to operate. No. No, I don't want a desktop shortcut. Fuck off. Vivance is the game killer. I mean, I could play games. I know that season 3 of phase 3 of Season of Discovery is out. Warcraft. I could play that. But I'm gonna be fucked. The second vid isn't link. Ah! I thought I only see a link. I only see 2 Telegram links. Telegram desktop. Oh. No, that's not right. Wait, why isn't it? Fuck me. I need to log in? What a dick. It's not letting me look at it. Oh my god. Wait. Media is too big. Fuck. I don't see a video, Sundowner. I just see 2 Telegram links. You sent me the link that works. Okay. No, this isn't to do with the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. Fuck me. You need a phone number for it? I know, I need to do it later. Fuck. Fucked up. Hmm. Oh! Oh, I see. I just saw it. I don't know why that wasn't showing up. What the fuck? I had to get a link following it. Buh! Okay. So, there's a bit of news regarding Fatah and Hamas. As you know, they haven't been friends for very long. Not long at all. Few updates, I suppose. It seems that the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade have finally officially taken credit for their role in October 7th, which was albeit limited. It seems they were part of the attacks on a few military bases. Now, the Al-Aqsa Martyr Brigades, typically understood as the military wing of Fatah, were more or less very much disorganized after around 2007. I think since 2007, since Mahmoud Abbas and Fatah have since taken the position of reconciling with Israel and renouncing terrorism and all this shit. Oh, this is from the same day as the attack. Oh, okay. So I'm only finding out about it now. Okay. Yeah, so the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, since then, they've really just become more of a kind of disconnected group of militants. They're not really the same strict organization that they used to be. But they do fight, especially in Gaza. Whatever was left of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade in Gaza still appear. There was they claimed one guy who died running up to the fence in on the Great March of Return. They claimed someone from the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, and it seems to be on October 7th. They took credit for this as well. So yeah, apparently this was like just after the attack they did this. That they're still going strong. The propaganda. Yes, let's go. Well, properly just firing through the fence, eh? Hey, is this the Gaza fence, or is this the fence of a kibbutz? Because it looks like there's a house right there. No one lives that close to the fence unless it's like a military base. It's a kibbutz fence. Okay. Okay. Maybe get copyright. Fuck me. I'm sorry. Do you? We were talking about Great March of Return participants and Fatah and the Al-Aqsa Martyrs being present at the Great March of Return, and that fucking History Speaks guy was like, "Nah, Fatah, they've made peace with Israel and they support two states." And like, bro, they are a broad church. Okay, look at that. I didn't know there's like, they still wore the headbands and everything. The Al-Aqsa Martyrs. Gosh. Because obviously, like, some of the main Fatah leaders were thrown off buildings when the Hamas takeover, because there was basically a planned coup that Fatah were going to stage against Hamas. Hamas did a preemptive coup, got rid of and kicked them out of Gaza. That was what they did. They did a 1967 war, basically. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, still in a very disorganized fashion, albeit, are still going strong, I suppose. And it looks like they didn't just attack military sites, because this looks like a kibbutz fence. Could be wrong, though. Anyway, that's not why we're here, though. Okay. There's been a bit of a back and forth, a bit of Twitter drama between the Palestinian Authority, the more official wing of Fatah, and Hamas. They've been exchanging harsh words. I think on 16th of March, a couple months ago, Abbas made this statement against October 7th and actually blamed Hamas for, quote, returning the Israeli occupation to Gaza, which is a fairly big statement, like blaming Hamas for the Israeli attack on Gaza, because generally, I think if you're taking a more pro-Palestinian line, it's like you blame Israel for Israel's actions, typically. Hit back at criticism on Friday by Hamas and other factions over his appointment of because this was after, because Hamas criticized him for appointing a new prime minister who doesn't seem to have that much of a popular mandate, because Abbas doesn't either. Everyone hates Abbas. Fatah accused Hamas of returning the Israeli occupation to Gaza through its October 7th venture, calling this a worse catastrophe than that caused by the establishment of Israel in 1948. Abbas appointed Mohammed Mustafa, a long-trusted advisor on economic affairs, as prime minister on Thursday and tasked him with forming a new government. But the faction said in a statement Friday that making individual decisions and engaging in formal steps that are devoid of substance, like forming a new government without national consensus, is a reinforcement of a policy of exclusion and the deepening of division. Such steps point to a huge gap between the PA and the people, their concerns and their aspirations. Well, many huge gaps between the PA and the people, I think. Other signatories were Islamic Jihad, PFLP, and the Palestinian National Initiative. Okay. Oh yeah, the Third Way Party. Yeah, okay. Mustafa replaces Mohammed Shtaya, who resigned less than 3 weeks ago, citing the need for change after the Hamas onslaught of October 7th triggered the war in Gaza. Mustafa accepted the appointment, well aware of the severity of the dire circumstances. Fatah hit back at Hamas late Friday, accusing the Islamist terror movement in a statement of having caused the return of the Israeli occupation of Gaza by undertaking the October 7th venture. Ooh. Wow. And the real disconnection from reality and the Palestinian people is that of the Hamas leadership, said Fatah, bitterly deriding Hamas for failing to consult with the rest of the leadership before launching its attack. It also charged Hamas with negotiating with Israel in an effort to obtain guarantees for its leader's personal security. Ooh. Oh. Look at the side article. You ignored it all. I've already spoken about the hostage bodies being recovered. No thanks. Fuck off. Anyway. The IDF says they've killed 13,000 terrorists. Okay. Mustafa, 69, forming a new government. Okay. That was a couple of months ago. Hamas. Actually, which came first? Oh, this came first. This month, Mahmoud Abbas gave this statement at, what was it, the 33rd Arab League Summit in Bahrain. His Excellency, President Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, declared that the Palestinian leadership has resolved to fully implement the decisions of the Palestinian Central Council concerning the relations with the Israeli occupation. It was yesterday. Okay. In his address at the 33rd Arab League Summit held in Manama, Bahrain, President Abbas said the decision comes in light of Israel's persistent rejection of peace and the Arab Peace Initiative, ongoing assaults on the Palestinian people in Gaza, destruction of Palestinian state institutions, and the continuing violence and terrorism by settlers in the West Bank, including in Jerusalem. Wait, just to be sure. Yeah, the Hamas responded to this, so this is chronologically correct. Okay, this all happened yesterday. Okay. The president highlighted the severe toll of the Israeli aggression, stating around 120,000 Palestinians, the majority being women and children, have been martyred or injured over more than 7 months under the protection and support of the United States, which challenges international legitimacy and violates norms and ethics. He emphasized that Israel continues its attacks on Palestinian people, land, and religious sites in the West Bank, including Jerusalem, through its army and terrorist settlers. Abbas questioned, how long will this Israeli terrorism continue? When will this tragedy end? And our people and state be liberated from occupation? Reaffirming his stance against the targeting of civilians, the president underscored that the immediate priority is to halt the aggression, increase humanitarian aid, prevent the displacement of Palestinians from Gaza or the West Bank, and promptly implement the two-state solution based on international legitimacy. Addressing the financial crisis facing the state of Palestine, President Abbas stressed the urgency of activating the Arab safety net to bolster Palestinian resilience and enable the government to fulfill its duties. He also called on the United States to pressure Israel to release withheld Palestinian tax funds, cease its use of the veto against Palestinian rights, adhere to international law, and end its policy of double standards. He praised the global student protests, particularly in American and European universities, supporting Palestinian rights and opposing Israeli aggression and occupation. The president expressed gratitude to the countries that voted in favor of elevating Palestine's status and the United Nations General Assembly to a full member state, and commended the nations that have recently recognized the state of Palestine. So that's what Abbas says. And Hamas responded with a very interesting letter. Am I doing this chronologically correct? Or am I thinking of, wait. The logo slaps. That's pretty wacky. Swords. We express our regret at what was stated in the speech of President of the Palestinian Authority, Mr. Mahmoud Abbas, before the Arab Summit held in Manama, regarding the heroic Al-Aqsa flood operation. Wait, what did he say about Al-Aqsa flood? His statement on Al-Aqsa flood here. Hang on. Express regret. No, that's Hamas. What did Abbas say? What did Abbas say? Oh, yeah, same thing as he said before. He said that it gave Israel a pretext to wage war with Gaza. So he's basically blaming October 7th for the Israeli occupation re-entering Gaza. So his word, the military operation carried out by Hamas by a unilateral decision on that day, October 7th, provided Israel with more pretexts and justifications to attack the Gaza Strip. God damn. It has now become critical to activate the Arab safety net to boost the resilience of our people and to enable the government to carry out its duties. Okay. Support for Abbas dropped. Okay. Anyway, so Hamas's response. We express our regret at what was stated in the speech regarding the heroic Al-Aqsa flood operation. And the path of internal reconciliation, we affirm that the Zionist enemy has been working on killing, terrorizing, and torturing our defenseless people for more than 76 years in Gaza, the West Bank, Jerusalem, and the occupied interior. Do not wait for pretexts to commit their crimes against our people in all stages of the national struggle since 1948. The Al-Aqsa operation on October 7th constituted the most important episode in the struggle of our Palestinian people in the face of the occupation that violates our rights and sanctities, abuses our prisoners, to put our Palestinian cause once again at the top list of priorities, and to achieve strategic gains that worsen the face of this entity and bring us closer to freedom and self-determination. The movement has also repeatedly affirmed its keenness to complete national unity, showing the required flexibility at all stages in order to strengthen our internal front and unify the national ranks in the face of the dangers that afflict our cause and our people, which is what the movement expressed in recent meetings that took place in Moscow and Beijing. That's it. They think October 7th was a belter because it strengthened the cause of Palestinians on the world stage and weakened the face of the entity. They're quite proud of themselves, actually. They're saying this as Israel is pushing into Rafah. It's mental. I get, if you are a rejectionist, it makes sense because it's ensured that Israel will never vote in a peace process prime minister for the next 10 or 20 years, at least. Maybe even longer, but ooh. Abbas was cooking so hard that he had to rest. This guy is so fucking useless, man. I think this was Abbas's response to the Hamas letter. What a mess. In other news, 3 of the hostages' bodies have been recovered, including Shani Luke, the person whose body with her legs kind of twisted in a very unnatural position, lying dead on in the back of that truck on October 7th in Gaza City with the crowd cheering and spitting on her corpse. Her body's been recovered, as well as 2 others, apparently from the tunnels in Rafah. So I wonder, it makes me wonder when Hamas said that we'll give back 33 hostages, dead or alive, I wonder if they would have included these bodies, as that's why they were holding on to them. It seems, at least these guys will get their funerals now, but not from Rafah, from Jabalia. Oh, was it from Jabalia? Oh, I didn't know that. The language implied that. Were they just sitting there and rotting in the tunnel then, or were they being taken, or were they being, like, held by anyone? Let me check. Hostages recovered. Found in a Hamas tunnel. Not clear how many of the 105 hostages were accounted for were still alive. Doesn't even say where they found them. Have you seen the 700 tunnels in Rafah thing they said at the ICJ hearing? I think so. We looked at a bit of it. I think they mentioned something about a lot of tunnels, yeah. What does that even mean? 700 tunnels, like separate tunnels, or 700 units of tunnel, like a particular length? I don't know. I don't know what the patter is there. Apparently, David Pacman had a go at 700 openings. Oh. Yeah, so that could be like different entrances to a lot of the same tunnel, right? I mean, if you want to do the thing on my research notes, if you want to go through 2008, if you want to go through 2008 and look at the biographies of a bunch of those dead Hamas fighters, a large number of them do talk about how one of their jobs was building tunnels. Digging tunnels. It's a very long one. Actually, a couple of the martyrs that I found on that website were people who died whilst digging tunnels. Like they died in a cave-in. Or at least it sounds like that because they try to make it sound very like glorious or whatever. They editorialize the stuff a little bit, but yeah. You sent oh, thanks for the $5, Dylan Levitt. I sent you a semi-relevant Discord message. I just saw it. Yeah, I was just opening it. You didn't even have to pay. Rip. Michelle, thanks for the £4.51. It's very kind of you. God. Damn. All right. They delved too greedily and too deep. Okay. Former hostage recounts meeting Sinwar whilst in captivity. Gosh.
They called me captain. They said I was a Hamas captain. I developed a good rapport with them, argued with them. I told them what to do and how to do it.
Jesus.
Margalit Moses is the kind of kibbutznik who can milk 3 cows and change a tractor tire simultaneously.
Was this the person who was being taken in that car and the crowd were just like being fairly normal with her, or like no one was like, she wasn't. I wonder why she got like more special treatment. Is it just because they respect old people or some shit? Or because I think she just didn't look phased. She didn't look phased at all. Where's that video? When she's sitting in what looks like a golf vehicle. She voted Meretz. Oh. Yeah, the kidnapped grandmother, yeah. Not the one with black hair. I think she had white hair, no? Ah, fuck it. Maybe they'll show you.
She's 77 and has lived in Nir Oz for 49 years. She was an entire generation school teacher, kibbutz treasurer, and in between beat cancer all of 3 times. A strong woman.
Oh, I see. So genocide is what IDF should do because tunnels? You're so... What the fuck, man? Why do you people watch me? The argument they would make is that the tunnels being there show you that they have military infrastructure and it's a cause for war. The same military that did October 7th. I feel like such a, I've said this before, I feel like such a canary in the coal mine with people just using genocide as the most thought-terminating fucking, it's literally like a thought-terminating grenade that people just throw into people's brains and just ruin every possible conversation about anything that could ever, oh God.
Hardened by a kibbutz life that prepared her for the hardest imaginable predicament. On the dark Sabbath, she was alone.
I was sitting in the safe room, knitting. I started hearing gunshots. At about 9:30, I heard the glass shattering and realized they had reached me too. I saw a man in civilian attire with a rifle. I made a decision to sit and keep calm, not to show fear or anything. I know some Arabic, and I told him he needn't shoot.
Jesus.
I asked him to let me go to the bathroom and change clothes, because I was in a nightgown, and he allowed it. I took with me my breathing aid and a hat.
Yeah, she's the woman in the golf buggy, right?
And then he said,
Whatever you call
"Don't
it.
be scared, I'm from the Tanzim, who used to be with Fatah." As if it makes a difference.
I'm sorry. I thought History Speaks told me that that Fatah had made peace with Israel and we're anti-violence now. I thought that spoke for all of them, actually. Fucking kill me, man. Oh God.
We walked on the curb for a bit till someone came and said, "I'm with the Secret Service, she's mine." That's what he said to the first guy. So instead of one guy holding my hand, the other guy did. I saw tons of Arabs on bikes, motorcycles, on foot. We crossed the border. I knew the way well. 40 years ago, we used to drive the tractor to the beach in Khan Yunis to go swimming. Crowds surrounded us.
She was an ex-settler. She was a Gush Katif. Okay.
Cheering and clapping. I thought, look at that, they're applauding me. And the Secret Service guy was bragging he got one. He brought me into a large courtyard and someone was waiting with a flashlight and took me into the tunnel.
She meets Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar just 2 days into captivity. Did you recognize Sinwar?
Of course, how could you not recognize that dwarf? Yahya came to us along with an entourage. He asked us if we knew.
What? Is that a correct translation? What the fuck? Wait, is Sinwar like a short guy? What the fuck? This is like a... Bro, this is happening in the middle of like one of the most brutal wars of the 21st century. It's like a fucking comic. Not a settler, it was common for Israelis to go to Gaza for cheap markets and the beach. I did not know that. I can't see, because are there any pictures of him standing next to people who are of normal height? Look, he looks normal, unless everyone here is short. Or are they all sitting down? Wait. Okay.
Knew who he was. So I told him,
Tilt.
yes,
It's
you're
all
Yahya
tilt.
Sinwar. So he says, that's right, I'm Yahya Sinwar. Don't be scared. You will be taken care of and given food. You're only here because I need a bargaining chip for a prisoner exchange.
Fuck me.
He was very arrogant, the way he came and asked us if we knew who he is. He came to us with such arrogance. Around him was a gang of, I don't know if bodyguards or what. I didn't see weapons. One of them walked around with a pulse oximeter on his shoulder, and then they left. I believed him. I thought we'd be out of there in a couple of weeks. I didn't imagine we would be there for so long. And the men who have still not returned even longer, which is just beyond horrible. That's the hardest part, that they're still there. I know that not all of them have gotten medication. I saw how their beards have grown out. It's just horrible. The sorrow and worry for Gadi.
Did he actually think it would be a quick swap? Probably. Probably, yeah. She probably thought that he probably thought that they would do less damage than they did. That they would get a bunch of hostages, humiliate the IDF, and push for a really big hostage exchange. Yeah, I thought that's probably what they expected. I don't think they expected to kill 1,200 people. I don't think they expected that. I don't think they expect... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe? Okay, I don't know. I don't think they expected the IDF to be as unprepared as they were. Which is why I think right the day after the war, they were saying, we'll give you all the hostages back. Please just don't come into fucking Gaza. That's what the Hamas guys said very, very quickly after after the 7th. Gaslighting Loader into thinking she's not a settler. She wasn't a settler, she was just there for the beaches, brackets, the land. Fuck me, man. Okay.
40 years we spent together. That's not nothing.
Gadi Moses, Margalit's ex-husband, has been in Hamas captivity for 130 days. He too was kidnapped from his home in Nir Oz in the morning hours while trying to protect his partner Efrat Katz, her daughter Doron Asher, and the granddaughters Raz and Aviv, who were all together in the safe room. He still does not know that the 4 of them were kidnapped too and that his partner Efrat was murdered on the way to Gaza. After 73 days in captivity, Gadi's family finally got a sign of life when an Islamic Jihad propaganda video was released. They keep fighting for his return home.
You see the man tired, you see his joyful eyes so void, and you see how thin he is, and you say, how much time is left? My father, who will be 80 next month, is sweet, happy, humble, sensitive, loves helping people, both as father and grandfather. Agriculture is his whole life since he came to the kibbutz.
They didn't prepare us for the release. We had just finished lunch. They said, take your stuff, you're leaving. I asked, are you for real? So he says, yes, really, take your things and go. We walked and walked and walked for a long time. Then they said to sit down someplace, and then 2 more flights of stairs. I think we waited an hour and a half for the Red Cross. As soon as I crossed the border, I felt really good. At first, when I came back, I didn't want to hear a thing about Nir Oz or the people for 3 weeks, till I felt I could take it. There's an unbelievable anger, a constant anger at the country. I mean, not the country, the government.
You mentioned having voted for the left, and I wonder if what you've gone through has changed your political views.
On the contrary, it solidified them. I know 1/4 of the people of Nir Oz were murdered or kidnapped. And still, my views don't change. The government and its members and the parties prioritize wars and not the people.
You really believe there's someone to talk to on the other side?
I believe that if they have their own state, the Hamas part will simmer down.
You think that that fanaticism can change?
There are still many who aren't fanatics. Years ago, guys from Rafah worked in our factory, one of whom I had a really good relationship with. When they weren't let in anymore, we would speak on the phone. I said to him then, you voted Hamas, what are you crying about? So he said, you know.
Even she's less bloodthirsty than Lonerbox. Why is her position different from mine? Okay.
How I voted Hamas? With a guy holding a rifle next to me. Anyone who didn't vote Hamas was...
What's she saying here?
When they weren't let in anymore, we would speak on the phone. I said to him then, you voted Hamas, what are you crying about? So he said, you know how I voted Hamas? With a guy holding a rifle next to me. Anyone who didn't vote Hamas was simply shot.
Is she talking about 2006? I've never actually heard that claim before. I thought 2006 was understood to be a fair and free election, the one that Hamas won. Were there people like getting intimidated in Gaza in the polling booth? Maybe. I've never heard that claim before. No, she's not. What other election is she talking about? Would there be like plebiscites or some shit? Or are you kidding me? Don't say are you kidding me? I'm asking you a fucking question. When she says Hamas, she means Meretz. There were voting booths that Hamas had guys next to. I don't know, maybe in Gaza they had like a mock election, yeah, like a plebiscite or something, but is that what you call them? Fuck knows.
It's hard for me to hear. I think it's naive, in the same way I used to be naive. I'm conflicted ideologically. I believed that on the other side there were life-loving people that a terror regime was forced upon. But sadly, seeing thousands raiding Nir Oz, pillaging and burning and killing, I don't believe there are people who wish us well. I don't believe anyone is non-complacent. I left all that on October 6th. Having said that, I say eventually, for us to continue living here, there will have to be peace. And peace is made with one's enemies.
There won't
So
be
even someone who thinks everyone is complicit in Gaza, he still wants to make peace with because he considers them their enemy. People are complex. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. This kind of I just feel like you get so much more interesting positions when you talk to Israelis and Palestinians, like compared to these fucking dog shit like Western activists. Oh god.
be a choice, and they'll have to talk to the Palestinians and reach a peace deal. And it will be better. It will. It has to be better. This darkness cannot continue.
That's a Begin quote. You make peace with your enemies, not your friends. Is that what he said? I mean, the thing is that Begin was like making an enemy out of Sadat when he didn't even need to. All I remember from reading about those talks between Begin, Sadat, and Jimmy Carter is just everyone thinking Begin is a fucking waste of space. Like, just roadblocking everything, rambling about the fucking Holocaust, and yeah, just being a I think Jimmy Carter called him a psycho in his diary. I recommend a channel called Second Thought. Why is there what kind of fucking NPC is it? The same person? Is it the same person with multiple accounts just coming in recommending Second Thought? The guy that thought Ilan Pappé was a fucking pro-Israel author just because he's Israeli. Okay. The guy that thought the British were helping with the ethnic cleansing in 48. Fuck me. Did you watch the Hezbollah vid? We're going to, don't worry. Learner box getting multi-guide. Name one bad thought. I don't know why he thought Ilan Pappé was pro-Israel when he recommended him as a pro-Israel author, because Ilan Pappé is not. He's the most anti-Israel Israeli author ever. I guess he just thought he was pro-Israel because he's Israeli, even though he hasn't lived in Israel for a very long time. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. It's really dumb. It's funny though that he just because he gets all his information from infographics, but he still recommends books while he's doing it. It's so stupid, even though it's so obvious he's never read the books that he's talking about. XR, hello.
Hello. While you're watching the video, you made a comment that Hamas had an offer to release all the hostages for Israel not to come into Gaza. Is that true?
Yep. Well, one of the former, it was the guy who was leading the charity organization for hostage advocacy, wasn't it?
I don't know. I have no idea. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, the guy who started a group collecting the names of all the hostages was taken. I think the group that he has was taken in with to coordinate with the government. And I think when he left, he quit his position. He said that Hamas had offered a ceasefire on like day 2 in exchange for giving all the hostages back, in exchange for no war, basically, which doesn't surprise me. Like I think they realized they bit off more than they could chew, and in a desperate scramble to avoid a war, they thought that they could just give all the hostages back in exchange for Israel doing nothing, which obviously was never going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously Israel can't let them just exist and be like, oh yeah, you took hostages, we'll take it back. So I guess this actually, I want to go from this point is, I feel like I hear an argument come from a lot of people that are pro-Israel, like myself, that are like, well, the war would just end if Hamas would just release all the hostages. And that's not really the case, is it? Right? Otherwise, that would have just been the case.
No, it's not about the hostages. It's about Hamas being in power in Gaza. It's about Hamas having that territory to build up attacks against Israel. Yeah.
So it's, I would say it's like a pretty, because I've used this argument, which I guess it's not very much a good one. It's like when people just say the war would just end if Hamas releases the hostages, that's not really the case, no?
No, they should. It would be that the war would end if they surrendered and handed power over to someone else. That would end it, but not hostages. I don't think. No.
It's a little embellished, I guess, from people that are pros to just say that.
Yeah. I think so, which is also why I think one thing I thought Hasan got right was when he called out that lady for wearing the IDF dog tag that says "Bring them home" on it, because the IDF's job, their main priority is not getting the hostages back. It's maybe part of it, but their main priority is to get rid of Hamas.
Yeah, it's like it's the war will end if Hamas cedes power and let's go with everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
I think I find the article here. It's on, again, it is hearsay, but I don't know why it would be surprising to anyone. Let me see.
I mean, I don't blame Israel for saying no to that. I probably wouldn't have taken the deal either, because that leaves all the infrastructure of the people that just killed a bunch of civilians.
Oh yeah, and the other problem is you've basically said you can actually come into our country, kill 1,200 people, take 250 hostage, and we won't hit you back. Imagine Hezbollah gets that message, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, they have to. They have to. Yeah, no, it was just interesting because I feel like people that say, yeah, just release the hostages, the war will be over. It's kind of it's obviously not the case. So that's how that would work.
Yeah.
And for good reason. Okay.
Apparently, it was October 9th or 10th. They offered to release all the hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the Strip. The government said no. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's obviously not a deal they could take. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, it makes sense for not taking it. And I also make sense that people should not just say that stupid line of like, oh, just release the hostages, it'll be over. Also, the one's an L. It's just Lexar.
Oh. Well, you should have used an L, motherfucker. But yeah, okay,
L was taken in one of the older. L was taken from where I originally got it, and I just use one now. But yeah.
Okay.
Anyway. All right.
Cool.
Have a good stream.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Joan, thanks for the $49.99. I really appreciate that. My God, that's actually really generous. Fuck. So, again, actually, you donated to me not that long ago with the same amount of fucking help. I'm overwhelmed. Ah! I'm humbled. I'm gooning. All right. Warthongs.
Hey, yo.
What can I... You were waiting earlier, weren't you? What can I do for you?
I was waiting earlier because I disagreed with the other guy who came in, but now I'm disagreeing with you.
Oh.
Okay, so one thing that was like what you said about Hamas offering, Israel not to come in and they release all the hostages. That's not what they offered. They offered like a deal that, yes, that, but also Israel released every prisoners from their prisons, basically.
Did they? So this was public.
It got published like it's all for all deal. That's what they offered. I don't think they offered what it claims. Like I might be wrong. That's some secret information that I haven't heard about. But I've heard about the deal at the start of the war about everyone for everyone basically. And yeah, Israel does not come in and stuff like that. But I didn't hear about we just released the hostages and that's it.
Yeah, like all I've got from that is a quote from this hostage advocate who said on October 9th or 10th, and he doesn't mention prisoners. I wonder, actually, do you think if they had done this, if they said, you keep all the prisoners, we're just going to exchange all the hostages for the IDF not entering the strip? It says civilian hostages, actually. But yeah, if they said that, I feel like the government would still probably say no, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's...
Unless you just do a ruse and go into Gaza anyways. Like you get the hostages out, but you still fucking go into Gaza.
Jesus.
That's what I would have done, 100%.
Yeah.
What else did they disagree with you? Wait, you said something else. I forgot. What else did you say? Oh, but the Israel does not care about the hostages. Okay, so Israel obviously cares about the hostages. So did you know that there's like two Israeli? Well, they're not mentally well. One of them one of them is like an immigrant, and one of them is like unwell, and they're both in Gaza for like I don't know 10 years. I don't know if they're alive or not. But Hamas does not release them. Does not want to make a deal.
Okay.
Like why Gilad Shalit took 1,000 people to get released. It's not like Israel had bad negotiator. There was no pressure on Hamas to release. If Israel did not go into Gaza, there would be no hostages deal. Like they could just wait with them, let them die, whatever. You wouldn't have any information on them, and Israel would just have to release. Like, Israel will have to do like crazy things for Hamas. I think like once Hamas is under military pressure, it gives like what's called like the hostage deal that Israel make. I think it was a pretty reasonable deal. You do a ceasefire, 3-for-1. You release children, they release children, kind of thing. Like I would have taken it. The Israeli government took it. Obviously, they care about the hostages. Now you say that dealing Hamas is number one. Yes, but it's not like they. I would agree with you. Like under the current government dealing with Hamas. I don't know if I would agree. Actually, I need to think about that. But it's definitely like one of a top priority. Dealing with Hamas. But again, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess like if now we get a hostage deal, right? Like the war stops and the hostages get released, will Israel take it?
Like and leave 4 battalions in Rafah.
Yeah, I think Israel will take it actually. If it's
if they just occupy the rest of Gaza.
Yeah.
That would probably be the right decision, because what can Hamas do with one city? I feel like they would just rot. I don't know.
No, as long as Israel occupies Gaza, Hamas will get power.
I think actually the Israeli public used to prioritize destroying Hamas over the hostages, but I think they flipped. Is that true? It's got
I don't
in
know
February, 40% would prioritize eradicating Hamas, 32% preferring the release of hostages. That's February, but I think this month it's shifted. Oh no, it's supporting prioritizing hostage deal over the Rafah operation, which I guess is the same thing. Yeah.
No, it's not the same thing. You can have a hostage deal and continue the war, and then do the Rafah later.
Oh, because that was obviously the deal brokered by like Blinken, right? It was to say that you would pause the war to get hostages back and then do the war later. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but definitely you cannot get like a hostage deal, a good hostage deal, or any hostage deal actually, without like pressuring Hamas into releasing hostage, or at least like Hamas would be like, you would release like a lot of prisoners, like all for all. They were offering that and no war. I don't think I would not have taken that if I was like in charge of Israel. I think like the Gilad Shalit also hostage deal was bad. I would not have taken it. Like a lot of people who did October 7th were from the Gilad Shalit hostage deal, and some of the organizers as well. They just straight came back into terror. So I don't know.
I think when I say they don't care about like I'm being a bit hyperbolic. Obviously, people do care. I do think with especially that lady who was debating with Hasan on Piers Morgan. I do think there is something a little bit cheeky about wearing like the IDF dog tag and you're saying no, this is about bring them home. This is about the hostages. It's like no, the IDF's top priority is getting rid of Hamas. Like the hostages are like it's great. It's like a miracle. Actually, I would say that even some hostages were freed in that first deal. But yeah, the point is like it's not bring them home. The point is get rid of Hamas. Like priority. You know, it's just a way to soften the goal, right? It's to make it look more appealing.
Yeah, but what is the dog tag argument? I don't understand. What, because it symbolizes the IDF? Obviously, it's support. It's a dog tag to support like the IDF, and also it doesn't say, oh, this dog tag is just we love the military, and just because it says fuck the free the hostages, it doesn't really matter. We really love the military. It's just like a dog tag. It's just like a symbolize like we support our troops and everything, and also we want to like you can do both, right? You don't choose one or the other. I don't know why you think Hasan was right to dog on her for having a dog
I mean,
tag.
Hasan did it in the most fucking retarded way possible, but because he just thinks it's a way to use hostages to justify genocide. But at the end of the day, it is a way of saying, because I know the actual take is we need to get rid of Hamas. It would be good if we could get some hostages back as well. That's the real take. Whereas saying that I'm wearing this dog tag because I support the IDF bringing them home. It's about the hostages, but bring them home. It's a way to take your war against Hamas, which I think is, you know, it's got legitimacy, but it's a way to use, it's a way of using that and softening it because obviously bring them home sounds nicer than take out Hamas. Like, yeah, it's straightforward. Yeah.
So the dog tag was like at the start. Again, it's a symbol of bring the hostages home in Israel, at least very much so. It got replaced with like the yellow ribbon more now, but it's still it was not a dog tag was not a dog whistle or whatever, like a disguise of like we want to just by the way bring the hostages back or like a second. It was like for bringing the hostages back, like the main priority. And I think the symbol was to support the troop as well, but now the symbol is like the yellow ribbon. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah,
To
another
bring
yellow ribbon. Yeah, I don't have any
Yeah.
objections with the yellow ribbon. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe that's why it was changed. But the original, at least in Israel, this as far as I know, I didn't like the main thing was to bring the hostages back. There was no other alternative meaning behind the dog tag. Okay, it's only what you assume on because it's a dog tag. That's like the meaning you give it, and Hasan give it, and you give it. The original meaning of the people who made it and everyone in Israel is to bring the hostages back, and I guess support the troops, if that makes sense. But
Yeah.
not, getting the hostage back is a second priority dog tag. That's not what it was about.
Okay.
So I don't think Hasan was right, even if he did a nice argument. Even if he would have made a nice argument, as you say, he would still be wrong because that the main purpose of his dog tag is to bring the hostages back. Now it's a yellow ribbon, so you just
I don't know. I just think it's a bit. I think it's a bit misguided, but whatever. I think the yellow ribbon makes a lot more sense than. But anyway.
Okay.
Anything
That's
else?
all.
Okay. Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Ooh. Why are there new people in my... Who the fuck is Toad Bro? Hang on, I'll bring this guy. Sabra guy, IL, hello.
Hello?
How's it
What's
going?
up, bro?
Yeah, fine. How are you?
I'm good. I just want to get some like book recommendations because I think for I won't be here for long. I just want to know if you have like any other books because I think me and you for the most part probably read the same books.
Oh. If we read the same books, why would I recommend you a book?
No, but I'm just saying like all right, so I'll say the books that I read. I read most of Benny Morris's books and that's really and some of Elan Pepe's books. Like not the whole thing, like bits and pieces of it. But do you have like better like recommendations?
Is there any particular period that you're looking for, or?
Yeah, I'm usually like I like the British Mandate period in '48 the best.
British Mandate period books. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Who has good writings on the British Mandate period? Doesn't Avi Schleim have work on the British Mandate?
I think he does, but I think his books are more about 48 and the Israel-Jordanian like secret deals. If I'm not mistaken.
Don't know. I mean, Khalidi speaks about it in the 100 Years' War. Which would be interesting.
Right.
Yeah, but it's a different perspective, if nothing else. Even though, like, I think, like, he's not. Yeah, he's like he's. People say he's. I don't know. I feel like pro-Israel people give him a lot more shit than he deserves. Like, it's a different perspective, but like, and I don't really necessarily agree with all of it. But there are things in there that are quite worth
like,
looking at. I think
I agree with what you're saying. Like,
it's better than Pape.
It's a
for
different
sure.
perspective.
A lot better,
yeah, better than Ilan Pape. Like, I won't necessarily agree with everything Khalidi has to say, but I think he's more objective than most pro-Palestinian historians or Palestinian historians. I just have one more question, and then I'll go. Who, in your opinion, is like the best historian for like the Israel-Palestine? I like Benny Morris the most, but I'm curious to see what yours is.
Yeah, I think overall, I seem to gravitate towards Benny Morris the most. I mean, I think that's his reputation, right? But I don't know. Maybe if I read like Tom Segev, or if I read the Khalidi book again, or if I don't know, it might change. But right now I'm more on the Benny Morris side, or even if I read more Schleim. I haven't read that much of Avi Schleim.
Yeah, I haven't read much about Avi Schleim. I read the only book I really read of his was the secret deal between Israel and Jordan or Abdallah during the First War.
Yeah, that's
a pretty good book. All right, man. I don't want to keep anyone waiting. I like your content, and I think you're very intelligent. And thank you for having me up.
Goddamn, thanks. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, bye bye. Okay. Can we have Whoa, shit. Toad Bro. Hello. Michael Grant in chat. Okay. Are you here? Probably muting the stream because they're in chat. What the fuck is this quote? This is this is Kissinger. Reflecting on the meetings with Menachem Begin and Jimmy Carter, I think. As was often the case, Kissinger's attitudes towards his Jewishness was reflected in his humor, much of it directed at the pressure on him from my co-religionists to forgive any Israeli sin. At the height of his fury at Jerusalem for violating the October 1973 ceasefire and surrounding Egypt's Third Army, Kissinger grumbled at one WSAG meeting, "If it were not for the accident of my birth, I would be anti-Semitic." In other moments of exasperation, he would note that any people who have been persecuted for 2,000 years must be doing something wrong. Fuck me, man.
Jesus. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Perfect. Sorry, I had on mute. First, basic background, liberal Zionist, live in New York City, so Jewish attorney, all that jazz. I had a lot of questions for you on a lot of the history of this that I just don't know about. I was really curious because you brought some stuff up that I think is really interesting. First, what was the Palestinian perspective on the letters that the British sent to the Shah of Mecca, saying that we were going to give you this huge area? Did they view themselves as party to that, or were they kind of, or was the view more, or was the view, or were they then, or were they parties of it as because they themselves were given that offer, or were they considering themselves part of this greater group?
Are you talking about McMahon Hussein?
Yes, I was right. It was the McMahon promises. Yeah.
So at the time, most Arab citizens in the Ottoman Empire, especially in the Levant area, were more or less law-abiding citizens of the Ottoman Empire. They didn't really care that much about. That's why I think when Hussein, or was it Faisal, they spoke about raising an army of 100,000 people to fight the Ottomans. At the end of it, I think they got like 1,000 or 2,000. So pretty underwhelming. As far as the promises, though, I think it was basically understood that Palestine would become part of Greater Syria. That was the initial understanding after the war. Yeah.
So another interesting thing that I was curious about is I don't remember exactly when, but Jordan used to be part of the British Palestinian Mandate. Am I wrong on that? And was that then cut off? And if so, what was the Palestinian perspective on that removal, on handing that chunk of land to what was a monarchy?
I don't actually. I know which period you're talking about, like 23, right?
Yeah.
I don't actually know what the Arabs thought about that. I know that obviously that's where the Zionist revisionist movement came out of.
Yeah, which is again, like I think that's always that becomes an interesting problem because their argument became that's also our land as well. But I'm
Mhm.
curious because it gives an idea of sort of the sense of entitlement is too strong a word for what I'm going for at this point, but the sense of ownership and what losing that would mean if this was considered part of that land, or if the real issue at that point was that
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it turns out I actually do have someone who will know what the Arabs thought about the removal of Jordan from the mandate. So here you go.
Yeah.
You want to hear it? All right, 1 second. He
Yeah,
has a bad
please.
mic, so listen carefully. Sundowner. You want to answer our guy's question?
As he's getting his mic set up, I have it. Oh, hello?
Sake, hang on.
Yeah, I have another similar question because you had mentioned that the Negev was actually contested as to whether or not it would be part of Jordan or the Mandate.
Yep.
And a similar question: what was the perspective on that? Eventually going to Israel, did the proto-Palestinians or the Arab population became the Palestinians? Did they consider that to be a problem that this chunk was going to this other country, or was that all right since it wasn't going to what could potentially have been Israel?
Well, I know that the general objection from the Arabs was they just didn't want any of it becoming Israel. But with, I know that I know Jordan wanted the Negev to, because it was part of that different. It was the part of the area A or B. It was a different part of the area, basically. But yeah, obviously they said no. I don't think those negotiations though on that border. I don't think the Arabs were even present. I don't think they had a person there. But anyway, hang on. Here he is.
I'm curious.
What else were you going to say?
Oh no, I'm curious if there was a sense of frustration that Jordan was trying to take this land, or if there was a sense of relief that it maintained in what they consider was going to eventually go to them anyways. You understand, right? I'm still trying to get a sense of like.
Wait, which period are you speaking about, and which land are you speaking about? Sorry,
Let's first start with. So there were two lands I was talking about. First, the Palestinian perspective on the formation of Jordan. Was that considered? Did they have an issue with that being given?
This one.
And the other is the Negev itself.
Yeah. This one has so many misinformation about it.
That's why I'm curious about it.
There's an entire myth that Jordan was part of the mandatory Palestine, the state of mandatory Palestine. That's simply incorrect. It was never a part of it. Now, what people refer to is in 1923. Okay, so to go with it in a chronological order, in 1917, the Hashemites controlled Syria, and at the time, Syria included Jordan. 1919, the French, being counts, invaded Syria and left the portion that was to the south under British influence, but it soon came under Jordanian control, which was the Hashemites. Now, that period between 1920 to 1921 was called Fatrat Khudud al-Hukm, which is like the period with no governorship. There is a legal term for it. I forgot it.
What period was that? From 1920 to 1922?
1920 to 1921.
Oh, okay. 1920. Yeah, I'm writing it down because this is really interesting.
Now, interregnum or something, I forgot how it's pronounced.
Interregnum is the correct pronunciation of that word, if that's the
interregnum,
word.
yes, that was the term. Now, they couldn't figure out exactly what to do with that land. So there was multiple conferences, such as that of Balqa, Qais, and Amman. In those conferences, I can link it to them here, but in a nutshell, Herbert Samuel, which was the man responsible for Palestine, the British authority there, wanted to actually expand Palestine into Jordan. However, this was rejected by the locals. Eventually, he overruled the votings by the not votings, but like voting by notables, not popular vote itself.
Who overruled the voting? Who was able to win the vote? I missed the name?
Herbert Samuel.
Herbert Samuel. Thank you.
Yes. However, so technically he managed to, for a very brief period, get the arrangement in check to actually expand Palestine into Jordan. However, he was overruled again by Lord Curzon of the British Prime Minister, I believe. He was a high-ranking British official. He became Prime Minister for a while, I believe, but I forgot exactly what was his occupation at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Curzon or Curzon, I forgot the name exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the popular vote by Jordanians itself was that they wanted the Hashemites to come, not to be part of the mandate for Palestine or mandatory state for mandatory Palestine or any form of British governorship. Now, eventually the settlement was that the establishment of the Emirate Sharq al-Urdun, Emirate of Transjordan.
Okay.
This state itself was under British like the legal terms are a bit iffy for now, but basically it was under British authorities, but it had autonomy of itself, and the British didn't really handle it much. Like they had a couple of air bases, highways, and didn't do anything there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 1923, so now, like, keep in mind, they didn't have any legal justification to have their presence in Jordan. They didn't have any such agreement or anything. In 1923, they made when in 1921, I believe the Mandate Charter was itself, like the 1920 to 1921, the Mandate Charter was being formed, San Remo and everything. But in 1923 was that the mandate itself was officially established. Now the mandate was expanded from the original the definition, which was just the state of mandatory Palestine, and it included another state, which was the Emirate of Transjordan. However, those two states never merged. So the Emirate of Transjordan and mandatory Palestine remained separate and had separate administration, and they were never basically the same state, but were under the same legal mandate.
Okay, so 1 second, I want to make sure I fully get this. So the Hashemites had already been were already in charge at that point.
Yes.
Okay, so they came in like 1922, right?
Yeah, 1922. What?
The British put the Hashemites in charge of Transjordan around 1922. Then, correct, or am I slightly off there?
Yeah, slightly off, because in 1919, when they were the Syrian Hashemites were defeated, the Hashemites were expelled from the Syria as a whole, but they came back shortly after. Like I forgot the exact date, but like in 1920, early 1920.
Okay, so then that means that it wasn't considered part of the Holy Land at that point. It was considered its own thing. So there wasn't really. So I'm guessing then the sentiment of the people on the ground was that's cool and all, but that's not really ours, so we don't care as much. Is that correct? I'm talking the Arab population on the ground.
Which Arab population, the Jordanian or the Palestinian?
The Palestinian.
Yeah, they didn't really care much about it.
Yeah,
the Jewish population was actually. I'm not sure about as a whole, but some of the leadership, at least, were very upset because they wanted the mandate for Palestine to expand, so the Jewish homeland itself expands into Jordan.
Yeah, that I know about. I know a lot about or a decent amount about the Israeli history because that's my bringing. I'm asking about the Palestinian history because that's where my blind spots are. Yeah. So then, when did the Negev? Lonerbox mentioned a while ago on one of his streams, when was the Negev a fight between Israel and Jordan, and how did that happen? And what was the perception on the ground from the Palestinians of how that fight should have gone and how it ended up going?
The Negev itself, the fight for the Negev itself is very dubious. There isn't much documentation about it. So, like, if my memory serves me correctly, the Hashemite occupation of Ma'an, which was, I believe, since Aqaba, so 1917, it expanded into Wadi Araba, Rashash, and some small sections of the Negev, but never actually occupied the entire Negev. Like, it didn't reach the major centers such as Bir Saba, Beersheba, Bir Aweja, you know. But I believe the borders themselves were like demarcated and shifted slightly from time to time between the mandate, but never actually were properly defined. Like, I believe the proper definition itself was never found until 1994.
1994. Was there? I guess the implication then of these questions, and I just realized I'm thinking this is: was there an internal, general idea of what the boundary would be of a Palestinian state if it had been established instead of Israel?
There was a rough estimation, but there wasn't like a survey to the centimeter.
Yeah, no, obviously that's a given.
Well, it was area A and B, right? Before, so are you talking about before 22, 23?
I'm talking about after, but I actually don't know a ton about 2023. So yeah, about before. That's a good question.
Before, what area you can see on my stream right now? I can even link you this. This was the map more or less that included area A and B, and Palestine, which was considered to be initially was going to be an international zone, is basically just this little chunk here that excludes the Negev. It does include Beersheba, I think, right? So it's up to Beersheba-ish, and then I think it also excludes Acre or Accra, however you want to say it. But
this one is referring to which agreement? The map?
This is Sykes-Picot, right? 1916.
Oh yes, the infamous Sykes-Picot.
Yeah. And then I think it was 1923 when it was Weizmann and what the fuck were they called? Just by the Zionist organization, that they were the ones who started lobbying to extend into the Negev, and I think a little bit north as well. But yeah, obviously these borders were a bit more.
I believe it was 1919.
Yeah.
The northern borders, I believe, the demarcation was the first one in 1920, but then furthermore 22 and 23. Yeah, it was a bit missing.
But I don't know why
they
decided to.
They actually lobbied for expansion into some sections of Jordan for a while.
Yeah, the initial Zionist proposal, I think, was this for a border, wasn't it, on my stream? The East Bank and up to the Litany. That's what they wanted initially.
It's a little... No, that makes sense.
So this on my screen right now, I think this is pretty accurate. This is like the 1916 was Sykes-Picot. That's Palestine.
I don't think it's like defined to the Sunday, but roughly accurate, yeah.
And Sykes-Picot would have been Area A then, right? It would have been Area B, right?
No, it would have been international under Sykes-Picot.
So they wouldn't have had their own state then?
Well, it was going to be international and then probably handed over to the majority, right? But obviously, 1917, they had the Balfour Declaration. So by 1917, you've got like, they're expecting this to be an international zone. Some of it will be for the Jewish state. That's what they imagine, like this area here. And then, obviously, the French give up this part to Britain, 1919, I think. And then after that, the Zionists try to expand it to here. They end up only getting what we know the border now, and then that becomes the place where a Jewish state will emerge somewhere inside it, right?
I was asking, what did the Palestinians assume the state would look like? Or were they viewing themselves as subsumed into one giant pan-Arabic state?
Well, it was both, actually.
Yeah, how did that supposed to work? Was that like an America type thing or different?
Now, there wasn't actually a very clear proposal or something, a very clear, definitive plan or how the vision would work. So most people supported any proposition that would mean their independence from the Ottomans and the British and everyone else. As such, union with Syria was seen as preferable, but I believe the borders would be roughly those of the Ottoman provinces of Nablus, Jerusalem, Haifa, Bir Saba, Beersheba, and Nazareth.
So was the issue? I mean, so was the issue? So there seems to be a couple things that seem to pop up in my head. One is, was this entirely an issue of self-determination or an issue of not wanting to be ruled by Jews or not wanting to cede land to Jews, which is different but similar, or is it solely a self-determination thing that caused the huge backlash?
I think it was, sorry for interrupting you. I think it was a mix of self-determination, not wanting to be ruled by foreigners, and Arab nationalism, which allowed for actually wanting to say, well, maybe I'm part of Syria, but I'm still having my self-determination. We are both Arab after all.
I get it. So it's self-determination, but with the recognition of I am okay being under this other country because I've chosen it, not how dare this other person make this decision for me. Is that an accurate way of putting it?
Basically, yes.
Okay, so another question that also that more into the moral things, which I think I find very fascinating. Obviously, awful when a bunch of Palestinians were coming back after 48 and Israel opened fire on a bunch of refugees. I think we all agree that's horrific. If Jews had won, had lost that war, was the perspective and the assumption that though they would have been able to return to their villages after they had lost?
I think, look, to actually imagine and the different history than what occurred.
No, I'm asking more. I agree with you in regards to different history. I'm asking what were sort of the basic assumptions, right? My understanding is the basic assumption was that when people flee during war, that's just a thing that happens, and then you let them go back. First, is that premise correct or false?
I think it's correct. From everywhere I have noticed at the time in the region, that's what happened.
So, was that did at the time was that premise also viewed to have been extended? Was the assumption also from the Arabic side that once the war is over, of course, the Jews who fled the villages would be allowed back in, or was that not the case?
It was the case. However,
okay, that's really interesting.
I would
Can
like
you elaborate on that?
Yes. Now, the Jordanian government, the Arab League, and the Arab Higher Committee, and the Syrian government, and the army of Hussein itself all made it clear that, I know it sounds so fucking cliche, and anyways, they made it clear that Jews would live with the equal rights and political representation, regardless of what is the outcome of the war. Now it gets a bit iffy because the chairman of the Arab Higher Committee actually had opposing views, and he wanted to basically kick anyone who came after 1917, according to some of his quotes. And he also made very violent and anti-Semitic remarks, as anyone would have guessed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have other members.
Keep going, please.
There was the negotiations in 1945 and 1946. Now my memory is a bit foggy there. However, they said that, for example, they would not extend and one of the proposals, they said they would not extend citizenship to people who have not been here for more than 10 years. So maybe they could have said, well, he's not a citizen, let's kick him out. So I think the understanding was that they should receive equal rights, and they should actually be allowed to return and live in their towns and villages. But that does not necessarily be a sufficient guarantee that this is the case, regardless of the outcome.
No, 100%. I'm curious what was the understanding on the ground, even if it didn't come into fruition, because there is always two levels of stuff, right? The lies we tell ourselves and the actual way we execute those things, right? Like, and that's really, really important. The fact that they felt that it was the correct thing that people, or correct enough of the thing for them to say, yes, you can go back to, we will let them go back to their villages, even if that's not true. So, like, I mean, with Israel having its own statements that wouldn't allow certain things and then allowed them, it's important to see what they viewed as the correct thing. what I find interesting, I find it really interesting. What does equal rights and representation mean in this kind of governmental system? Was it going to be? I mean, was it going to be democracy of some kind, or I mean, because equal rights and representation in a dictatorship is the same as like 1 times is 100 times 0, right? Like that's not very helpful.
Can I answer that quickly?
Please,
and then Sandra might contradict it. So I think it seems to be from every Arab leader apart from Al Husseini, it seems to be that a lot of these leaders, like the Jordanians and they were fine with Jews living in their countries as long as they were minorities, as long as they didn't have any, like, they couldn't exercise power over the Arab majority, right? I think that was the idea, which is why I think you would have quotes from even the guy, I keep forgetting his fucking name, the Crusaders, Mongols, massacres guy. What's his face? Yeah. Yeah. At the same time, not long before or after saying that quote, he said that Jews can live under an Arab state and be as Jewish as they like, because they were okay with them being like the kind of like just the minority that existed, maybe with like a little bit less privileges and all that. But that's what they anticipated. Whereas, which is probably why they wouldn't have been so against Jews coming back to say like the West Bank after the war. Whereas with the Israelis, their reasons for pushing out Arabs after the war, the refugees, it was partially like racism and all that, but it was also because they were scared of them becoming like a fifth column, right? So it's all about like demographics. Like again, like Israelis were okay with an Arab minority living there in the same way that most of the Arab leaders were fine with Jewish minorities living there. But I think it was like when it became like a threat of numbers was when people would start to think differently about it, I'd imagine.
Well, that's a quick comment on that. Something I found that very few people actually knew about it is that there was negotiations in 1949 to, I believe, 1951 to actually allow the Jewish minority that lived in Jerusalem and perhaps Kafar al-Sion to come back during the Jordanian government. However, these negotiations were between Abdullah Tell, which was ironically convicted for assassinating King Abdullah a few years later, and Moshe Dayan. So, like, I love the couple there. I believe Moshe Dayan blamed Ben Gurion for the failure of these negotiations because the Jordanian proposal was that Jordan receives in return some of the Palestinian quarters in Jerusalem, such as Al-Qatamon, or that a corridor to Gaza be opened, which Ben Gurion refused. And this goes back to another story I think we discussed a while ago. I believe Ben Gurion refused to demarcate any clear borders with Jordan or make any permanent deal because he actually wished to expand towards Jordan after the war. I believe he held such sentiment.
I mean, he said that it was regretful that they didn't later on, right?
I mean, he made many remarks. For example, he said once that Hebron was more important than Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And he also said that after the council there voted down the recommendation to actually occupy the West Bank during the War of 48, he said that this will be a source of lamentation for generations to come.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So I think, I think that's obviously part of it. I think the other part was that like the red line for any Israeli negotiation, I think at the time, and it was any territory. They didn't want to give back any inch of territory that they'd taken, and every Arab negotiation in their direction was territory, and then that was Israel's like, no, we're not negotiating. Yeah, so it's not like that's kind of why, like, when they tried to portray it as like it was just Arab warmongering that killed the negotiations, it's not exactly true. Like, Israel could have conceded territory for peace, probably for Jordan, maybe less likely, but possibly Syria, not so much Egypt. But like, yeah, I feel like it wasn't impossible at the time. Yeah.
Actually, some of the proposals during the Jordanian negotiations didn't actually demand the land.
Really?
They, for example, just demanded a corridor to Gaza. And also, like, when I say Qatamon was just a small neighborhood in Jerusalem. It wasn't really that big of a piece of land, nor was it important to the Jews. It didn't even have a Jewish population.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Let me find it. I think I can see his reference in the book. You can talk though. It's fine.
Oh no, yeah, no, because I find this very interesting. It's sort of the stuff that you don't, that you kind of miss when you only grow up learning elements of one side. Another thing that I also think, and I know this is kind of jumping a bit of the topic, but did you follow the judicial reform at all, Lonerbox, that was trying to get through and that like stalled out? Do you know what was going on there?
I mean, I thought I did, but then everyone told me I didn't understand it. It seems like they got their branches are the government, the Knesset, and the Supreme Court. The problem is the government and the Knesset are the same thing, more or less, in terms of composition. So, the only check and balance they really have is the Supreme Court, and they wanted to defang the fuck out of it.
So there were three prongs to it. So I actually did write an article on this that is in Times of Israel because my argument was that because there were three prongs to it. The first prong and the most important prong was changing the way the Supreme Court gets picked so that the governing coalition can basically put in whoever they want. They were kind of trying to do in Israel a bit what the right was able to do effectively in America, to set up a process by which they could do that. Because the way Israel picks its Supreme Court is actually really clever. They do a panel. I'm going to get the exact panel rules in a second. Supreme Court panel. But if I remember correctly, as I'm looking this up, panel numbers, it's two people who are representing the Supreme Court. It's two people. 1 second, sorry. It's two people representing the Bar Association. Two people representing the Bar Association, two people representing the government, and three people, I think, representing the Supreme Court. I'm slightly wrong on those numbers, but the bottom line aspect was that the government couldn't put anyone in without getting either the attorneys or the Supreme Court to agree to let them in as well. And my view as an attorney is it makes a certain amount of sense. To have the Supreme Court and the attorneys have some say in this. The Supreme Court are the people that literally are your bosses to a certain degree. Like that does make some sense to have some say, for them to have a say. Well, Supreme Court have a say in who their colleagues are. For the bar, it makes sense. Those are the people you literally your bosses. For the government, it makes sense because of checks and balances. But the flip side of it is that it is much harder for the government to put people in. Whether or not that's a good thing was a genuinely hard issue. What they wanted to do, though, is they wanted to effectively make it so they could pack it. So they could pack the court. So that was the most dangerous, in my opinion, prong. The second prong was getting rid of the idea of reasonableness. That was the basic law they actually passed. And what reasonableness is, and I think have it in other countries, but in America, constitutional law kind of works like an on and off switch. Either something is constitutional, in which case the government can do it, or it's unconstitutional and the government can't.
Mm-hmm.
In other countries, there's more of a reasonableness standard. So if the government, so you may have a right to schooling in India, but just because you have that right doesn't mean the government necessarily can fulfill that right. So if government's doing everything it can to fulfill that right and it's failing, it still hasn't effectively violated your rights. In America, you can't do that. And the idea of reasonableness is allowing things on a spectrum. Roe v. Wade is a similar idea, which was one of the cleverness elements of it, was that you were balancing multiple interests. Oh, there's the interests of the mother and the interests of the government. As time goes on, the interest of the government gets stronger, the interest of the mother gets weaker relative to this fetus, which even under Roe v. Wade is considered something that has value to it, but it's still who gets to determine what to do with this thing of value. But what happened was right-wingers are don't like the reasonableness doctrine because it kind of froze them from doing things they wanted to do. It had a chilling effect, so they wouldn't attempt to do certain things. And the other is it stopped them from doing things. So, for example, they had asylum seekers in Israel for a while. I think they still have them. And Israel put them in administrative detention, or not administrative detention. They put them in detention without indefinitely. And the Supreme Court said you can't do that. You have to actually have a process here. And right-wingers very upset about that. Another thing right-wingers are upset about, though, was that the Supreme Court didn't knock down the pullout from Gaza, while it also keeps knocking down settlements on the occasion that it actually does do that. They view that as unfair. But I mean, the thing is that a lot of these things actually make sense when you're dealing with basic liberal democracy, and I think the most obvious example of that is the Aryeh Deri case. He was a potential Israeli minister, leader of Shas. He'd been in jail once for financial crimes. He'd been indicted twice, and I think he settled twice for financial crimes. And as part of the coalition deal, Bibi made him finance minister. And Supreme Court said that is wholly unreasonable. This person that is like thrice indicted, like once convicted of financial crime, should not be in charge of the finances of the country. That's kind of crazy. And that was what sparked kind of getting rid of the reasonableness standard, which is what went through what I wrote my article about, and what also what Supreme Court actually eventually overruled. The last branch was the branch that the Haredim really wanted, which is the ability for the Knesset to overrule the Supreme Court by a bare majority. And the reason that the Haredi wanted that, they're very scared of what the Supreme Court's going to do and has been doing in regards to the draft and in regards to subsidies, because equal protection, legitimate issue. So they wanted the Knesset to have the ability to do an up-down vote. But that's the part that's the least compelling for other conservatives. They have issues with that. But the Haredi will walk without that. We're ready to walk without that. Obviously, this all got transformed by the issue of by October 7th coming, but those three things were the problem. My personal feeling, obviously, is that there's a legitimate, interesting question as to how the Supreme Court should be made up, and there's an interesting question of how do you change what is effectively the constitution of a country, and they were kind of sort of thinking about that, but they wanted to think about that in the back end. They wanted to make the changes and then make a basic law changing, saying you can't change these laws unless you do this higher standard. Personally, I think that higher standard, that question of how should basic laws be amended, is actually a really good question. There should be a process, there needs to be one, for the Constitution to be amended consistently, and what is effectively a Constitution to be amended consistently. But that needs to be something you're willing to put yourself subject to. And the bigger issue is Bibi's coalition right now only got 48% of the electoral vote. 80,000 people's votes got thrown out because Balad and Meretz got very, very close to the threshold, but they didn't make it. So 80,000 votes that likely would have gone to the opposition got just disappeared from what were the voter rolls. And so my feeling was, if you're following the arguments made in Marbury v. Madison, that the legitimacy of the Constitution in America and his ability to overrule decisions is that based on the Constitution, is that the Constitution is from the people and has a lot of legitimacy from the people, then a government that can't even claim a base level of legitimacy beyond what is effectively a glitch should not have that power to do that. Again, that doesn't mean that, like, my feeling is if it pulled in a few other members and the numbers would add up that it was more than 50%, then yeah, that argument wouldn't stand. But they didn't bother doing that because they weren't really trying to do that. And the Supreme Court did fortunately strike down that reasonableness bill. So that's kind of my understanding, my overview of kind of what was going on there. And as you know, that kind of is what splintered the country, left Israel vulnerable to this attack. I remember like hearing about it on Simchat Torah, like I'm Orthodox, and like some of the security guards are there like saying like Hamas attacked. And I was thinking like, and like they took over a base. I'm like, okay, so we'll bomb the base out of existence, like no big deal. And then just over the next couple of days, I'm having drip feeds of information because it's Yom Tov and Shabbat, and I couldn't go on my phone. I couldn't find out what was going on until after, and it was just like, it was a huge shock and like devastating.
That was a lot.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know if I have anything special to add to that. Yeah, okay.
Anything interesting any interesting thoughts from any of that, or not really?
I think you said it all. You looked pretty hard into that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I just, like, that little summary I gave before you spoke was everything I know about the Supreme Court thing, so
that's totally fine.
All right. Also, I wanted to fucking read this thing about Jordan and Israel. Okay, I want to see if there's any gaps here.
That reminds me. The guy that Destiny debated, he had like he mentioned one thing for a quick second. I mean, when he wasn't saying stupid stuff, not Finkelstein, the other one, who's
guy?
also Dustin debated Finkelstein and another guy.
Rubani.
Rubani, that's it. What was that thing that he said the Palestinians tried to submit to the UN, but it wasn't submitted or something like that? That kind of plan?
There were multiple such proposals, but I'm not sure about which one he's talking about.
It's very broad. Are you talking about 48 or?
Yeah, 48.
Oh, was it when he spoke about a fucking a federal system or some shit?
Well, what the hell was that? I've never heard of that. It sounds really interesting.
Okay,
I mean, it's probably dumb as sin, but I'm really interested to read about it.
I have three propositions. There was a series of negotiations under British and American observation in 1945, 1946. And during them, there were a couple of propositions by the Palestinian delegation, which was basically a federation of a sort. And during the Bloodan Conference in 1946, they actually made a recommendation that the 1939 London Paper be implemented, which called for a Jewish autonomy, which was roughly a federation system. And I think there was another proposition during the UN Special Committee for Palestine. I think the second committee, they submitted such a recommendation, but it wasn't under vote. It didn't undergo the UN General Assembly vote.
Why did they? Oh, they were saying this was mid-40s, right?
Between 45 to 47.
Yeah, it was
yes.
the British American one. Yeah. Okay. And I just
the Bloodan Conference was by the Arab League. It was not by the British or Americans.
Oh, okay. All right.
But there was other ones by British and Americans conferences and negotiations.
Oh, you're saying London Conference? Wait, no, you're saying something else.
No, there was the 1946 London Conference, which actually made such proposals. There were proposals by the British, which were rejected by both parties. Proposal by the Palestinian delegation, which was rejected, and a proposal by the Jewish delegations, which was rejected. The Jewish proposal, I think, was extremely absurd. I believe the British proposal itself was somewhat reasonable. It could have been accepted.
Yeah. I want to read this thing about Jordan. So this is the part I find about the post-48 war peace talks. It's talking about the corridor you mentioned. So I think it goes here. Like initially, it says Abdullah demanded the return of Jaffa, Lida, and Ramle, all designated in the 47 Partition Resolution for Palestinian Arab sovereignty, to Arab control. Israel refused, and itself demanded the Legion held Latrun, Salient, and areas around Jerusalem.
That's what I referred to.
It's just like context. By the end of 49, Abdullah had whittled down his major demands to a 2-kilometer wide strip of land from the Hebron Hills to the Mediterranean at Gaza or Ashkelon. Israel proposed allowing Jordan access to the sea, but without the sovereign corridor. So they wanted it to be sovereign. Okay. Months passed, and eventually Israel agreed to a 50 or 100 meter wide corridor. It was too late. Abdullah had lost his room for maneuver and was unable to overcome the opposition of his cabinet ministers to a peace treaty involving only minor Israeli concessions. In February 1950, Jordan proposed, in lieu of a full peace treaty, a 5-year non-belligerency agreement, and a draft was eventually initialed by representatives of 2 countries. But Abdullah seems to have gotten cold feet and suspended negotiations. There was too much internal opposition in Amman, and it is likely that he felt he could not sell such a pact to his people, by now mostly Palestinians, and to his fellow Arab leaders. And Israel, for its part, also began to reconsider the worth and viability of an agreement with Jordan. Perhaps it was better first to make peace with Egypt. Perhaps Israel should strive to destroy Jordan and share out its territory with its Arab neighbors, rather than shore up Abdullah's unnatural kingdom with a peace treaty. The unnatural is in quotations. I'm guessing someone called it that. By 51, Abdullah was dead, and with him any hope of a speedy peace with Jordan. Israel's post-war inflexibility was partly due to its success in negotiating the armistice agreements. The threat of renewed war had been pushed back well over the horizon. So why strain to make a peace involving major territorial concessions? Ben-Gurion told a visiting American journalist in July 49, "I'm not in a hurry. I can wait 10 years. We are under no pressure whatsoever." So it seems like even the 2-kilometer corridor would have been seen as a major territorial concession. Okay. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, the proposals I talked about were actually before the Rhodes Armistice itself. They were recorded by the biographer of Abdullah Tel and Moshe Dayan. I'm not sure if Benny Morris actually started it here or found it relevant to the discussion.
They do talk about armistice stuff for a while, but I thought this was referring to, because this is just the corridor, isn't it? But it seems like by the end, before Israel changes it, they want the corridor, but not a sovereign corridor. And then Israel just gives them they take 2 kilometer width and turn it into 50 or 100 meters. Yeah, like a little football field.
Yeah, like there were some negotiations. The proposals I referred to were actually the ones recorded by Abdullah Tal and Moshe Dayan, which were actually before the armistice negotiations itself. It was one of the early talks.
Never mind. Do we know where the other 2 divisions are of Hamas? Right, we know 4 ostensibly are in Rafah, so where are the other 2?
If my memory serves me correctly, there was there was one that was supposed to be in Jabariya and one in Deir al-Balah. Not one, but like multiple formations that would combine to one and distributed between Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis. However, I believe that this estimation itself was revised to a larger figure, like maybe a reinforced brigade or something, not just a brigade itself.
So I mean, genuinely asking, are those areas heavily populated right now? Wouldn't it make sense to? If Israel wants to wipe out battalions, you maybe targets that aren't surrounded by civilians in the meanwhile while you evacuate people.
You'd think so. Because it's how do you fucking pronounce this word? Is it Nuseirat?
Nuseirat.
Nuseirat.
Is this Hebrew or Arabic?
Do you just not say the first 2 letters? What is it? Nuseirat.
There's the Fusha pronunciation, which is the most popular one, which is Nuseirat. However, the colloquial pronunciation is Nuseirat.
Nuseirat. So it sounds like you're doing the U and the N backwards, right? Nuseirat.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so that's the other one. That's where there's Deir al-Balah and Nuseirat. Yeah. Which are both central Gaza, right?
Oh, yeah, Deir al-Balah. Yeah, I've heard, and I'm curious if you have al-Balah and Nuseirat. I've been following Shael Ben Ephraim's Twitter, and I like his stuff. And he's mentioned, I don't know if you guys have been able to confirm this, because I mean he's a reporter, so I'm curious. Other corroborations that Hamas has begun reappearing in Khan Yunis. Is that true, to the best of your knowledge, or you're not sure?
To that effect, the Gaza Ministry of Health relocated from Rafah into Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. So, and much of the institutions seem to do as well. Like they opened multiple bakeries. They started actually cleaning the roads and everything there. So it seems they are coming back to Khan Yunis. Like what I said is only the civilian institutions, but if the civilian institutions can come back, then so can the military ones, since nobody's there now.
They tend to be a little bit overlapped. Yeah.
Wouldn't it, and maybe this is me being stupid, wouldn't it make sense for Israel to hold on to, not for permanent, but for purposes of maintaining gains, at least until you agree to let the PA, and it's insane to me that they're not, like, take over one of the towns that Hamas is in at the moment or whatever. Obviously, it's made more sense to have done this earlier. Make sure it's clear of Hamas members, and distribute and make sure civilians are protected there, and that Hamas can't go in there, and have food distributed from there and sent there. Like, wouldn't that make sense, or is this me being kind of stupid and not understanding how this stuff works?
Yes, like every major urban battle I can think of, like during the Syrian Civil War or the Iraq War. I'm not a military expert, but every campaign or battle I can think of actually work like this. You capture territory, you hold on to it, there's actually the U.S. military doctrine, they have a term for it. I forgot what was it. So, yeah, it's a bit weird how they just go into a place, blow up some shit, then fuck off for some reason.
Yeah,
do you want my very childish opinion on why they might be doing that?
Okay, I can see it is that they don't wish to actually endanger themselves. So, like,
that's what I think.
Enter the area where they know where they have opposition, they would crush such opposition, then leave before they become basically a major sitting target for the insurgents there.
I think that's
And
one of the
they just leverage their superiority in the air force and keep bombing Hamas while not being much of a target for them.
like I think it's that mixed with them not wanting to have military control because that's a huge issue, mixed with you have people within the Israeli government who will use that as an excuse to start building settlements, who've already begun trying and have been like pushed away, but that's still an issue. What were you thinking, Lonerbox?
I heard Ben Shapiro say this, but I think it might be true.
Oh boy.
Is that I think there is an optical relief of telling the rest of the world that you've done we've done phase 1, 2, 3, 4, we've progressed and we've got this one place left, and that'll be the end of the war. I think that's actually I think more than people think, they factor in world opinion above maybe what's militarily the best decision to make. Ben Shapiro was saying that the reason for going into Rafah very quickly would be to because the world is only going to support you for so long after October 7th, and once people lose their memory for October 7th and all that's in their short-term memory is Palestinians dying, they're not going to support you any longer, so you just need to do it quickly rather than sensibly. And if they get to say Rafah, it's they get to at least say optically to the world, it's well, this is final boss level or whatever. Whereas if they go back to fucking Khan Yunis, it sounds like they're on a slog, I don't. Yeah.
Ironically enough, if they had slogged it a little bit more, they probably would have been in a better position. They should have gone into Rafah before it got filled up with people. That was at least Jael Ephraim's argument, is that they should have gone into Rafah much earlier. And if they had held these towns, Israel probably would have been able to prevent Hamas from reconstituting is the issue, and then leaving, I think, is the issue. Is the political issues, okay, you've taken them, are you willing to leave? And I think that's one of the issues, is that you have people who don't want to, but you end up with really stupid military doctrine, it seems, on its face. What was my question? Oh yeah. Right, so I remember there in the story of Lavender and Where's My Daddy. Has any of that been confirmed yet? I mean, because on its face, that seems like an issue of proportionality and discrimination. If those stories were true, do we know anything about that or not really?
I mean, I know some official, some Israeli official went on Twitter and just bullet pointed and said, no, we're not killing 100 civilians for one militant. Yeah, they just went through a whole list of why they thought it was bullshit. Yeah. But the fact that they're using AI, I think, is given. I think they are using it. But yeah, it just feels like anything that's any of the extreme claims are just going to get denied by the IDF, I think, yeah.
But the AA usage isn't inherently a problem. The AA usage is a problem if you're not if you're just taking 20 seconds to identify that it's not a woman, as opposed to making sure this is the person you're aiming to kill. Yeah. And again, this is me not knowing how things work, but if you put into a system that used to have let's say 500 people into it, 30 parameters that allow 37,000 people to fit into it, yeah, you're no longer then focusing on the people who actually, are in charge of the stuff. I mean, who are in charge, or hitting lower level people. That also seems kind of stupid. That seems bad. That seems like a bad idea in my perspective. I mean, my view has been to focus less on the battalions and more on the leadership and right, if you're going to, if the people who actually make the decisions are the ones that actually matter in a terrorist organization, because those are the ones where killing them is an actual punishment. You kill soldiers, that's considered a reward from the perspective of the leadership. They are fine with their soldiers dying, at least long term. Short term, yeah, they don't want it because, fewer bodies, but they can get social credit from that, and they can get more recruits from that long term. But if you kill the actual leaders, then you don't have that same then they don't get that same benefit, and you have to train the new leaders up. I mean, I think there was a period of time where Israel was killing all of Hamas's leaders, and that would be good. What happened to that infrastructure?
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to say? Sundowner?
Not really. I don't believe I have any input on how to run a military campaign.
Yeah.
Fair. Any final thoughts on what it would take to break for Bibi's coalition to actually break? Because I think that's really for Israel to stop doing dumb things. In my opinion, Israel needs to go to election for that to happen. So what is the what are the issues that could cause that to happen?
I think the one we could observe recently is what's the plan for Gaza next. I think there was a dispute between Gallant and Bibi.
Yeah. But will that get enough members of Likud to bolt and say, you know what, we want new elections? I mean, like the annoying thing with Bibi's coalition is that it's strong because of how tight it is. So like it's basically Bibi, the right wing nut job, like the Otzma Yehudit, Bezalel Smotrich, right wing nut jobs, Ben Gvir is Otzma Yehudit, but you get what I'm saying. Religious Zionism is Smotrich, and Shas, and it seems like the only real pressure point for that to happen is Shas. Yeah, Gantz is part of the coalition right now, but if it looks like Bibi will lose, he'll walk away. So it's either Otzma Yehudit throwing a temper tantrum, which I don't think they actually will enough to cause the coalition to fall, because they know this is their only shot at power. It really does seem to be, what does it take for either enough people in Likud to decide the country comes before party, or what does it take for Shas to decide our interests aren't being protected enough? Like,
dude, it's
To be honest, I have no input here. I don't know much about internal Israeli politics.
Yeah.
The religious people drafting issue is what's gonna potentially is the only thing that could bring it down now.
Your mic's very quiet. Can you push it up?
Sure.
Yeah, how has that issue been going? What has happened with that recently?
Wait a second. Can you hear me better now?
Exactly the same. You're just quiet.
Fuck. How do I up the micro? It's all the way up.
Okay, we'll just
Yeah,
listen very carefully.
Are you on speakerphone? Are you on speakerphone, or are you on an actual microphone?
Microphone.
Okay.
Bop. Love that Discord beep.
Yeah, how do I turn off that beep? Very annoying.
It's just coming from someone else's headphones or someone else's system.
No, it's mine. I just don't know how to turn it off.
Oh, settings, notifications somewhere, sound notifications.
Notification. Thank you. I'm just gonna find it. Give me a second. Account, profiles, privacy, devices, connections, clip, request, billing, apparent. Notifications, got it. That should do it in a second. Almost. People all notification sounds. There. That should do it. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't use Discord a ton, other than basically to watch you and Destiny and stuff like that.
Okay. What's your story?
Me?
Yeah. Oh no, I was talking about the other guy. I thought you were.
You mean Samsky?
Yeah. Sorry.
He is muted. Maybe let's unmute him.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, anyhow, so what I was saying is that the religious people drafting in the religious people is the big thing now. If you want to try and get some sort of a wedge, then you have Gallant, who's already said that he won't go into, if there's anything that's not like mutually accepted by everyone, then he won't stand with it. And then you have Gantz, who's opposing it, and at the moment it seems like the best case scenario for, sending the country to elections.
Yeah, didn't Gallant also recently say that he wants a new West Bank city?
Yeah, he has his moments.
Yeah. Oh,
He's
that also
generally
reminds me. Okay, first off, Loner, in regards to haaretz, it's pronounced haaretz because ha is a preposition. It that comes before the word. Aretz is the word which means land. So it literally means the land.
Okay.
And also Yom.
pronounced haaretz.
Yeah, exactly. You're pronouncing it better than me. And it's Yom Kippur, not Yom Kippur. Yom means day. Yam means water.
Yom Kippur.
Yes.
Okay. Is it Rabin
Yeah.
or Rabin?
It's
Rabin.
spelled Rabin. It's spelled Rabin. So it's a Resh, Bet, Yud, Nun, Sofit. Resh is like an R. Bet is like a B.
The first way you said it, Loner.
Yes, the first way.
Say it again.
Rabin?
Yeah, that's closer.
Okay.
Rabin.
Rabin. Is
No,
it actually...
you don't stress the e.
You don't really?
No,
Interesting.
it's Rabin.
Rabin.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, that's
no.
what... Fuck's sake.
Interesting,
I'm actually
interesting.
getting trolled.
You
Never
two are
mind, never mind.
debating your literally debating your language.
I
and
trust
speech.
the Israeli more than I trust myself. This is just how I learned in Hebrew school. But the Rabin is interesting.
Trust me. Anyhow, what I was you got anything else with that you were saying?
Think I'm all good.
Or can I move to my question?
Yeah.
I shut up now.
Cool. So, essentially speaking, and this is a big one. I wanted to ask Loner, like, how do you think that Israel should kind of go about explaining itself? I guess, because I think that like one of the biggest problems that I see with Israel is that. And we were talking about it in the chat that Finkelstein during his debate with Destiny was saying like how he doesn't want to get into like the Israeli brain, you know, he doesn't want to understand the people.
Okay.
And I feel like that is like one of the worst things regarding this whole topic. Like if you want to understand the conflict, you have to understand both sides. Like you got to get into the Palestinian mind, you got to get into the Israeli mind. And I think that there's like a big dissonance between like the Israeli necessity to kind of like show that you're strong for the economy, for whatever, for your foreign affairs in like the Middle East. Like it's very much about strength. And then on the other side of it is like in the West, you have to like virtue signal the fuck out of everything.
Oh yeah.
And it creates like a big problem in trying to, you know, satisfy all bases.
Honestly, I don't know. I think most people, you're just never going to get them over because they support the underdog. It's just a human thing. Otherwise,
Wait, what do you mean support the underdog? Like,
as in, I think people are less likely to empathize with Israelis because it's like less Israelis die. Less Israelis get hurt in the fight. They've got the state, and the Palestinians don't have the state. Like,
I mean, people before like 2021 would actually show that Palestinians having extremely low popularity rate or support rate or sympathy rate or anything like. This shift in perception was very recent.
Yeah, that doesn't explain like how Israel's popularity or unpopularity in Kasled. You weren't hearing the language of genocide for that conflict, and that language of genocide came pretty quickly. So like my sense is that there has been a shift in, frankly, how people have perceived Israel, and I think that's largely a product of Israel policies over the past 10, 15 years.
Yeah, does anyone remember there was this settler called Jacob? Jacob,
yeah.
Yeah, I think this man single-handedly did more favor to the Palestinian movement than any political leadership of the past decades.
Who is this?
There's this like horrible fucking was he from Long Island settler who went to the West Bank, and there's a video of him.
I remember.
Yeah,
Not
like,
the West Bank.
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I spent some time now during the war. I was in Stockholm actually, and I went to talk to I went to like the pro-Palestinian demonstrations and stuff, and I was talking to people, and I think that like one of the biggest things that I realize is that
Was that
Well,
me or him? Or you just glitched out to
think that was-
fuck?
I think that was him.
Yeah, okay.
Did I?
Yeah, you sound
Yeah, you're
like
back.
you sound like a disc skipping, but you're back. Yeah.
It. So I went to talk to these guys at the demonstrations, right? And like they don't really like it feels like they don't even understand what a Israeli looks like. Like they don't understand that there's a whole bunch of us that are like seculars, for the sake of the matter, that we are, that Tel Aviv is like a freaking pride festival all year round. They don't like, like the whole, we're very dehumanized. At least that's what it feels like.
That's my opinion on that is that that's SJP, right? SJP being in charge of a lot of these things. Its whole thing is anti-normalization, which means you do not have conversation with Zionists or Zionist organizations, and that creates what are effectively parallel communities, which kind of glare at each other, and the bigotry just goes up, and the lack of understanding goes up. That's one of the reasons why I really don't like SJP, is because of that. And a result of this anti-normalization is that instances of anti-Semitic incidents shoot up every time an SJP is chartered in a given college.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. It feels like Palestinians, or well, it's not even Palestinians necessarily. It's like Arabs in general just invest a lot more in their international advocacy than Israel seems to. It seems to, or they just do a better job of it. I don't know if they actually put more resources into it, but and it's the same with the literature as well, right? Like if you want to look at like pop history books on Israel Palestine, you can get like what Righteous Victims, which is this like fucking 800-page fucking slab, or you can just get like Khalidi or Pape or any people who like they condense things into a very digestible kind of unit, and like the imagery is a lot more appealing, and they've got like all the slogans and shit like that. Like yeah, I don't know, but I think you're right, Sundowner, earlier that like most average people used to just support Israel and like by default in the West. But when it comes to that like growing kind of leftist opposition, I don't really know how you turn that around, because it's so driven by like oppressor oppressed mentality. And it seems like it's not even necessarily, a lot of it I don't even consider it to be pro-Palestinian. I consider a lot of it to be just like a very concerted effort to dehumanize Israelis. Like or yeah,
definitely.
At least my feeling a decade ago, it was easy to answer, right? It was easy to answer this stuff when we said, yeah, but we want to give them a state. We want to do a two-state solution. So yeah, like they're assholes in charge sometimes, but we actively believe that you have a right to self-determination, but we do too. Two states for two people, equal rights for all. And that was a really useful, powerful counterweight to a lot of the more extreme anti-Zionist stuff that goes around. But with that effectively taken off the table, or at least viewed as taken off the table, and certainly not part of the conversation by the leaders of Israel, I don't know how else you push back. I think Israeli policy does have an impact, though. I think you are right, Loner, that Israel's put a lot of money into elite influence, but not a ton into lower level influence, probably because it's taken for granted the influence of the average the preferences of the average American, which may shift, but I'm not so sure it is right now. It's just a lot of people are very loud right now, but that could impact things going forward. But I do think fundamentally at the end of the day, Bibi doing everything he can, and again, as a result of Palestinian actions, I understand the back and forth, but at the end of the day, Bibi doing everything he can to prevent a two-state solution weakens the ability to argue for Israel as its own sovereign nation.
That is 100% true. Like it's so because when people can't complain about river to the sea, and then people are like, well, you know that Bibi is river to the sea, right? Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's in the Likud charter.
Sorry?
It's in the Likud, either its charter or its platform.
Yeah, it's their founding like manifesto or whatever.
The founding thing. It's not in there. They don't have a charter for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
They haven't had a charter.
So it's not a charter, but they still believe it, right? Like, or they still move in that direction. Yeah.
And they ran on it part because I mean it's effective because Palestinians have been attacking them. So people do the most reactionary stuff. Palestinians get reactionary because they're being attacked. Like it's I
but
understand that there's a cycle here.
that's the thing. I was like, I can tell you like multiple scenarios that I've had. Like I people where I live that I talk to them, and it's just like there's zero trust. Now you can talk, you can talk all you want about how two state, but yes, it's like it's gone deep. The fact that like the world's gonna hate us no matter what we do. The people around us don't wanna, they don't want us here, and they'll take us out whenever they can. And there's nothing we can do about it. So we might as well just, do it our way and whatever.
And the thing
And I
is
think
that
that
like what is our way, right? I think that's the other question. We also haven't decided what exactly is our way.
So I think that one of like the worst things that have happened in Israel, first of all, is Bibi, but especially is his like divisiveness. Like he's created these camps where people can't trust the other side. That really weakens the entire like moral, let's say, foundation of the country. And now you have these extremists, especially on the far right side, that just fuck things up in general because they're holding him by the balls if he wants to stay in power, and they're dictating whatever happens.
Oh, so by the way, I wanted to ask Luna, do you know that technically you can say that the war currently is the fault of King Hussein of Jordan?
No. Why?
Well, back in 1996, when Netanyahu was first getting elected, he actually was competing against Perez, I believe. Now, King Hussein deeply mistrusted Perez because Perez actually betrayed an agreement between them in 1987, so he hated him. And he was expected to endorse one of the Israeli candidates. And at the time, due to the peace process and his general perception in Israel, he actually had a certain level of popularity, and his endorsement of candidate would increase his chances. Now, he endorsed Netanyahu. And Netanyahu won by like a 1.5% margin. So it's very possible that Netanyahu would not have won without King Hussein.
Well, you're talking 96, right?
Yeah, I would argue that a lot of
you could say that
I mean, Hamas wanted Bibi to win also, and they did some of the most violent at the time bus bombings right then, right around that time as well. Like Hamas also pushed Bibi into the win.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
I did not know that about King Mr. Hussein, though.
Yeah, but actually, less than 1 year later, actually, he regretted it deeply and was like this close to actually bombing the Israeli embassy, canceling the peace treaty, and he had a special forces team led by his son prepared to execute 2 Israeli agents.
Jesus.
Like, I think the American administration had to actually persuade him against it. He went nuts because there was the case where they attempted to assassinate Khalid Mish'al.
Oh.
It was in Jordan.
Oh, I have heard of that. Yeah, they wanted to. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, but there was a few other incidents, and like he fucked over the peace process at the time. So King Hussein got really fucking upset with it.
Jordan always has good memes.
Yeah.
Can always rely on them for a good meme. Okay.
I can't complain.
Anyone else? Because I need Sundowner by himself later. Or soon.
Totally.
I'm
you guys
good.
can
By
stay,
the way,
but
I
it's
wanted...
just gonna be me and him, all right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna stay and watch, but first, thank you so much for having me on. It's great talking to you, and thank you for going through this stuff step by step. It's just important to see how it's done to do, and I think it's really awesome.
Cool. I really appreciate that. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
All right.
And yeah, if you have any questions on legal stuff, feel free to bring me back on, because especially American stuff, in all fairness, because that's what I know better. But yeah, I've been following Israeli stuff as well. So yeah, no, have a great day, and Shabbat Shalom, since that's going to be starting in a few hours.
Cool. Take care.
You too. All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
And on my part, I just want to say also thank you. Hopefully can provide a bit of Israeli perspective. But and I also wanted to say regarding the March of Return stream he had the other day, that as someone who was there.
Really quick, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
As someone who was there, it was actually pretty crazy going over the whole thing, and I think you did it pretty good justice on reading through the whole report and getting it pretty accurate. So just
That's now I remember. You asked what Israel could do right now. Arrest the people, arrest violent settlers when they commit violent acts, and also arrest them when they steal Israeli land. Because if the argument is that even in land that isn't officially Palestinian, if it's under Israeli sovereignty, then they're stealing from the state. So arrest them for doing that. Don't let them just do this stuff without answers.
Preaching to the choir, man. I agree with you.
Do you
I
mind if
agree
I
with
ask
you,
what?
and I think they're. Huh?
Do you mind if I ask what capacity you were in the March of Return? You don't have to, but
I was in the IDF.
Shit.
On the other side, got the rocks and all that shit thrown at me. So we were there a lot. That was during my time in the army, and I was there on the other side a lot. So if you got any questions about that, by the way, I could answer.
Yeah,
But,
I've almost finished my little research thing, and I still have to read a bit more. Actually, one thing I want to know: does the IDF give Hamas a continuous combat function? Do they consider them in that way, like the Al Qassam brigades?
Meaning,
like, are they targetable at any point, or do they have to be doing hostilities as well? Actually, Al Qassam fighters.
First of all, I can get that for you, but I think from what I know that it's a matter of depends who. Like it's depends on who you see, when you see. There's never like a straight answer about, like just shoot. Usually the just shoot part of it is kind of like dependent on where they're at or what they're doing, but it's less of a like they have to actually be doing something or they have to actually be getting close to the fence, which was what usually happened.
Okay.
But then if you happen to recognize somebody or something, you get intel on someone, then obviously that could kind of go around that.
Yeah, because that was so. My understanding is that like just under 30% of the people who died there were militants, like either Al Qassam or PIJ, potentially DFLP, maybe one Al Aqsa Martyr brigade. So was that the case? Were people actually being identified like during the approach to the fence? Like, is that the kind of intel that they have?
Generally, like, yeah. Like you can identify, yeah, like.
How does that work? So like a sniper is like looking through his fucking scope, or there's like someone with binoculars and they're just like, wait, that guy's from the Al Qassam brigades. They can do they.
You got all sorts of systems that can help you do that.
Wow, that's crazy. Fuck, I wish I could have prepared more questions. That might be
Why don't you schedule an interview with him?
Yeah, maybe I will. That's a good idea. If that's okay.
Yeah, sure, man. I'm around. I as I was saying, I think that's like one of the biggest things that we can do to help the cause is just to kind of give a glimpse into what it's like, doing things on our side. By the way, also another thing that I think a guy on here earlier was referring to the Gilad Shalit deal, right? Am I?
Yeah.
Am I correct on that? Yeah. So that's like, for the sake of the matter, if you're looking at it as an Israeli, then you need to understand that like if you're going into the military, then there's like because everybody has to go in, then there's like this big social contract, I guess, that the people are going to get you home. And that's like a big discussion, like in Israel, like about the hostages. Like, what does it say, like morally, about us not bringing people back. Like he was saying something about the fact that he wouldn't have done the Shalit deal. So I think that I don't know who he is. I don't want to speculate, but a lot of people that go into combat and all that, there is a big kind of weight to the fact that that they're going to do everything they can to bring you back, even if it means paying 1,000 terrorists in price to get you back home.
Yeah, there's also I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe there's also an underlying religious view in regards to doing whatever you can, trading whatever you need to free hostages. I have to double check. My dad's a rabbi. I have to double check with him. I remember.
Yeah, there's Pidyon Shvuim.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Pidyon
Yeah,
Shvuim.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that there, and even though Israel's secular society, there still is going to be those underlying foundations that people kind of have in the back of their head as assumptions. Learner Box, if you're interested in learning more about the Shalit deal, look up Gershon Baskin.
Okay.
If you haven't already. He is the guy who actually did the deal with Hamas.
Right.
What was actually interesting is in 2014, the first person that got struck by Bibi, like the first person that got hit, was the guy that Baskin had made the deal with. So the relative moderate within Hamas was the one that Bibi had first ordered killed. I don't know if he ordered him specifically, but he got killed in that strike. But Gershon Baskin has talked about the deal. He's talked about how long it took and why it took so long, including Bibi having had the opportunity to take the deal like 5 years earlier at a much lower number. But Bibi also did the deal right when he was having trouble with Abbas during the carry negotiations. And so he refused to do, I think, a tranche of 250 people, and Abbas went to the UN. I don't remember which came first. It was not a black and white Abbas good, Bibi bad. I just want to emphasize that. But as a result of that, so it's worth going to specifics, but as a result of that, Bibi then went to Hamas, then did this deal for 1,000 people, which again, he could have gotten a better deal like half a decade earlier. But he was, I'm not making a deal because, again, Bibi, I think, frankly, hates the idea of the PA, and is, at least up till now, comfortable with the idea of Hamas. But Gershon Baskin is the name of the negotiator. You might even be able to reach out to him, get him to do an interview. I'm serious. He seems pretty chill.
Okay. Yeah, potentially.
Oh, by the way, did you hear about Abbas saying that he wishes to implement the recommendations of the PLO committee?
Abbas said for who to implement what recommendations?
Recommendations that were voted by the PLO committee, the Revolutionary Council, because he talked about it in the Arab League summit yesterday.
What are the recommendations?
The recommendations was that the PA is dissolved and all security coordination is cancelled.
Oh, so they want to fuck off Israel, basically.
Yeah.
Oh.
They would say that, okay, the PA is no more, the
I feel
occupation is fully your responsibility now.
He's spoken about that before many times, hasn't he?
Yeah, but it's the first time he actually said that he wishes to implement it, and he said it during an Arab League summit, so it could hold some weight.
Yeah. I wonder if that's going to protect his legacy, right? Yeah.
Not just his legacy, because the PA itself is not sustainable at the moment. So if they couldn't actually find some sort of solution or a way out now, they would eventually have to dissolve it.
I do find it quite mental that Abbas doesn't really either have the authority or just chooses not to defend his own citizens when they're getting attacked by settlers, say in area fucking A or B. I just find that's so weird.
I mean, it depends on the area itself, because many of those villages that is attacked don't have any either the Lion's Den or militias there, or have any form of PA security forces there.
Mm-hmm.
They're afraid to fight back. At the end of the day, if they fight back, they know that they'll get the retaliation for them fighting back. And I am of the opinion that this is totally wrong, but at the end of the day, they will get fucked more than the settlers. And that's just the reality of it.
Because like
you know?
if they shot a settler, they are getting blown up. That's it.
Yeah, no, and at the end of the day,
I
when
remember
you
a few years ago and
oh,
even a
when
few
you
months
raid
ago, they
when you
actually
raid a
confront.
house,
They
when
would confront settlers at times or confront the IDF at times when they are entering some villages or towns that they actually control, have forces in them, but they generally don't engage in any form of combat with them because the last time they did it was the Intifada and it didn't work great for them.
it depends again. It kind of depends who and where. Like, I don't know. We just had actually a buddy of mine was just killed last week, and he was killed by people firing back. So I don't think that you can say that they don't, but I do think that their calculation is far more meticulous. Let's say at the end of the day, the army can and will do a lot more against them. So the retaliation, when you're closing on a house, what you're allowed to do as the army to that house, and and collateral damage and whatever is just not worth it most of the times, unless you're like actually a militant, and
Okay.
You said,
and whatever.
wait, a body of yours got killed?
Yeah,
Where was it?
last week, Tulkarem.
Oh. Yeah, Tulkarm got messed up real bad last week.
Yeah, that was
Sorry for
fucked
your
up.
loss.
That's the thing. You see, that's that's the debate. If you like, we can also virtue signal. No, I'm kidding. It's not virtue signaling. Like it really happened. But like what I mean. Like a lot of shit happens on the Israeli side too. But I don't know. But we don't talk about it as much, maybe, or maybe we should. It's kind of like interesting PR concepts, I guess. It's like a debate to be had to have how you should kind of present it to the world.
So how do you deal with Israeli trauma as opposed to just Palestinian trauma? And because it's two people that are consistently traumatizing each other, and that's fucking awful.
Yeah, dude. No, I think like the world doesn't understand, and this is again, I'm not like justifying or anything, but I think Loner, if you want us to go, let us know. But
I'll give you a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
But nah, like when you're talking about Israelis, I think like what the world doesn't understand is that it's like it's a PTSD like society. Like at the end of the day, it's like we grow up with the notion that a second Holocaust could happen if we don't like defend the country and do whatever we can and all that. So it's like it's one of those things that if you don't understand these things, and and the fact that we also go through like I don't know, like people die and all that stuff, and I don't know how much they report about the fact like there's rockets here all day long and all that stuff. So it's like again, it's a question about how much you want to like put out there, because obviously there are also like costs of doing this, like either political or economical or whatever. Like it's not necessarily a like a obvious thing to do. Like you want life to go on. Like the biggest thing after a terrorist attack is like everybody wants to get out back onto the street, because at the end of the day, if you let the terrorists like dictate your life, then you've lost.
And yet October 7th was proved that narrative pretty true.
I guess so. Okay.
Yeah.
I need to
Anyhow, Loner.
Speak to Sundowner.
Yeah, man. Great chatting. If you wanna do something about the March of Return or any questions about IDF, blah blah blah, I'm down.
Yeah, so if I do that, I'm probably going to ask you a couple of difficult questions as well, because two reasons. One, journalistic integrity, but also because there seems to be a few things here from the IDF that I don't think has a very much justification. So yeah, if you're okay with that, then for sure.
Sure, man. As I, as we always say, all's good. Discussion is good, and I'm sure I might share your criticism. So I'll do my best to answer to the best of my ability, and we can get that done.
All right, cool. You guys take care. Okay.
You too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay. Wait, where is he here?
Who?
Yeah. Do you want to earn that microphone now?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. What kind of system are you using?
System for what?
Your computer.
I just use an iPad.
Oh, so does it have USB?
USB Type C, yeah.
USB-C.
Yeah.
It matters. Okay, let's see. USB-C. Oh fuck, a USB-C. Does Blue Yeti and all that? Do they do USB-C options? I guess you could just get a different cable, couldn't you?
I think there is some sort of converter or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I haven't used a Blue Yeti in like 10 years, so if you can get a converter, okay. And I think, is Blue Yeti still the gold standard for like startup mics? Has anything changed? Are there any new ones? Any better ones? Or any fucking... Let me see. Because like snowballs just sound shit. I don't like them. I think there are slightly cheaper ones. I'll think about it. Probably better getting a Bluetooth headset. Wait, really? What?
What?
Rode has good ones. Okay, let me see. Rode. I'll get a couple and then you can choose one. I think it'll round up to around $100, maybe a bit more. Okay. I don't think it's going to be much less than $100. Okay, cool. Let me put up a thing. 1 second. Because what I need to do is, I've got all these names from Operation Cast Lead and all their biographies, and the Arab translations from Arabic to English on Google Translate are giving me a bunch of like kind of ambiguous names of the buildings that the people died in, like the security/police buildings. So I just need to make sure the translations are correct for the names of each location. And I think there's about an institution. Is that okay?
Yeah, for about what?
For Cast Lead.
Yeah, like you said, an institution for what?
There's like, so there's, for example, one institution is translated to be called, I'll put it up on my screen. I might even share the screen with you. Let's do it that way. Okay, share screen. Because you'll see my mouse move in real time. Can you see that?
Just a sec. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so if I go through these, actually it needs to be a different screen. 1 second. Let's try change window. I'll just go screen 1. Okay, so here's all the names, and then at the bottom, I took a list of the different locations that they mentioned. But for example, they have like some site here is called like the Palestinian Navy position or the Marine Police site near Deir al-Balah, and then there's like the Southern Police Station, Abu Madin Police Station, Central Government, and then there's like the institutions like the Internal Security Service or the Civil Defense site or the there's all these names or Intervention and Order Prevention Forces. So they're basically saying which each of these guys worked for and where they died. But I just don't know if they're actually the most accurate translations because there's one building called the Passport Headquarters. I'm like, really? Is that what it's called? Yeah. So I just want to double check it's all like properly.
That's its name in Arabic. I check it out. Yeah.
Oh, it's real. Okay. Have you done this already?
I did for the passports when the Jew was at.
Okay. All right.
Because it's also a police station.
It's also a police station. Okay. Let's go through. So this one I think is called the Palestinian Navy position. What the actual fuck? That's not right. That's not. What the fuck happened to this page? Is this page fucked? No. Why is the page different? Wait. It's not good. Hang on. Fuck me. Why is the page fucked? 1 second. Oh. Does it say down here? I guess this is close enough. Navy? Okay. Okay, it's a bit shit, but okay, do you see that? On the bottom there,
Yeah.
Palestinian Navy position. So if I go to the Arabic, I guess that's it down there. I just want
Yes,
to...
Palestinian position. Yeah, it's accurate.
Okay. And would you have a easy enough time actually knowing where these places are or finding out where they are?
Yeah, it's not difficult at all.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that one. So that one's crossed out. I guess we can make that one make sense. Okay. If I go Marine Police, let's do this one. Why is it not mentioned? 1 second. Oh, wrong biography. This is also the same thing, Palestinian Navy position here.
Yeah, it's in the north.
Okay. Cool. Do you know if it's the same as what would otherwise be called the Palestinian Navy position or the Marine Police site?
Yes, the Navy is the Marine Police.
And it's near Deir al-Balah?
There's one in Deir al-Balah, there's one in Gaza port, and there's one in the Sudanese Sea. So, 3 stations.
3 stations, one in Deir...
I think there could be more, but those are the ones I have searched so far.
Okay, so Deir al-Balah,
Okay,
Sudanese Sea, and the other one is which one?
The Sudanese Sea is actually Gaza City itself.
Okay. And then the last one is what?
Deir al-Balah, and there's one in the Gaza port.
Gaza port. Okay.
Wait.
Cool.
Is the one... Wait, this could be the same. No, it's a different one.
Okay. 1 second. All right. Southern Police Station. All right. Let's look at this one. Southern Police Station in Deir al-Balah, and we'll just see if that translates properly. Why would it be called Southern if it's in Deir al-Balah? Just south of the city, I guess? Or?
Maybe the translation would help us.
What does it say here?
It's called the Southern Station. It's in quotation marks, like Southern Station in Deir al-Balah. So maybe it's in the southern section of the Deir al-Balah governorate itself.
Okay.
I will try to save this one.
Cool. Okay, you ready for this one?
Just a second.
This one is the Abu Madin police station. Is this here?
The Arabic for it, what would it be?
Whoa. Did I lose it? Where was it?
Abu Madin, yeah.
Abu Madin.
Abu Madin.
Okay.
Okay, I'll have to search for Abu Madin. I don't know it, to be honest.
Yeah, because I feel like some of these might be duplicates of each other. Because I think sometimes they call Abu Madin the central governorate station.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's in Bureij.
Bureij.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And is it also called the central governorate station?
I'm not sure what it is called. I try to
Okay.
make sure if it's the same one, but it's in the central government.
Okay. I'll have a look for that one and see if it shows up. See if it's ever used in the same. Oh yeah, okay. So here I think that it refers to them as both. So if this says it's the same thing, then it would be. Yeah, see down here, the central governorate police station, Abu Madin Center. And then the Arabic one is this.
Yes, Markaz Abu Madin. So they could be the same, or it could be a different one. I'm not sure. I will have to search in both.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe the website for the security forces themselves can help.
Oh, they have that. Okay. All right. So I'll just say possibly also referred to as. Okay. And tell me if I'm going too fast as well. And this passport headquarters that's translating fine as well. That's actually what the building's called.
Wait. Yes, there's one called Jawazat. I found it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I found it.
Which one?
The passport.
Okay. Where is it?
In Rimal.
How do I spell
it's in Zaytun, you know, the Zaytun itself in Rimal district, but...
Right. How do I spell that? Fuck. Gaza. Southern part of
there are two.
There's two passport headquarters.
Yeah.
Okay.
There
Interesting. One in Zaytun. And there is the other one in Gaza City by any chance?
They are like 100 meters apart.
Oh. So 100 meters apart. Okay. Cool. See,
the other one is called Al Abbas Police Center, but it's also referred to as the Jawazat, which is the passport.
Jawazat means so there's one called Jawazat is also called a bus station, one of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that one shows up as well. Okay. So does the other one have a different name, or are they both? Or is that just so? There's one called Passport Headquarters. There's one that's called Passport Headquarters, but also a bus station.
Yes, it's the Abbas headquarters, and the thing is that the district itself is referred to as Jawazat, which is the passport district.
Okay.
So the Abbas one is also referred to as such, but I think the passports one is a different one, mostly about the population registry and passports, while the Abbas one is more involved in the local matters.
Okay, one building for population registry, more population registry. Yeah. Other a bus station for policing. Okay. And this will be an institution one, security and protection service. I think, died at the helm of his work in the security protection service. Let's see. Oh yeah, why do they say phalange? Is that because phalange has a different meaning for like militant group or?
Kataib itself means a phalange.
Okay.
Kataib and Katiba, which means a brigades, can also mean a phalange.
Oh, it's a brigade. Okay, right, I got you.
Okay, so let me see, where was it?
It was around here, I think.
Yes, كتائب. It was the French جهاز الأمن والحماية, which is just a name for the police, like security and protection service.
So it's called the Security and Protection Service.
What was it translated to?
I think it's the same thing, right? Yeah, Security and Protection Service, right?
Yeah, it's just another name for police.
Just another name for police. Okay. Okay. I think this one has a few different names. Ansar military headquarters, also called the Forum.
Ansar.
Ansar headquarters. Let's see if it has both. Oh yeah, I think it's called Ansar in one place, but it's always referred to as the Forum in the other ones. But I think here, so they don't even mention the Forum here. Yeah, Ansar military headquarters.
Arabic.
Arabic.
مقر أنصار العسكري. That translation is fairly accurate.
Okay.
في مسجد الكتيبة المجاور لمقر أنصار. I don't know what's Ansar in Gaza.
But apparently, there might be different buildings. Hang on, I'll put these separately for now. Okay. Do we know where that is?
I have to find Ansar. Okay, so I found two Ansar, two mosques called Al-Katibi. One is in Khan Yunis, and another one with basically just next to the passport headquarters. So I will have to make sure which one they are referring to.
Okay, well, I think wait. I think it's next to Al Khatib, right? Because this it mentions that here, right?
Yeah, but like there are two
Al-Katiba
mosques.
Oh, there are two. Okay.
So Ansar said if I have to find it.
Right.
Because I don't believe there's actually a place called Ansar.
Right.
Oh, I found it. It's in the Zaytun district. So the Gaza headquarters, which is in Rimal. Yeah, I found it.
Okay. And that's also where so it's next to Al Katiba Mosque, right?
I couldn't really locate it. There's a website, a webpage talking about the Ansar government compound being blown up, bombed during this war and the war of 21. However, I couldn't actually locate the Katiba Mosque next to it.
Okay. Might not be. All right. Let's see. I'll go on to. Oh yeah, this is the one I saw appearing all over the place. So apparently the Forum is west of Gaza City. The Forum Ansar. Oh, it's the Forum in brackets here is called Ansar headquarters.
Yes,
Are they the
it's
same
the government.
Hmm?
I think that would be the government compound.
Yeah, because the Ansar headquarters 2? Is that it?
Just Arabic translation, maybe could give more insight.
This is here, right?
Yeah, found it. I think it could be referring to the government compound. Okay, so they said which university they referred to? Yes, Jama Samia. Yeah, the one in Gaza City itself. So it
Okay.
will be the one in Rimal, and it's next to the what was it called, the Katiba Mosque, and the government forum itself is not that far off from it. Yeah.
Okay. And this is West Gaza City, right?
West Gaza City. It's near the coast. Yeah.
Okay. West Gaza City. And the forum is next to it.
You call it West Gaza City. It's basically the downtown of Gaza City.
Okay. I'll just say Gaza City. So there's a government compound, and it's next to the Al Katiba Mosque. Because I saw one person. They said that he was killed at the gates of Al Katiba Mosque, and then I scrolled down a few more and saw a few more guys were killed there. And it seems like what happened is that that these guys either survived the bombings, or just as the bombings were happening on the forum, they were praying at Al Katiba Mosque, and they just get killed at the gates, like 5 of them. There were 5 like brigades guys just outside this mosque, and then they just got killed there on the road or at the gate. Yeah. But it seems to be that I saw, because there's one guy who was killed in a mosque outside of this, like just during the war, and they literally talk about him like going to a rocket launch site, and then he launches his rockets, and then quickly, because he didn't want to get airstruck, and then he goes and prays, and then goes back to fight. And like, this is like a thing that they do apparently, that they'd go to the front line, or they'd go and do their operation, and then they would go and pray, or maybe go home, and then just come back out and fight again. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically what they usually do.
Like,
they are
not
still
missing
in
the prayer, yeah.
their insurgency mode.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So killed at the door of Al Katiba. Oh yeah. Wait. Fuck. Yeah. Katiba. Yeah. Because I think this is where. Yeah. It comes up quite. Okay. So the forum is next to the mosque. Okay. Cool. Internal Security Service. Let's check that one. Okay.
Oh, do you remember the passport station we talked about before?
Yeah.
It's 50 meters from Al Katiba Mosque.
Ah, okay. Okay. So the passport buildings, the mosque, and the forum are all just like around the same place as each other.
Yeah.
Okay. 50 meters from Al Katiba Mosque. Okay. Internal. All right, let's check this one. Oh, here he is. All right. You see here, headquarters of the Internal Security Service in Al-Mashtal.
Al-Mashtal, I know it.
Al-Mashtal, okay. And then we'll see here.
Internal Security in Mashtal, yeah.
Accurate?
Yes, accurate enough.
Okay. Where is it? Internal, so headquarters, but this is a different building from anything we've seen so far, right?
Yes, I don't believe it's relevant to anyone.
Okay.
Before.
And is Internal Security Service, is that just an interchangeable name for Security and Protection Service, or are they different?
I think they are different branches of the police itself.
Okay.
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I didn't actually study the organization.
Okay. That's fine. Let's see. And headquarter building in Al-Mashtal.
So Al-Mashtal is actually in the same Rimad district. Not in the same Rimad district, but close enough. It's like on the coast. In Shati camp. Yeah.
Okay. Is that Gaza City?
Yes, Gaza City.
Okay.
But it's a bit to the north.
Okay. All right. And that's so not too far away from passport headquarters and the mosque and the forum, right?
Yeah, it's like 800 meters maybe.
Okay, less than 1 km.
Maybe kilometer.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, we'll say 1 km from.
I'm giving rough estimates for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
distance. I'm be fucking it all up, so I will have to map it out completely.
Okay.
Then send it to you.
Wait, you would do that?
Yeah. I will.
What a fucking.
But I have
dude,
to add
alright.
my microphone, you know.
Yeah, obviously. All right, let's see. So, Ministry of Interior, service officer in Khan Yunis. Okay, let's see. Oh, this guy's quite old, actually. Yeah, he survived a lot. Ministry. Yeah, Ministry of Interior in Khan Yunis, Security Protection Service. You see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Security and protection. I think we went through it. Goodbye day.
Yeah.
Why do they translate it to goodbye day?
I don't know. What does it actually say?
يوم الوداع أتوقع. Yes, يوم الوداع.
يوم الوداع.
Which is a goodbye day, but it doesn't mean goodbye day. Oh
Yeah.
God.
I feel like a lot of things just translate kind of badly, I guess. Yeah. Which one was this again? This was Security and Protection Service, Ministry of Interior. Oh, so I guess Ministry of Interior would have security and protection underneath it. Okay. In Khan Yunis. Okay.
I honestly don't know what's the specific site they are referring to.
Okay, but it's like okay.
So it would be like one of the police stations or ministry apparatus buildings in Khan Yunis.
Okay. And Ministry of Interior just seems to. It sounds like they're saying that the Ministry of Interior overarches the Security and Protection Service, right? Because it's saying under, right?
Yes, like the Ministry of the police is under the administration of the Ministry of Interior.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Although there's, I believe, another like a police force that is directly under the control of the party Hamas, but I'm not sure about the details. I'm not very well versed on their organization structure.
Yeah, it's I guess it's kind of difficult to find that out. I only know bits about it from this. Okay, Al Zahra police station. I think they also call this the civil defense site. Let's see. Wait. There's Al Zahra police station. Let's see here. So this guy was at the Marine Police, but then he went to Al Zahra police station. And here.
الزهراء, yeah. Where's الزهراء? Oh, it's in المغرقة. Near the Nusayrat, but like you know the rural countryside between Nusayrat and Gaza City.
Okay, country. Okay, between.
It's at the coast.
Okay. That and Gaza City. Yeah. By the coast. Okay. Right. And I think there's another place where I think they might refer to Al Zahra as the civil defense site, but let's see. Civil defense site. A few people call it that, so let's see. Or a few articles call it that. All right. See this guy?
دفاع المدنية.
Yeah, civil defense site in the city of Al Zahra. Is there any way of knowing if that's the same building?
Zahra is not a city, it's a small countryside. I don't believe they have two buildings for it.
Okay. So it'd just be interchangeable.
Yeah.
Okay. Also known as the civil defense site, I'll put. Okay.
Although I believe the civil defense itself is separated from the police, or maybe it's just the administration of.
They might just have both activities happening in one building, right?
Yeah.
I'll put for now, all subject to change, I guess. That's right, okay. General Investigation Center. Here. Okay. Our knight was exercising his duties in the General Investigation Center in Deir al-Balah in the middle of the strip when the treacherous occupation aircraft targeted the security headquarters at the same time. You see that?
Deir al-Balah or Arabic translation, maybe it can include it. Yeah, it's just the police. It's not a special building.
Okay. So what is it? Any of the buildings we've already covered then?
Maybe I'm trying to actually access their fucking website, but I don't know why Palestinian websites suck so bad.
They're a bit slow sometimes. Okay. But is General Investigation Center like its own special name, or is it just like a different way of wording police station?
It could be like an office within the building itself. However, maybe it's a special headquarters for this department in the police.
That's interesting. Yeah, it could be a General Investigation Center. Okay. To be fair, I think only 2 profiles even have it, unless. I think there's only 1 person that mentions it. Might just be I'll just put it as might just be an ordinary police station. Okay. All right. I think we've already found the Abbas station, maybe because it's but let's just see.
Yeah, we found it. It was the one near the passports.
Yeah. And I think they mentioned it here just to be, and it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if sometimes it says Al Abbas. It's just the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And down here, wounded at the Al Abbas police station. Did they say where to be sure? Okay, yeah, it's just the same place as we mentioned. Where did I put it? Fuck. Oh yeah, here. So it's part of the it's like basically part of the passport headquarters, right? The 2 buildings. It's one of the 2 buildings.
No, it's a separate building. It's like on there's a street and another compound is separating them.
Okay, so there's the passport building and the
part
Abbas
of the
station.
compound that's separating them is the Kataib Mosque, Katibi Mosque.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. Okay. Of course. This is someone who apparently joined the ranks of the executive force. Is that? Let's see this.
Oh, yes, it's the same name as the police.
Executive force.
Yeah, but the executive force is actually a larger force. Like I actually was looking up the PA informations. So basically, Hamas in 2007 had their own police force that was fighting, that was separate from the PA force. It had approximately 6,000 persons. And it also had like 3,000 more, and the entire force was called in the executive force under the Ministry of Interior. But I'm not sure about the organization structure. Like, I need to look at it more.
Yeah, so this was to do with like the whole integration process, right?
Yeah.
After 2007. Okay. Oh, that is a common mention in the bios. I think they talk about when everything was incorporated together in 2007. So yeah. So is executive force did you say that used to be the PA police that came under the Ministry of Interior?
Just to check it out real quick. فلسطين. No, it's the Hamas force.
Okay.
It was established in 2006 by the Ministry of Interior to assist and modernize the police force.
Okay, here to assist modernize the police force. Interesting. All right. Okay.
Oh yeah, it was actually established in 2006 before like the entire coup and war and everything.
Okay.
Because the PA security forces in Gaza were not cooperating with Hamas.
Okay.
So it was built as a separate force. Oh, that would explain every fucking thing. I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Now, the executive force, when it was first established, it drew from the Palestinian factions. 2,500 members were from Hamas, 1,100 were from Fatah, and there were other groups and everything. I will send you a screenshot. It was made up of 6,300 persons.
So 2,500 members from Hamas and 1,000 from Fatah.
Yeah.
And I guess 2,500 from
it's in
other
Arabic, so like
factions.
you have to translate it. Not my job.
Okay. 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 So they were established because the PA wasn't cooperating with Hamas in the Strip in 2006. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Is this Arab Wikipedia? Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll just stick that.
By the way, never look up anything involving Jews in Arabic Wikipedia. It wouldn't be nice.
Okay. I won't tell Traveling Israel, okay? That'll be his next fucking 12-minute video.
What do you mean 12 minutes? Like,
because he'll be like
Hasan
fucking. Listen, I feel like I haven't given the Palestinians, the Arabs, a fair shake. You know, let's actually listen to their opinions by going on Arabic Wikipedia and see what they have to say about Jews. Oh, yeah, that's all crazy shit. Yeah, that's what he'll do.
No, they actually try to side fucking Hitler.
Oh, do they?
Yes, the actual Wikipedia tries to show his perspective and everything. It's absurd.
Yeah, well, creative.
I think they cited David Irving. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I know, like, fuck, I wonder, I always wonder, do you remember that clip where Finkelstein is saying that he thinks David Irving's a good historian?
Yes.
I wonder, is he,
I don't think he said he's a good historian. I think he said that he makes some good points, and I wish to put. I'm still manning Finkelstein. Sorry.
Yeah, I think because he said something like, "I don't care what Richard Evans says," because obviously Richard Evans was the one who like fucking BTFO'd him in court. But I wonder if he says that because he's just got like fucking influential friends in the Arab world, and someone just told him that. I feel like one person might have told him that, and he just wanted to like. I have no idea. It's weird.
I don't think he has that many influential friends. Like, I mean, the most influential person who was Barghouti, he burned the entire fucking bridge with him.
He burned a bridge with Mustafa Barghouti?
No, not Barghouti, the other one for BDS.
Oh, yeah, because he said that it was a cult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. We have a new building, apparently.
A new building dropped?
Hmm?
I said it seems a new building dropped.
Yeah, a new building dropped. That's what they said on the beginning of Cast Led a few times. Let's see. You know, I actually feel quite bad for a lot of these people. Like, there's one guy, I don't know, maybe I told you already, there was the one guy who was supposed to be leaving work early that day because he was expecting a response from someone that he proposed to. Yeah, fuck, man.
I think I heard about it first time back like 2 years ago or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's like a known story. Okay.
Somewhat known, not very well known.
There's also like a guy who they tell you about him being like 4 years old in the first Intifada, and like he like flips off the fucking some military jeep driver and then just gets the shit beaten out of him. It's weird. Like you read about the whole
I mean, to be honest, such like beginning stories are very common with their members. Like, Everyone was 4 years in the Intifada and done some stupid shit. That's their background.
Yeah, and it's like pretty much all of them come from refugee camps as well. They're not like I couldn't find that many original Gazans, like pre-48 Gazans.
I know about some of them, but like statistically speaking, that would be 15% of the entire population. I'm not sure how much of Hamas itself.
Yeah, it feels like it's more. It feels like it's more than half, but I
I
don't know.
think
Just from
the
reading these.
founding members were had a disproportionate number of people who were actually from Gaza itself, not refugees.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yassine was a refugee, wasn't he?
I'm not certain actually.
Anyway, here's the civil administration site east of Jabalia, northern Gaza, and here's the Arabic.
Yes, he was a refugee, but he was from Ashkelon, so like a 10-kilometer refugee.
Okay. Yeah, do you see this one?
Wait. Yeah.
Civil administration site east of Jabalia, northern Gaza. And if I switch it over.
Yes, it's accurate.
Okay. And this is not a building we've done before, right?
No.
Okay.
It's honestly a bit difficult to search this one out.
Yeah. Well, we got two more. I think these are both institutions. So, intervention and order preservation. Yeah. The site of intervention and order preservation forces. I don't think this actually tells you. I don't think any of these actually tell you where it is, but unless this is something.
Maybe translation can help me.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it could be of some help, but I'm not certain about this one.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like it might be another word for something we already have. Yeah. And
you know what? Arabic is the most retarded language ever. Like, why do we need 17 fucking words for police?
Is it like how Inuits, they have like 30 different words for snow because they live in snow a lot. But yeah, I don't think there's any. They say site sometimes in the structure, but I don't think they ever actually have a location for any of the ones that I saw. Unless I just didn't write it down for any of them. That would be stupid. Let's see. This one. Might just have to go through all of them. Yeah. All right. Intervention. Fuck, man. All right. Intervention. What? It's not even there. Okay, hang on. Here. Join the ranks, Ministry of Interior, Intervention and Order. It just sounds like fucking, yeah.
It sounds like a department in the police itself. Oh, yeah, Katiba Mosque.
Katiba, okay, yeah. Wait, what did they say?
That's near the fucking passports.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah. They were evacuated. Yeah, look at that. They were evacuated from the military site moments before his brother Muhammad came home from the university college to check on him. They went together to form...
University.
You what?
Ansar military site.
Yeah.
The thing is, there's two Ansar compounds, which are governmental, and Ansar military site. I don't know which one is it. But it is a bit to the east of the Katiba Mosque. And the Katiba Mosque itself is to the south east of the Passport Center.
Okay.
So, like, it would be in that general location.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not like anything new. We've already got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they say here, located next to the military site. And yeah, and then this is after the bombings. They've been evacuated. The guy meets up with his brother, and then they go to noon prayer at the mosque. and then they get hit at the gates. It says when the planes of hatred and oppression started again with a series of sinful. I love the way they talk about the fucking bomb.
To be honest, I think that mosque is somewhat jinxed. I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, it sounds like it. But what? It's like they just went to do their noon prayer after their fucking headquarters got bombed and shit. Fuck me, man. Yeah. Anyway, okay, and there's something. Okay, so this is just seems to be another term for police. Another term for police for, and I think this is probably the same case with General Security Agency. Intervention Order Preservation Forces.
Yes, it's the police.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the actual formal name for the police. I'm surprised they actually use it for once.
This is the formal name for the police. General Security Agency, you mean?
Yeah, Am.
Ah, okay. All right, General Security. Okay. Is it just?
It's actually the same name in Jordan.
Is it General Security or General Security Agency?
Translation.
Oh yeah, sorry. Here it says Secret General Security Agency, but General Security is in quotes, I guess. So if I go translation, okay.
A device, which is like service, which is also agency. So like it's called device, the literal translation.
Okay.
But it's the secret general security services. So I don't. That is under the command of Hamas itself. So it's perhaps not under the command of the Ministry of Interior. Maybe it's another organization.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you were saying this is the official term for the police, you said?
Yeah, maybe the general security in Gaza is not actually under the Ministry of Interior. Perhaps it's under the direct command of Hamas, because Hamas has also an internal security apparatus.
Okay. Potentially directly under. Okay. All right. Official name. Okay. Cool. So I've got that now. That seems fine. Do you want to? I'll put this up on Obsidian. I can give you the links, and if you want to like confirm anything, or you, if you have hyperlinks for anything, you can just send them to me, and then just show me where to put them, like over which words or whatever. Because I got one here.
I will actually try to map it out completely, so we have a clear picture about it.
That would be so cool. Because I can just paste the map in the doc. Okay, I will publish that. And do you have any particular mic you want, or will I just find you a rough?
I don't know much about it, so whatever you like.
Okay. And it probably might cost you something different where you live, so I'll have to find that out as well. Okay, I'll find that out soon. Okay, Goldstone report published. Okay. Visit site, and I'll just get you the link for it. Goldstone. So here. And there you go.
Oh, let's see. Thanks.
Yeah, it's all right. I might start a grift fund for the mic tomorrow, or I'll just do it within a couple of days. Okay. Thanks a lot, dude. Yeah.
Anything more?
No, I'm good.
Okay. See you later.
Take care, man. Bye-bye. What a dude. Yes. Oh, so my stream title is still Hasan debating one of my viewers. Oh no. Sorry. Oh well, my bad. Who was that? That was Sundowner. He's a Palestinian who lives in Jordan.
It does or whatever, then I would say like, okay, I'd view that a bit differently. But I think it's different because like these guys are making strong politics streaming political arguments for why I should
political
be killed.
politics streaming political arguments. True.
But I mean, like if Hasan would, or I'm sorry, if Sam were to say these things on his live streams or whatever, then I would also be more critical of him saying it there too. Yeah.
Especially when you're like complaining about anti-white racism for the past like fucking couple months, or not couple months,
What's
sorry,
this?
for the past
Artificial
couple
intelligence agency.
of days, which is like extended into this like massive thing, and there's probably a much higher likelihood that you might have been bullied.
I think there's a difference.
Is there actually like some kind of fucking contention going on over whether or not people should get banned for what they were saying? Like that guy talking about killing people, like all the sons of slaves or whatever for fucking socialism? Or are people actually talking about the prospect of these guys getting banned? Did anyone get banned? Why is this discourse? What happened? Yes. Who? What? What's happening? Killing who for what now? That guy who was like, if you killed Destiny, we would have had socialism by now. We should have killed all the slaves and all the clan people so they don't have children. And I guess presumably kill their children as well. Yeah, it seems like that guy who just wanted a lot of people to die for his socialism to work. Hasan doesn't think it was racist. It's unhinged though, isn't it? You don't need to think it's racist. It was this guy, J-Stock tweeted it, right? This guy.
Just goes out and just says the N-word, which is not a surprise. Because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just like, it would just be so easy to just, it will save, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy. This is what happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slavery. They have children, and their children have children, and their children.
Wouldn't you have to kill their children? If they had children already, you'd have to kill the children because you can't have them growing up, obviously. You know what? I love this. This guy's based. This guy's actually on it. Because I like it when someone can just admit the amount of people that would have to die for their ideal society to materialize. I like that honesty. I don't like it when revolutionary communists are like, fucking, nah, it'll be fine, you know? We'll just kind of do it through a gradual democratic No, you fucking won't. You're going to kill half of your own guys, more than half of the other guys. And I guess like everyone who disagrees with you who's still alive just is really quiet and scared. Like, fuck.
Have children, and then their children have accidents that should have ended up on a sock, and it becomes destiny. That's what you get. That's
he bleeds
what
himself
you get.
out. Okay.
Well, you don't murder every single slave owner, every single Ku Klux Klan member, and they have children, and those children have
Ooh, true. Yup, that's right. True.
accidents.
Amen. Holy.
You get destiny. Just goes out and just says the N-word.
Oh my God, true. Holy facts, true. No more baby slave owners, inshallah. Bro. True. Oh my God, so based, true. Oh, fuck me, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, I've been trying to tell you guys. Took the words right out of my face. Anyway, I have to eat. I've skipped a meal, and that's not good. I've heard. It's bad for you. You used to have your own base moment. Usually, my base moment is when I very aggressively say something that makes sense. I don't need to advocate for fucking mass murder for people to think like, oh my God, what? Boo. So true. Beast. Yeah, I don't need that. Vine boom, vine boom. Vine boom. I should have really named that super chat bar. I should have named that super chat bar for fucking... for the emergency mic fund. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll give people a few hours to chip in. Why not? Okay, humanitarian rent fund. Boost. Okay, true. Anyway. What happened to Mike? He's gonna get it. He's earned it. Had to happen one day, you know. It's necessary. It's good for my streams as well. It's an investment. Okay. Let's go. All right. I'll send you guys to No Justice. All right. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Probably the same time ish. All right. Nice one, chat. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.